701, why? It was fortunate that most of his classmates were okay. While they weren't that smart, they weren't bad either, including Sorita, Tegami, and USA, so they all understood how to make various drinks and foods they needed to prepare for their cafe. Naturally, they knew how precious this knowledge was, and they also gave him a lot of freedom during the cultural festival since they knew how busy he was. After all, if there weren't any of his instructions, they knew their cafes would hardly be good. How is it? How is it? When they were in the middle of training, their homeroom teacher, Koharu Shirayama, came and asked them curiously. However, she wasn't alone since she also came with Chihiro. Still, Shishio was already surprised by the appearance of the sudden guest, but why did Chihiro suddenly come? Our progress is good, sensei. Oga-kun is amazing. Yeah, try this, sensei. This is our Dalgona coffee. Dalgona coffee? What is that? Koharu looked at the Dalgona coffee in a dumbfounded manner since it was so fancy that she didn't expect it to be made by her students. However, she didn't hesitate to try it, and she was surprised by how mellow yet sweet this coffee was. Delicious. Did you buy it at the cafe? No, we made it ourselves. Hey? Really? How did you make this? We're using these. Really? Yes. Koharu looked at her glass again, wondering how an instant coffee could become so delicious. Or was her taste comfortable with a cheap taste? Suddenly, she felt conflicted. Serve me one, too, Shishio. Chihiro looked at her nephew with a smile. Yes, yes. He was speechless, but unlike before, he made coffee art. Hey! What is this? Why is it different? They started to make a fuss when he made something different from before. This is latte art. Be quiet for a moment. I am going to concentrate. Everyone shut their mouths and watched him quietly, yet they were dumbfounded by the shape of his latte art. Chihiro's lips also twitched when she saw the latte art which was prepared for her. It's special to you, he said with a gentle smile as he served his coffee. Yet everyone also couldn't say anything since there was a huge heart symbol on the latte. I am so jealous. No one knew who said those words, but this described their emotions at this moment. Thanks. Still, Chihiro accepted the coffee even though she was a bit embarrassed. Watching her sipping the coffee, he smiled and knew that her mood had improved, but why did he feel his aunt's mood was kind of strange before? He thought for a moment and wondered whether it was related to the cultural festival. Or has mom introduced her to some men? He suddenly thought about his mother's words, who told him that she wanted to introduce her to someone. However, if so, she should dress beautifully instead of being sloppy every day. She would also go out instead of staying at the house drinking alcohol or eating low-calorie snacks he made. Sometimes, he also opened a yoga class, which everyone followed and joined, including Mayumi and Sayaka, since having an amazing writer as their teacher was something they couldn't miss. They also knew the benefit of yoga was good for their health and beauty, so no one hesitated. Still, yoga aside, he wondered what he should do with Chihiro. Unlike Hana, who was a married woman, Chihiro was his aunt and the little sister of his mother. The law might not forbid them to be together, and many historical figures also wed their aunts, yet he believed it wouldn't be easy to do this. If he married Hana, while his mother might beat him up, his father might laugh at him. The charm of a married woman was, without a doubt, and the feeling of stealing something from another man was just satisfying, especially when this woman would be crazy under you, forgetting her husband. When he thought about how he could make the face of a virtuous and loving married woman turn into a lewd and dirty woman, it was just unbearable. That was also why he didn't let go of Hana until late at night. If Hana's body could handle him, he might not return until in the morning, spending all of his time with Hana. However, it had been so long since Hana was fucked by someone, so her body was so sensitive when she was fucked by him. Still, she let him do whatever she wanted with him, and her reaction made her feel like he was drunk with pleasure, so he didn't hold back. In the end, she passed out as she slept, so he stopped and left. While he wanted to stay, Hana didn't want Ui to know their relationship, so it was better to leave, but he waited until she regained consciousness, telling her he was going home. Hearing his words, she kissed his lips tenderly before she slept peacefully with a happy smile on her face. It was an amazing night for him, and he couldn't forge it, but then, Hana aside, since she was just a married woman, Chihiro was different. If he really touched Chihiro, he knew that it wouldn't be strange if his parents beat him up, and they might even disown him. No, if he wasn't the only child, he might really be disowned since it wasn't uncommon to see the child of a big family being disowned in this country. If he gave an example, it was like the Prince of England and the Princess of Japan. They were all disowned by the royal family because they married a commoner. It was a common thing in high society. Yuki Nashida might also be disowned if he wasn't his fiancé. Still, with that kiss that they shared, he just couldn't forget about her. So, what's wrong? Why can't I be here if I don't have anything? Chihiro asked annoyedly when she heard his question. Oh, woman. He rolled his eyes at how troublesome a woman was. I thought that you were busy with something. It's okay. I don't have anything to do, so I follow Kohara here, but... Chihiro looked at him and said, if you open a cafe, I will definitely visit it. If the person who opened the cafe was someone else, she might not be that excited, but it was different if the person who opened it was Shishio. She had eaten his food most of the day, so naturally, she knew how delicious it was. Still, she sipped her coffee since she wasn't going to waste it. Please come. Don't hesitate to buy anything here. Yes, yes. Chihiro rolled her eyes when this guy started to advertise his cafe. As the two talked, Kohara looked at them enviously and said, I am envious of your relationship. Having your nephew as your student seems great. After all, being an adult was a lonely thing. One couldn't meet their friends like they used to. This also led to how women always wanted to find a lover since they couldn't stand the loneliness. However, Kohara was single, so she couldn't ease her loneliness. Still, watching how close Shishio and Chihiro were, she thought it would be great to have a nephew, so she could have someone to accompany her. Yet Shishio and Chihiro, the two, could only look away bitterly. Was being a nephew and an aunt great? If it was before, they might not think too much, yet as of now, they wished that they didn't have such a relationship, so that way, everything would be easy. Chihiro took a deep breath and said, all right, I will go back. I need to set up many things. A woman's mind was like this. Their mood was simply impossible to guess. Now that you mention it, your ex-boyfriend is going to become one of the guests at the cultural festival, right? Shishio was stunned, but he didn't show it on his face, only looking at Chihiro. Chihiro also looked at him since she was startled, hoping he didn't misunderstand something. After all, her relationship with her ex-boyfriend wasn't that good, and everything had fallen apart, but when she looked at Shishio, his expression was rather flat. She opened her lips before she closed them again. She could see that he didn't seem to have an interest, which made her sad and frustrated, and she also ridiculed herself since they were an aunt and a nephew. It was impossible for them to be together. What am I dreaming for? It's enough to have a dream when I was young. How old are you now, Chihiro? Even though she was in her 30s, she didn't seem able to dream that her prince and white horse might come. Well, there are a lot of things that I have to do at the cultural festival since I am an art teacher, and many of my students want to display their art. Chihiro then looked at Shishio with a smile and said, I am going back. Do your best with the cultural festival. I am waiting for the cafe, movie, and also the novel. See you later. Thanks for the coffee. She shook her empty glass before she put it down on the table and left. Watching her back, he wondered why it felt so lonely. Right now, he wanted to stop her and hug her from behind. Sorry, I will leave. You can learn by yourself first. So sudden. Wait, Oga-kun. They were startled by his words since they wanted him to teach them more. By the way, I have prepared the SOP, Standard Operation System, on the table over there. Read it and learn, so you will know how to serve the customers and do various things during the cafe. Everything is ready. Don't be lazy. Leaving those words, he quickly left the class. They all looked at each other before they looked at the SOP, which was prepared by Shishio. Koharu also came and looked over since she was also curious. They read the SOP quietly and believed their cafe would become the #1 on the cultural festival. Also, if Shishio made a cafe or a restaurant, they would definitely visit it. He was about to stop Chihiro, but he didn't expect that someone would prank him at that moment. I caught you. He was hugged by someone so suddenly, feeling speechless, before he hesitated and sighed. He looked at this woman helplessly and asked, Harano-san, what are you doing here? 702, Big Sister-in-Law. Chihiro wasn't the only person who looked for him. This woman also looked at him. Yukinashita Harano. If someone forgot who she was the elder sister of Yukinashita Yukino. She was also the eldest daughter of the Yukinashita family. In the future, without a doubt, she would become the matriarch of the Yukinashita family. Still, it made him speechless since this woman suddenly appeared out of nowhere and hugged him in such a childish way. What? Can I bother you if I don't have anything to do? Unlike Chihiro, who could enter the class without worry since she came with Koharu, Harano couldn't do that, so she had been waiting for him. Fortunately, she didn't need to wait too long, so he came out of the class. Yet, who would expect that even if he was walking, he would move so fast? Fortunately, she trained her body well, and she even learned martial arts. Lastly, she also wasn't a student in this school, so she didn't hesitate to chase after him, hugging him tightly, so he couldn't escape. I am your sister-in-law, you know. While she usually wouldn't show such an expression, she puffed her cheeks like a girlfriend who asked her boyfriend to spoil her. If you're my sister-in-law, then you should realize how inappropriate our situation is, right? He looked at her speechlessly, wondering whether she realized that he was the fiancé of her little sister. Harano couldn't say anything at that moment since she had to say that this guy was so cheeky. Shouldn't he feel happy that he was hugged by a beautiful woman like her? If it was someone else, they would lick her feet directly, showing their obedience toward her, yet this guy was something else since he didn't seem to have an interest in her. However, it was quite normal since he was the fiancé of her little sister. Their relationship was also so good that she could see her mother smiling most of the time, which made her a bit creepy, considering how her mother always had this fake smile most of the time. Well, there were some accidents in the middle, but without a doubt, the relationship between Shishio and Yuki Nashida was something clear and settled, and they only needed to wait a time for his legal age before they might marry immediately. Shishio already had a career, so everything was already quite smooth. In the future, when he reaches a certain age, he could also become a governor and a prime minister. With his family background, popularity, and everything, it was an easy thing for him. Everything was so smooth, and even her family could also become better after Shishio and Yuki Nashida tied their knot together, yet why? Why did Harano feel she was quite unhappy? Well, did you come to visit Yukino-senpai? How did you know? Still, his words surprised her since she really came to visit Yuki Nashida, but since he was there, she also decided to visit him. However, she wouldn't say it since she could see this guy might tease her if she said that. After all, it should be her job to tease others, and she didn't want to be teased even though she was the one that always teased others. Well, even if you're such a twisted person. Am I a twisted person? She asked with a kind smile on her face, but if someone saw her, they would know that she was far from happy, even though she knew that it was the truth. But I know you're a sweet sister, and I know that you want to know how your sister is doing now. He patted her head at this moment while looking at her with an expression, how cute. What should I do? However, she couldn't read such an expression on his face. Instead, she had to say that her face was so hot at this moment, but for someone who had been in high society and helped her parents with so many things, she was so good at manipulating her expression and emotions, yet she wasn't immune to this emotion. Whether it was anger, envy, annoyance, or other negative emotions, she believed and could confidently say that she could hide all of them with ease, yet it was different with this emotion. It was an emotion that made her heart lose its calm, and it was in a state of excitement all the time. Still, she was a genius at manipulating, so she quickly adapted even though it wasn't 100%. Shishio-kun, aren't you being rude now? I am your big sister-in-law and older than you, you know? Do you want me to report this to Yukino-chan? Sure, why not? I am sure Yukino-senpai will be more than happy if I humiliate her big sister. Harano. Whether it was the big sister or the little sister, they were all twisted, and he knew that a normal way to get a girl wasn't useful. If he showed an interest in Harano, she would quickly lose interest in him. Instead, if he kept pushing her away, she would always try to get closer to him. Naturally, there was an element of interest and curiosity in the woman, which made her unable to forget about him. However, more importantly, if a man was in love with the sense of domination or conquest, the woman was interested in the sense of taming. Having such a wild, unruly, mysterious, and dangerous man being tamed by her was the feeling a woman loved the most. If the man was already tamed, even if she didn't do anything, she wouldn't even show a glance and just ignored this man. Still, the emotion known as love was something quite hard to predict, and they attacked anyone without mercy, so suddenly, when one was unable to prepare, and when that happened, they would all become the slaves of love and would do their best to fully do their best to make that person happy, no matter how ridiculous and unreasonable their request was. If he had to say, it was like a drug. It made one happy, but without a doubt, it was dangerous. Harano probably got this feeling when she was so close to him. The other girls were also the same since even if he played with them, ruined them, and broke them, they might be okay with it since this was probably what they wanted, and this was why a woman was really an unreasonable and troublesome creature. Yet this was why they were so interesting. Okay, okay. Don't look at me that way. He looked at her helplessly, but he was looking around, wondering where Chihiro was. Still, her speed was so fast that he didn't see her when he walked out of the class. Ex-boyfriend, hey. To be honest, he didn't have much interest in Chihiro's past relationship. What he had an interest in was her current self, not her past self. As for the ex-boyfriend? Who cares? He could do it with a married woman, so what was the point of an ex-boyfriend? Still, suddenly, he realized the feeling that he had for her, but while he was ready, he wasn't sure whether she was ready since when they were together, it would mean something different. It would turn into something grander than a mere lover, soulmate, couple, or something else. Instead, such words might not be able to describe their relationship. It was something more. Something more sacred and pure since when they were together, they would become enemies of the world. No one allowed such a relationship, so what they could do was hide that relationship. It was a similar case to his relationship with Hannah. Yet, at a certain point in his life, he knew he had to let the people he cared about know about their relationship. Hey, are you thinking of someone else when you're with me? Is it a problem? Of course, it is a big problem. When this guy didn't even deny her, she was so furious at this moment. Many would beg and even worship her when they were with her. Their eyes, hearts, attention, and everything would be turned in her direction. In their eyes and minds, no girls except her. This was how it should be, yet this bastard was thinking of another girl. Many might say she was narcissistic, but this is how it was. Whether females or guys, they were all worshipping him as if she was the most beautiful flower in the garden. If he knew what she was thinking, he didn't think that her metaphor was wrong since she was really that beautiful, but this woman was full of thorns and poison, which made him quite lazy to take the initiative to do something. He was also sure that Yuki Nashida would curse him if he did so since doing a Shime-dan was something that was still far away. He might have experience doing a Shime-dan, but now definitely isn't the time. Anyway, do you want to visit Yukino-senpai? Still hearing her words, he decided to ignore them and changed the subject. Sooner or later, you're going to get stabbed by someone. Do you plan to do that on me? Oh? I might do so since I am a twisted woman, right? She hugged his arm, pressed his arm between her breasts, and showed the brightest smile she had ever shown while whispering those words to his ear. Shishio was speechless, especially when she also blew hot air into his ear. Anyway, let's go. Let's a surprise, Yukino-chan. She raised her arm high as she said those words excitedly. I might be stabbed by Yukino-senpai if you do that. She laughed and said, you don't need to worry. I have a connection with the most advanced hospital in this city. You're not trying to stop her. As the two were joking around, suddenly, someone called Harano in a shocked voice. Harano-san. They turned and saw someone familiar. While Shishio almost forgot the name of this young man, Harano linked her arm tighter to Shishio's arm, leaned her head on his shoulder, and greeted this young man with a bright smile. Hey, Hayato. 703, continue. Hayama Hayato. If Shishio didn't have an enhanced memory, he was afraid that he would forget about this young man. How to say, it had been a while since he had met him. The last time they met each other was when Hayama came to the service club to ask for help. By then, neither of them had met the other or talked. Shishio could tell that Hayama didn't like him, and he also didn't like him, or rather, he didn't care. In his mind, Hayama was like an ant. This metaphor might seem a bit too much, but he really thought so. If Hayama only walked on the side, Shishio would just ignore it and walk away, but if Hayama touched his food, Shishio would press him and flick him away. It was like that, and he was sure that everyone also treated the creature known as an ant in a similar way to him. Except for those who loved animals so much, probably since he wasn't sure. However, he could tell that Hayama's stares were quite wrong at this moment. It was like Hayama seemed to be in a state of disbelief, hate, envy, and also many other negative emotions, yet he still tried to mask them with his gentle smile, which seemed so fake at this moment. Naturally, Shishio noticed this, and he looked at Harano, who hugged him so intimately. Instantly, he understood everything, and he could only shake his head at Hayama for falling into such a twisted woman. What was so good about Harano except for her boobs and face? To fall in love with a twisted woman like Harano, who was always plotting a conspiracy, was nothing good. Especially in Hayama's case, he didn't do anything when Yuki Nashida was bullied in elementary school. He left her and did nothing. By now, he regretted it, but everything was too late, and there was no medicine for regret except for a time machine. Harano was also a huge sis-con. If she wasn't, then why should she always help her parents? The answer was simple, and it was because she didn't want Yuki Nashida to be contaminated by the ugly world. Unfortunately, Yuki Nashida didn't want to be protected, and with Harano's twisted love, Yuki Nashida couldn't understand everything, which made their current relationship like this. However, the two of them were alright, and even if their relationship was quite awkward, he knew they loved each other, so he didn't bother about it. Still. Does he like you? He asked this question curiously. She didn't say anything and only looked at him with a smile. She might not say anything, but this smile answered everything. What an unfortunate young man. Hey, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by unfortunate? She was angry when she heard Shishio's words. As the two bickered each other, they ignored Hayato, who was staring in their direction as if waiting for them to say something. Unfortunately, such a time didn't come, and he felt they were flirting in front of him, making him even more uncomfortable. Cough, Harano-san, what are you doing here? Hayato decided to ask once again while trying to get Harano's attention. He might not have realized it, but he tried to ignore Shishio, who was being hugged by her. Shishio also didn't bother to talk with Hayato. Instead, he hugged Harano intimately and whispered, I will go first. She was startled by his intimate action, but this was what she wanted, and she looked at him shyly with a loving expression. Shishio didn't greet Hayama and left while patting Harano's buttocks. Perv. This time, she didn't act and really blushed since this guy was such a bastard for trying to pat the buttocks of his sister-in-law. However, this was clearly seen by Hayato, who was in shock. He was also annoyed when Shishio didn't even put his eyes on him and kept staring at him, yet Shishio only ignored him, which made him helpless. As for anger, Hayato, who was almost part of the high society, knew he didn't have that right. He was being realistic and quickly realized what he was doing, but his anger and jealousy clouded his mind, which made up everything. What's wrong? Harano asked with a smile. When Shishio left, Harano's expression returned to how she was. It was a smile that she showed to everyone, including dogs, bugs, and even trash. After all, in her mind, there was no difference between people with those useless things except for her family and Shishio. The relationship between Hayato and Yukinashida's family might be quite long, especially since he was also the childhood friend of Yukinashida and Harano since his father was the legal lawyer of the Yukinashida family's business. Their relationship had gone on so long, yet Harano didn't treat Hayato much differently from others. Are you dating? No, Harano said simply. Really? He seemed so happy at this moment, but Harano smiled and said, but I love him. Hayato. Bye, Hayato. She waved her hand and left, chasing after Shishio. As for whether she was lying or not, she was the only one who knew about the answer. As for Hayato, no one cared about him at this moment. Shishio, who had left, didn't care about the matter between Harano and Hayato. Instead, he went to visit Yukinashida, who was a part of the committee during the cultural festival. Frankly, he hadn't visited her, and the time they met was quite reduced because of this event, which made him helpless. Still, while he might enjoy it since he wasn't alone and he got a pair of a mother and a daughter, it was a different case with Yukinashida since she was alone. As for Chihiro, he thought for a moment and decided to leave her alone for now. If he suddenly came and talked to her, he was sure she would say nothing. When a woman said nothing, it was the most troublesome thing. It was better to leave her alone for a while or just accompany her, but right now, he felt it was quite inappropriate to accompany her, considering their location and all. As he walked, he was about to reach the committee room, a meeting room usually used by the student councils to talk about various things with the clubs, such as budgets and many other things. However, before he was about to reach, someone hugged him again. I have caught you again. He saw Harano once again, hugging him tightly from his back. It's because I let you catch me. He was helpless, but he said, can you stop doing something so stupid since we're so close to the room? What if Yukino-senpai sees us? Still, he had to say the two sisters were different. If Yukinashida was a graceful and slender type, Harano was a sexy, bold type. Is there trouble if I see you too? The two turned and saw Yukinashida had just walked out of the room, staring at him in silence. Yukino-chan, it's been a while. Harano greeted Yukinashida happily as she kept hugging Shishio. Nei-san. Yukinashida sighed as she let out an exasperated sigh. She looked at Shishio, who looked at her with a pitiful expression, before she looked at Harano. Within just 0.00001 seconds, she quickly understood what was happening. Nei-san, Shishio-kun is busy with the cultural festival. Don't bother him too much. Yukinashida held his hand and pulled him away from Harano before letting him stand behind her, protecting him like a mother hen who protected its baby from the eagle. Harano. You okay? However, he didn't care about the confrontation between Harano and Yukinashida since he felt something strange about Yukinashida. I am okay. What's wrong? Yukinashida asked with some confusion. He didn't say anything and put his hand on her forehead gently. Harano, Yukinashida, and everyone. And not here. Yukinashida blushed, feeling shy. Okay, but tell me if you need help, okay? I know. She nodded, but then she asked, so why are you here? I want to see you. Yukinashida. I miss you. Are you not? I miss you too. Yukinashida said quietly and wanted to hug him, but there were so many people around, so she was so embarrassed at this moment. Sorry for coming so suddenly. I am not a bother, right? You're not a bother here. Really? By the way, I have made something interesting in the home economics room. Do you want to try it? She knew whatever he was going to make, it was going to be good, and she wanted to try it, but she was afraid to bother his class. I will make you later then. Thanks, she said with a gentle smile on her face. It's okay. He looked at her and felt a bit strange, but he didn't say anything since he knew she was quite awkward at expressing her feelings. Cough. Cough. You too. Please don't interrupt the meeting of the committee, Harano said with a stern expression. Who's interrupting? 2x. Shishio and Yukinohita knew that this woman wanted to interrupt the meeting of the cultural festival. However, they also knew their actions also interrupted everyone, so they stopped. However, he had to say that Yukinashita and Harino were sisters since he could see how easy it was for Yukinashita to control her emotion in the situation. By then, he didn't do anything and just watched the meeting room while greeting the person he knew, including Hikigaya. He also saw the girl, who tricked his system in this room, but he didn't bother to greet her since if he did so, he was afraid this girl would be targeted by Harino. When Harino entered, everything was like in the original where she was going to help, and the student council was also happy to accept her help. However, unlike in the original, the student council was male, and strangely enough, this student council often stared at him from time to time. Why? Yet he decided to ignore the gaze and return since everything hadn't finished. Everything was so smooth, and everything was moving in the right direction, but who would have thought, in the middle of the night, he had received a call from one of his girlfriends? Shishio. 704, sick. Cough. Cough. Yukinohita realized that she might work too hard. Right now, she was on her way to return to her apartment. While unlike in the original, where many slacked off committee jobs, that didn't mean the work would be reduced. Instead, as a regional event, no one was allowed to make a mistake, which made their work even busier. This event was also held for a week, which made it even longer than any cultural festivals in other schools since they would mostly do the cultural festival for a day or two. If Swime didn't have an art department, many would scold this school since it was better to study instead of wasting the students' time doing a cultural festival. Naturally, everyone's opinions were varied, and it was impossible to force one opinion on others. Still, it didn't change the fact it was such hard work to prepare for this cultural festival. It was also why the student council president was so happy when he knew that everyone in the Sakurasu wanted to do something to make this event more festive. Including how Harino decided to help. Everyone also happily agreed since the more help, the better it was. Harino was an alumnus, and the cultural festival during her time was also known as one of the most successful, which made everyone believe that they could also do better, if not at least the same. Yukinashita didn't have an objection to this since even if she wanted to reject it, it would be useless. She also didn't intend to reject Harino's help since Harino's help was extremely useful, considering how busy she was. While she was a committee member, her position was also relatively high, and because of this, her job was also quite a lot. At night, she also needed to continue to edit their movie projects. She was busy, but she didn't ask anyone for help since this was how she usually was, and she didn't want to bother him, especially when she knew how busy he was. She knew if she asked, he would help, but this wasn't something that she wanted since she didn't want to become a vase. She wanted to be a woman who stood by his side and supported each other, so she forced herself. Yet during the autumn, the weather was somewhat unpredictable. Sometimes, it was raining, and sometimes, it was also quite cool. She also happened to be tired, so a few days ago, she quickly realized she had gotten sick. However, it was just the flu, and it was nothing big. She felt it would heal after a few days, yet it had worsened. Her head was rather fuzzy, and she felt the world was twisted. It was like she was inside a washing machine, especially when she was sitting on the bus. However, she forced herself to go back to her apartment. She walked alone, but she stopped for a moment, looking at his apartment in the distance before she continued to walk to her apartment. As she continued to walk, she was able to reach her apartment, but after changing into comfortable clothes with all of her might, she didn't take a rest but looked at her laptop to continue the editing, but at a certain part of the movie, she was a bit confused about what to edit and decided to call him Shishio. Before she finished what she was saying, she passed out. Senpai? Senpai? Yukinashita wasn't sure, but she felt that her body was comfortable for some reason. Before, it felt so horrible that she wanted to throw up anything, but now, it was all warm. While she closed her eyes, she sought that warmth and quickly realized that it was a hand holding her. It was the source of this warmth. She opened her eyes lightly and blinked her eyes, feeling a bit confused since she was on her bed, but she turned her head and was surprised to see him there, holding her hand. Still, her expression quickly softened, and she held her hand tighter while watching him. She had always thought that loneliness didn't bother her a bit, especially after she had gotten used to being alone. However, everything changed when she fell in love with him. When she didn't see him, she felt everything was so boring. Everything was so grey, like it was so pointless. In the classroom, the hallway, the stairs, the path he usually took to go home, she subconsciously looked for his figure. As she moved, he also woke up for a moment and smiled when he saw she had woken up. Good morning. Morning. She was dumbfounded by his words. Isn't it at night? The sky was dark, so she thought it was at night, and when she saw her clock, it also showed that it was still at 6. Wait, 6? I have slept for an entire night. While she felt better, she felt her body was quite sluggish, However, she understood the reason since she had been sleeping for a while. It seems there is a storm today. The school is also on holiday. You're not happy? Well, there is still a lot of work. It can't be helped. Who can fight against nature? You can just work hard the next day. More importantly, you should rest more. Also, didn't I tell you to tell me when you need help? He was so worried last night when this girl suddenly passed out. If he didn't come last night, he wondered what would happen to her. Sorry. She lowered her head, feeling shy and embarrassed, but she also felt happy since he was worried about her. But it reminds me of that time. At that time, when you confessed to me. She thought about the time when they met for the first time after being separated for so long. At that time, there was heavy rain, and they were trapped in the gazebo alone. Their current situation was quite similar, but their condition was different since they had dated each other now. Weren't you the one who confessed to me? He looked at her with doubt. It was you. She blushed and quickly retorted. No, with my memory, I believe that it is you. No, it's you. As they bickered with each other, suddenly, a noise from Yukinashida's stomach interrupted them. Growl. Are you hungry? I made porridge last night, but I will eat it. She answered without hesitation. Then, I will warm it up. Wait for me here. She reluctantly let go of his hand and watched her leave her room. When he left, she laid her pillow, realizing she had been acting spoiled, which made her embarrassed, and she felt the emotion that she had suppressed might explode anything, which made her worried. However, soon, she felt a headache and realized that she hadn't fully recovered. Fortunately, he didn't leave for too long and quickly returned. What's wrong? Do you feel sick? He rubbed her head gently, which made her feel comfortable. I'll get you some medicine after you eat. There should be medicine in your apartment, right? There should be, but... It is a suppository. It's okay. I will help you to put it in. Yukinashida. It's not my first time. You don't need to worry. Shishio-kun, what do you mean by that? Somehow she realized that being with him would make her day far from boring. As he fed her, he was about to put suppository from her hole, but she felt uncomfortable with her clothes. I will wash you. You haven't recovered, right? Yukinashida blinked her eyes but watched his concerned expression. She hesitated before she nodded shyly. Wait here. While it might be her imagination, she felt that he was as fast as lightning somehow and quickly brought a towel and basin filled with warm water. Okay, I will take off your clothes. She didn't fight back this time and just let him do whatever with her body since her head was a bit overheated, but her consciousness was there, watching him, taking off her clothes one by one. While he did her job carefully, he couldn't help but be taken aback by her body. Her body was slender and beautiful, especially her pink nipples that stood out from her modest breasts. Her breasts might not be big, but they were soft. He even saw her vagina, which was covered by a modest amount of pubic hair. Yukino. As he washed her body with a wet towel, he kept calling her name to keep his sanity from doing something that he shouldn't do to a sick girl. Yet, he had to say, it was hard, especially when he could see her nipples were so hard and a love juice slowly dripped from her vagina. Her sweet moans could also be heard from time to time, making all the blood on his body focus on his erection. Yukinashida's breathing was also rather hard, and she felt her entire body was so hot. She kept looking at his profile, even if her vision was hazy. She wanted to kiss him, and she wanted to do something more with him. Their thoughts were similar, but their situation didn't allow them to do so. While he wanted to wash her body a little longer, he didn't want to make her sick, and he also didn't have confidence that he would do nothing to her. He dried her body with a towel and helped her to put clothes on before he said, "It's time for your medicine." She looked at him for a moment before she rolled over. She didn't dare to look at him and just left everything to him. He didn't say anything and just pulled her pants and panties before he put the suppository into her anus along with his finger for a moment. HMN. She moaned before she scolded him. Shishio. While she was lying on her stomach, she glared at him from the corner of her eyes. I just made sure that the medicine will work well. He pulled up her pants and patted her buttocks gently while praying the medicine worked well. Yukinohita let out a long sigh and rolled over her body again. Okay, go and rest again. I am waiting for you to get better. He moved closer and kissed her forehead gently. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the kiss, but she felt it was far from enough. I want one on my lips too. What a spoiled girl. However, he kissed her lips as he caressed her hair. She enjoyed her kiss before she fell asleep again. Looking at her sleeping face, he looked at his erection before he sighed, wondering what he should do with this. 705, Future. As he watched her sleeping face, he sighed, but he didn't do anything, only holding her hand as he leaned on the bed. If his body wasn't enhanced and strong, his entire body would be stiff now since he was sleeping in an uncomfortable posture. He was so glad that he had a system somehow. Still, he wondered what he should do now. Asterisk rumble. Rumble, asterisk. The storm was rather intense, but he knew it should stop at noon or so, but he was sure that it would stop before night. Naturally, he received a lot of texts and calls, and he answered them quietly, talking with them and asking them whether they were alright since staying in the storm was a scary thing. This was the disadvantage of having a harem since it was impossible for him to be together with all of his women at the same time unless they were in the same place. However, Yuki Nashida came first because of her condition. When everything ended, he could find them one by one, fucking them, and have fun with them. As of now, he realized that he might not pay much attention to the system currently since even if many days had passed, he only glanced at the rewards without thinking much about it. Yet while his reason for not paying attention to it was that he didn't date them because of the rewards he had gotten were so much that they basically numbed him. Still, he had to say he got a lot of rewards since he slept with Ui and Hana on the same night. He thought for a while and decided to check the rewards he got from Ui since she slept with her first. The first thing he got was an orange farm. It might seem small, but this farm was huge, especially the land. If the land was in Tokyo, his net worth would reach tens of billions instantly. However, this orange farm was in the Shizuoka prefecture, which was Akishina's hometown. Was it the bad taste of the system? He wasn't sure, but as long as he got the rewards, they were all good. The orange farm might not give him much money, but it was a good thing since this type of business would give him more influence. It was also a good recreation place, and he could bring all of his women to enjoy the orange when it was time for the harvest. While his first reward was good, his second reward was even better. Bridgestone. It is one of the biggest tire companies in the country. As for this reward, there was no need to explain it anymore since he wasn't sure about his net worth anymore. If he didn't hide the real amount of his assets, he would have become the richest man in this world already. Yet while the second reward was good, his third reward was something that he loved. Shigen. While it might be strange, it was one of the martial arts techniques in a certain famous work. It was only one technique, yet it was dangerous, but it made his fingers as dangerous as a bullet or even more. To be clear, it was a martial art that used the fingers of the user as a weapon. It was a dangerous martial art, and along with his enhanced nail, it made this ability become even more dangerous. While his third reward raised his attacking ability, his fourth reward raised his attacking and escape ability. Shukichi. If someone didn't know about this martial art, it was an ancient martial art of this country. It was a movement technique where he could move so fast when he used it. It was also the reason why he said this skill could increase his attacking and escape abilities, showing how versatile this ability was. Then, how about the next reward? It might be strange, but somehow, he felt he could change this world into a supernatural world, especially with his knowledge. By now, he realized he could create many things, including medicine, which was able to turn someone into a perfect human being. Yet, even if he could make it, he didn't plan to use it since the perfect human being wasn't his limit. However, he knew it would be a good thing for him, especially when he could make a lot of super armies. Oh, right, he could also make his women maintain their youth, which would be a great thing for them. However, out of all the abilities he got from Ui, the last one was the most amazing. Enhanced brain. Someone often said that a human could use 10% of their brain. Probably. However, even if he could only use 10% of his brain, he believed his brain was better than all the people in this world. By now, he might have transcended humanity and become a perfect life form, an ultimate being, Shishio Oga. Joke aside, he really felt so somehow. The only thing that he needed to be careful about in this world was Jojo now. Fortunately, that guy didn't exist in this world. Yet, this wasn't the end. The mother and daughter had given him many things, and it really amazed him. When he saw the list of rewards, a certain thought appeared in his mind, especially when he saw his first reward. Kifune Shrine. It was a famous shrine in Kyoto. It was one of the shrines which were supported by the government because of its history and meaning, considering this shrine had existed since the Heian era. Unlike the Buddhist temple, the Kifune Shrine was a Shinto, which meant it worshipped the gods which existed originally in this country. It happened that this shrine worshipped the god of water and was also known as famous for matchmaking, which made many people who wanted to bless their marriage or a child often come to this shrine. Strangely enough, his second reward was an occultism mastery, which gave him a complete knowledge of all occult and also religions. His fourth reward, too, was an astrology mastery, which gave him knowledge of celestial objects. Along with a feng shui mastery he got from Hana, suddenly, he wondered whether he should make his own religion. Was it possible? Naturally. Every religion started small, and only a few people followed it. By then, it had grown, and many people followed. In the future history, a famous religious leader might become part of his achievement. However, building a religion wasn't easy, and it needed a long time, so instead of thinking something like that, it was better to check the rest of his rewards. His third reward was Navigation Mastery, which gave him mastery over navigation. In other words, he wouldn't get lost, and no matter how chaotic the situation was, he should be able to reach the safest path when he was on the trip. It was a strange ability, but when he combined it with his Feng Shui mastery, it would give him an unexpected surprise. Still, his fifth reward confused him a bit. Animal affinity. Would you be liked by an animal? That might be so since Hikari, his cat, was always stuck on him now. However, more importantly, he realized that the girls also stuck with him, which made him realize that all females were nothing but lewd little animals, which made them always want him to dominate and impregnate them. To be honest, with how they usually had sex, it was amazing that his women didn't get pregnant. However, everything was because of his enhanced balls, which made him able to control his semen. Still, was he ready for children? As of now, he wasn't ready, but one thing was for sure, he would have them at least. He wasn't going to have them until he graduated from high school. Probably. After all, an accident could happen. Especially those who were older than him, since he could see they wanted to have his children. As for his last reward, predatory instinct, hey. By now, he might really have become a beast. With this reward, he also got this animistic vibe around him, but the main function of this ability was the instinct that came from it. It gave him an instinct for how to take down his prey, like how a predator did. Lastly, it might be strange to say this, but with this reward, he didn't have a fear in his heart, and when a man didn't have a fear, they were practically invincible. Right now, he might say that he was the strongest in the world, yet he knew that he couldn't take this title immediately since someone owned this title, so he had to steal it, or like a lion king, who felt threatened by the other lion, or its kids, he felt this strongest person might come at him sooner or later. However, he didn't care since the world was big. How could this person find him? As of now, he decided to focus on Yuki Nashida first. He gently caressed her bangs slightly, and he saw her breathing gently, causing her breasts to swell up and down from time to time. Still, he sighed, but he didn't wake her up since she was still sick. When he knew he could do nothing, he decided to close his eyes and sleep, since watching her sleeping also made him a bit sleepy. As he slept quite long, he suddenly woke up when he saw Yuki Nashida kissing his lips. 706, lewd. When he slept so soundly, it was impossible for him not to be awoken by Yuki Nashida, who was straddling his lap and kissing his lips. The pleasure aside, he was dumbfounded since it was his first time seeing her like this. At that moment, she was so bold, hugging him like he was the one she loved the most as she enjoyed his lips lewdly. It was something that one wouldn't think would happen to her since, with her dignified, prideful, shy and awkward way of loving someone, the chance she would do something like this was relatively small. Usually, with how their relationship was, he was the one who took the initiative, and she accepted him as a virtuous wife who obediently followed her husband's wish. Yet now, she was different. She really became a lewd little animal that wanted him to impregnate her. She didn't seem to notice that he had woken up, only faithfully kissing, licking and sucking his lips. It was his first time seeing such an expression since she usually held her expression calmly, so this change gave him a natural reaction. All the blood on his body moved into his penis and caused an erection on his penis. She quickly realized the change in his body, and she also realized he had woken up. You have woken up. Her face quickly flushed red and turned shy, but she didn't move away from him and kept staring at him with an obsessed expression. Yet, more importantly, as she leaned her body forward, her nipples were shown through the gap in her pajamas. She also didn't wear a bra, so her breasts seemed bigger than usual. While he gulped, he tried to calm himself and said, "I just did. It's impossible for me to continue to sleep in such a situation." He looked at her and asked, "But aren't you too reckless? You're still sick." While he was happy with what she was doing, he was also worried about her since he knew how weak her body was. "I am okay. You can check it yourself." She raised her bangs and pressed her forehead against his. "It's good, right? What's wrong with her?" He was quite flabbergasted, but this was good, so he didn't say anything. "You know, when you're by my side, my heart has been beating so hard, especially since you washed my body before. My body was so hot, and I felt I couldn't suppress my desire anymore." She kissed his lips sloppily while hugging him intimately. "I love you, Shishio." "Me too." Still, this caused him a natural reaction, and Yuki Nashida quickly realized this. She didn't move away from him and looked at him with a lewd expression. "It's okay. You can do whatever you want." She whispered those thoughts right into his ear, yet those words quickly melted all of his rationality. He didn't say much nonsense and just lifted her body onto the bed, turning her into a woman. As for Yuki Nashida, she wondered why she only let him do this now. Finally, she could no longer support her guys, and now, she was conquered by him, becoming a woman that she had never thought to be. While he wanted to do more, she had just recovered, so he didn't force her. Meanwhile, Yuki Nashida lay on Shishio's chest, trying to catch her breath with a blush on her face. She realized how crazy she was before, and it made her blush from shyness. Why did you blush now? It can't be helped, okay. He only laughed and caressed her hair gently, which made her annoyed, but she didn't part away from him and snuggled into him further like a docile cat. By the way, can I ask you something? You seemed so weird before. May I ask the reason? When they were about to do it in the past, she seemed to be hesitant, yet now, she was so excited and bold, which made him quite confused by the change. What's happening? Did she have a double personality? While such a thing only appeared in fiction, in this story, such a thing might appear. He might be able to read what people thought from their micro-expressions, but it didn't mean he could read someone's mind, so he needed to ask what others thought so he could understand them better. Hearing this question, she seemed to hesitate before she sighed. I am afraid that you might be disillusioned by me. Her voice was quiet, and she seemed so nervous, which was different from how she usually was. You mean you love me so much that you're afraid that you might make me disgusted or disillusioned at you? He didn't know what to say at that moment. To be honest, when they confirmed their relationship and shared that kiss, she wanted to do a lover thing with him. She wanted him to do whatever he wanted with her body, especially when she happened to catch him doing something with other girls in his apartment. While she wasn't sure if he did it deliberately or accidentally, she didn't feel angry. Instead, she became more excited since many women were crazy about him, yet no matter how many women he had, she would be his official wife and probably the one that he would bring the most during an important moment since, unlike the others, she was the ones with the best knowledge to help his careers. She wanted him to do hers and have sex like a mindless animal. Yet she was afraid. She was afraid if her thought was known, she would be disgusted by him, or he might hate her. After all, she knew once they did it, she wouldn't be able to suppress her emotion any longer. Your problem is strangely cute. What do you mean? I am seriously thinking of this problem, you know. When she was serious, this guy was only joking around, which made her quite annoyed. It's okay. You don't need to worry. It's something normal for a girl to be a pervert. I am not a pervert. Let's do it again. Now. Yes. But. What's wrong? She seemed to hesitate for a while. The movie hasn't been fully edited. Shishio was in front of Yuki Nashida's laptop, editing their movie with a serious expression. Yuki Nashida didn't bother him. Instead, she went to cook food for him since they planned to have a late lunch. There wasn't much food in her apartment, so they went out together to buy something at the grocery stores. Still, if it was before, she might stubbornly refuse to let him edit the movie, but in that exchange, she was no longer struggling, and she knew that with the limited time, it was better to leave everything to him. As for where her confidence came from? Naturally, it was from his everyday activities. He might seem sloppy and a womanizer, but when he was doing his job, he was serious and even focused on his job. In other words, as long as it was time for his job, even if the girls pleaded with him to play, he didn't listen to them. Still, even if he did his job, he didn't forget his woman. This was what she loved the most about him. Work is work. Love is love. Even if he loved them, it didn't mean he was going to put down his ambition. When he was still working, she didn't bother him, even if the food was ready. Still, she looked at him for a while and thought of something. He edited the movie but suddenly noticed Yuki Nashida, who got closer to him. What's wrong? Let me give you thanks. Hey. He was dumbfounded when she suddenly squatted down between his legs and tied her hair in a ponytail. From this position, he could also see her pink nipples on her slightly oversized bra, which made her kind of cute since she wasn't reconciled with her bra size. Yet he was dumbfounded by what she was doing. She pulled out his penis and started to put it into her mouth. While he hissed from the pleasure, he looked at her for a while, wondering whether this was all right. Does it hurt? Sorry, it's my first time. She quickly asked since his reaction surprised him. No, contradictory. It feels good. It didn't really feel good since it was her first time, but when he thought about how this proud woman would squat between his legs and suck his penis, it enhanced the pleasure. Really? That's good. You should focus on your job. I will do my job. Are you asking me to focus on this situation? How could he? While he felt speechless, he had to say while she didn't do it deliberately, every one of her gestures was just too seductive. Still, he did his job seriously, but if someone observed him, they could see that the speed he did the editing was so fast. While Yuki Nashida's laptop was the best in the current year, it was still far compared to his laptop or the life of his previous life, so it took a little while for him to finish, but when he finished, he also finished her mouth. When he came, she was startled, but she tried to drink all of his semen. You okay? He didn't stop her but asked her curiously since she was so bold. She gulped and opened her mouth. He said nothing and lifted her body before placing her on the table. Hey, what are you doing? What about your job? I have finished it. What about the food? I have cooked it. You can warm it up later. Anyway, it is your fault. Do you think I can concentrate when you're so lewd? By now, she realized that her man was more perverted than him, but in the end, she hugged him tightly as she let out a sweet moan since she realized that she was also quite perverted. 707, Seed. While he wanted to do more, her body might not be able to handle him, so in the end, they decided to eat. The editing was over, and as expected, everything was solved smoothly as long as he did it. Especially when he also had an artificial intelligence that helped him with various things. While many might not understand the importance of this thing, it was necessary, especially to help to protect the server of his companies. Under his leadership, many of the companies that had his shares grew bigger and bigger. Naturally, this wasn't something happy for the competitors, so they wanted to do their best to sabotage him, including by using hackers. However, those hackers were useless, and they were quickly caught by his security companies, disappeared, or worked while under his mercy. Those who troubled him also couldn't come out unscathed since much of their data was messed up, and many things were stolen, yet they could do nothing. So, what could they do? The only thing they could do was send an assassin. Unfortunately, they didn't know him, and he also had powerful mercenary companies, which erased all of those assassins before they were able to get close. By now, he realized that the more money he had, the more trouble he got. Unlike in the past, when a bandit was clear to the eyes. Right now, the bandit is more sophisticated. They were wearing suits and expensive things, proudly showing their result without shame, and told all of them what they did was a legal thing. Well, it didn't really matter now since, as he ate, he checked the rewards he got from Yuki Nashida. There was no doubt the rewards he gained from the stem were amazing. Even the first reward, he got land in Tokyo, which was worth at least a few billion. By now, he wasn't sure how rich he was at that moment. As for his second reward, he got 33% shares of Obayashi Corporation. If someone didn't know this company, it was natural, but it was one of 5 major construction companies. If he wasn't wrong, this was also one of the most ambitious companies since it wanted to build a space elevator before 2050. Would he stop it? Probably not, since he thought it was fun. As for his third reward, he got 51% shares of the port of Nagoya, which was the largest and busiest port in this country. With so many ports in this country, this port accounted for about 10% of the total trade value of Japan, showing how amazing this port was. By now, even if he didn't do anything, he was sure that money would come into his pocket. As for his fourth reward, he got 33% shares of Mizuho Financial Group, which was one of 3 mega banks in this country. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Yuki Nashida with a complicated gaze. Right now, he was sure that no one was richer than him. It could be said that he had become the hidden boss that controlled this world. Right now, it wouldn't be weird to call himself the strongest person in the world. And everything's because of her. He might have a lot of business, but he lacked a bank. However, now, he no longer lacked that business, and everything was completed. By now, his hands had reached almost the corner of everyone in this world. The only things left are food and energy. Hey! He got almost everything but only those 2, and once he got that, it wouldn't be strange of him to control this country. He could also control the economics of the country nearby, such as in Southeast Asia, which held 1/4 of the world's population. What's wrong? She asked with confusion. It's okay. I am surprised that your food is good. Do you think I am an Aja-sama who doesn't know how to cook? You're not, right? I am not, but your tone makes me a bit angry just now. She stared at him and said, I am going to the top later. You want to do it again? Can you? I don't mind, but today is your first time, after all. Honestly, she forced herself to say that since she was exhausted at that moment. While she appeared strong and had to say the pleasure was so good, she wanted to sleep at that moment. Then, sleep with me tonight. Okay. She smiled and continued to eat since she needed to have a lot of stamina to fight him. On the other hand, he realized he might have corrupted this girl who made him want to scold his penis. No, he might need to praise it. However, this was something normal since this was the result of anyone copulating with him. He thought for a while and realized he was invincible as long as he had this penis. Still, he quickly threw his stupid thoughts away since he was going to check his next reward. Enhanced survivability, hey! It was a good ability, but he wasn't sure whether he would use it since it could only be used during a critical moment. The use of this ability was quite simple. It was so he wouldn't die. If he explained it in detail, he could survive things that average members of his species couldn't, allowing him to receive horrific and grievous injuries without dying. It was good, but the next reward was more interesting. Enhanced learning. By now, he felt his head was cleared up, and he felt he could learn anything as easily as turning his hand, especially when he had an enhanced brain and a body that supported him to do almost everything in this world. He let out a helpless sigh, feeling that he really had become a perfect creature somehow. Did this mean he was going to become a god? Probably, yes, probably, no. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. By the way. Did you seduce my sister? He stopped his chopsticks and looked at Yuki Nashida, who looked at him with a suspicious gaze. Why do you think so? Don't you think that she was the one who seduced me? So you were being seduced by her? While he was speechless, he explained, I didn't mean that, but your sister, how to say it? What? She might like me. Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio momentarily and wanted to say he was narcissistic, but he could even seduce herself, so it should be possible to seduce her sister, right? Yet it was hard to imagine how such a twisted sister could fall for a man. By the way, did Hayama-senpai fall for her? Probably. She looked at him with doubt before she shook her head. I am not sure, but why do you mention him now? Well, he saw us hugging each other intimately, and I saw his expression like he saw the world was over. She suddenly chuckled, which made him speechless. However, one thing was for sure. He knew this girl had some grudge toward Hayama Hayato. By the way, can I ask something? What? If by chance your sister attacks me, what will you do? He wondered what she was going to say. However, she only smiled gently and asked softly, what do you think I will do to you, Shishio-kun? Sorry for the question. He decided to apologize. She let out a long sigh and grasped his penis. Maybe, I should put a lock on this thing, so you won't mess around the outside. Did Yuki Nashida have such a character? Why didn't he know? Wait. Was it because of him? He felt conflicted, but before he said something, she said, personally, I don't mind. However, she was dumbfounded by his reaction since he suddenly put his hand on her forehead. What are you doing? No, I wonder whether you're still sick. I am perfectly healthy now. She was speechless, but she said, I don't mind since you also have a lot of relationships with a pair of sisters, right? Shishio. Maybe, next time, you will try to seduce a pair of mother and a daughter. Yuki Nashida suddenly locked her gaze against his. Shishio. Anyway, leaving that matter aside, even if you can be together, you can't marry my sister, Yuki Nashida said simply. Because she is the heir of the Yuki Nashida family. Yes. She nodded and said, to be honest, I can't imagine her marrying anyone. You have such a view toward your sister. She is more complicated than you think, so even if you really love each other in the future, she won't marry you. He didn't say anything but knew that he couldn't apply what the majority thought to the few. While many women wanted to marry, few also wanted to stay single or just have a relationship like a lover since sometimes the responsibility as a wife was too much for them to bear. But even if you're not together, she might ask your seed to impregnate her. Do you think I am a stallion? He wanted to put her on his lap and spank her buttstock, but somehow he didn't feel surprised. It was like how many would ask a good, fast, and powerful horse to seed the female horse. Such a thing also happened to humanity. Yet, he felt conflicted when this girl said something like that so blatantly to him. When he finished his dinner, he wiped his lips with a tissue and stood up. Then, he walked to her, picked her up, and walked away. Hey? Where are we going? Let's take a bath. She didn't believe his words, but she knew she had hit his nerve and she might be punished, yet she was so excited at this moment. 708, Abrupt. The cultural festival would be held soon, and now, he was with the literature club with all of the members who also happened to be his girlfriends. It was definitely a coincidence, and it had nothing to do with the fact he was so thirsty that he would lay his claws on every girl he saw. Yet what he didn't know, in the morning an accident happened. Hirotsuka Shizuka, Hina Tachibana, and Chihiro, who came to the teacher's room together, were stunned when everyone's teachers seemed to discuss something. The mood around them was strange, and this atmosphere made them quite nervous, especially when Koharu looked at them worriedly. What's wrong, Koharu? Even though Chihiro didn't do anything wrong, she felt pretty nervous since she knew she had done something wrong to Shishio, especially when she kissed his lips that night. Like him, she couldn't forget about that kiss, which was why she subconsciously felt guilty when someone looked at her with such an expression. Hina also wasn't much better since she had a certain guilty conscience. Meanwhile, Hirotsuka seemed better, but inwardly, her heart was beating so fast. What's wrong? This is what they wanted to know, yet at the same time, they were also worried about knowing. As for why they felt this worried even though they knew nothing, it was just because of a feeling, and it was because they knew they had done a wrong thing. Well, Chihiro, listen to this. Koharu approached the three and said, we received an anonymous letter through fax. Anonymous fax. 3x. Yes. I wonder what it meant by a lecherous teacher. 3x. Chihiro was stunned, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she glanced at Hirotsuka and Hina, who seemed shocked and had pale faces. However, after being momentarily stunned, they quickly approached the group of teachers to see the letter. I am sorry. Please let me see the anonymous letter. The three scrambled forward and passed through a group of teachers before they saw the letter. Kirireiji is a lecherous teacher. 3x. The other teachers asked them whether they knew anything, but they answered they didn't know. Yet, they had to say they sighed in relief inwardly. Chihiro looked at Hina and Hirotsuka before she shook her head. Why should she be nervous? Damn it. She let out a long sigh, wondering whether he could get away from her mind. Still, while everyone was in their own thoughts, suddenly Kiria entered, and everyone looked at him with various emotions. In the literature club, everyone was preparing for the cultural festival. The girls were all excited, and they thought that they should also make a cafe too. While he was speechless, he didn't stop them since he knew it was also Rui Tachibana's chance to show her skill to the public. Unlike a real restaurant where the reputation was on the stage, and one wrong food might lead to the bankruptcy of the business, a cultural festival was different since the one who did it was a student. Even if they failed, they were forgiven since they were in the process of learning. Even if they fail, it could also become a good experience for them. While Rui was thinking about the menu with Shishio, the others tried to make this place into a horror room. Naturally, they also talked to each other since when girls were together, the quiet room would turn into a rowdy market. Your class will also do a cafe, right? Is it okay to help us? Ashihara Miu asked Nanami, Nana, Maya, and Meiko. Everyone knew that Shishio's class would definitely go all out, so Miu wondered whether Nanami, Nana, Maya, and Meiko would be alright to help with the cultural festival in the literature club. It's alright. It's alright. We're not the only students there. Of course, we can't be here all the time, Nana said with ease. However, her words were right. Even if their class was doing something, it didn't mean they all would rely on them all the time. Everyone was working together, so everything had to be fair. But the uniform in your class is so cute. Momo Kashiwabara squealed as she looked at the uniform in Shishio's class. Our uniform isn't that bad, you know. Mai suddenly said. Mai's words weren't wrong since they were going to wear a nun uniform. It feels like we're going to open a horror cafe, though. Isn't it fine? It's special and definitely attracts everyone's attention. By the way, Mashiro, what's your class doing? Everyone was looking at Shina, who was drawing something lazily on the couch. Cafe. Shishio was speechless, wondering how many cafes were going to exist in this school, but he also knew that it was easier to do a cafe, and with the number of people that came to the cultural festival, it would be great to have more cafes. It was also impossible for a similar cafe to appear at the same time since the student council and committee wouldn't allow it. Shishio, did you listen to me? Suddenly, Rui's voice awoke him. What are we talking about again? Rui sighed and asked, what do you think we should serve? I guess a cake or a sweet is better. Can I ask the reason? Rui asked since she thought she should prepare something savory such as pizza or pasta. She had heard about his experience before, and she also had visited the unique pizza restaurant with him, so she also wanted to do the same. We are a literature club. We'll be doing our cafe here, but look around us. Around us? Rui looked around and failed to understand what he meant. There are a lot of books around us. So, if you cook something with a fire, what if it burns the book? By then, this whole room might also be burnt. Everyone, who happened to hear their conversation, was speechless, but they knew that this was the real concern of doing a cafe on the literature club. While their small was a chance, it was still possible for the books to be caught on fire. By then, what would they do? Shishio wouldn't be with them all the time, and if something happened, they might panic and get the situation more serious. Let's not do something with a fire. They all agreed. Then, a sweet. Yeah. A sweet, hey? Like a tiramisu. Tiramisu, bomboloni, affogato, marzipan, but let's not do too much. They are troublesome and take a long time to make, after all. Still, it might just be a whim, but how about we add an element of our theme to those sweets? You mean to add the element of horror to our sweets? Rui became very interested. Yeah. Can you give me an example? He thought for a moment and said, how about a bloody tiramisu? Bloody tiramisu. We can use strawberry or cranberry jam to add a red color. By then, the tiramisu will have a red color of the blood. Oh. If that isn't enough, we can make a lady finger with the shape of a real finger. I am sure that it will be creepy, though. They could imagine that it was creepy, yet it made them even more excited. Everyone started talking about what kind of sweets they should serve and consulted Shishio and Rui about whether it was possible. After all, among them, the two were professional chefs. Then, how about a drink? Drink? When this question fell, they were all looking at Shishio. He thought for a moment and said, how about tomato juice? Tomato juice? Well, it's like the color of blood, but... how to say, it lacked an impact somehow. Then, do you want to put it in the blood bag? Is it possible? It's possible, but the cost is going to be high, you know? A blood bag isn't cheap after all. It was possible for him to get a blood bag since he had a hospital, and it was also easy for him to search for the supplier, but once again, it was troublesome, so he said, but if we do that, the main attraction of the literature club won't be our book. Instead, it will be a cafe. Are you okay with that? We have worked hard to write our stories and put them into a book, yet everyone is only coming to us because of our cafe. Are you okay with that? They were all in silence and felt that his words were right. However, Sheena said, Shishio is just being lazy. Everyone. Sheena-san, do you not want to eat Baumkuchen tonight? No. Sheena quickly hugged him, begging so he wouldn't be cruel to her. He patted her head helplessly, but he asked her to wear a nun outfit tonight, which made her agree. Everyone who heard it had a strange yet lewd expression since they knew tonight's theme was a nun. As for him, he might have dressed into a demon, and it was their duty to defeat him. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the literature club became subtle. Ritsu, Maya, and Mako looked at each other helplessly and felt a bit troubled by this, yet they didn't walk away and somehow wanted to join this atmosphere. Still, they had to say they decided not to do a bloody bag beverage unless the cost was cheap enough. As for putting the drink in the bloody bag, there were many of them, so everything would be okay, right? Anyway, they had been living in his apartment building to prepare for this cultural festival, and there were many things there, so their preparation was quite easy. By the way, how much are we going to sell our book again? 150 yen. It's okay, right? Well, it's good enough. 150 yen. It wasn't expensive, and the inflation wasn't so high in 2005, so 150 yen was a good price. By the way, we have prepared the priest outfit for you. Do you want to wear it? Suddenly, Saki Kawasaki took out his priest uniform. While it was unexpected, her sewing skill was amazing. Now. But we're at the club. He was speechless by how eager they were. Isn't it all right? Maya, Mako, and Ritsu wanted to say something, but they held it and just followed the flow. Do I have the right to refuse? No. They quickly gathered around him and tried to take off his uniform forcefully like a group of hyenas that saw their prey, but suddenly the door opened. They were all in silence, watching the person who had entered. The person who entered was also stunned before his eyes were looking at Shishio's body. Kirya Reiji. Fortunately, it was their teacher who entered. Kirya looked at Shishio's body for a while and said, next time, you should lock the door. He closed the door and left. Shishio wanted to say, wait, yet he felt reluctant, especially when Kirya's gaze made him shudder. 709, creepy. How is it? Unlike before, Shishio wore a priest outfit while standing before everyone. No one said anything, and they stared at him, yet if one looked closely, one could see how hard their breathing was. Kirya was also the same, and he kept staring at him, which made him want to poke his eyes somehow. It's good. Yeah. But it isn't so surprising, right? Well, that's true. If they were asked who was the most handsome guy in the world, they would say it was him without hesitation, so they didn't feel surprised when he was so handsome in this clothing. Shishio, watch here. Put a stern expression. Over here. Over here. Look at the camera. Shishio realized that everything had become a camera session, which made him speechless, but he didn't say anything and let them take a picture of him, yet why had Kirya also joined? Shouldn't you look at the girls? However, that might also be the reason why he didn't think too much when Kirya was around. After all, in his impression, Kirya swung that way. Still, when he looked at Kirya, he could see somehow that Kirya's complexion was a bit cloudy. It might be because Kirya was around with everyone that no one noticed, and he seemed happy for some certain reason, which he didn't want to know. Kirya-sensei. What's wrong, Oga-kun? Are you all right? Kirya was silent, stunned, but he asked, why did you ask that? He wondered whether what had happened in the teaching room was known. Was it because of the other teachers? Or was it because the talk had spread? The only thing he regretted, he wondered why it happened when everyone was about to welcome the cultural festival. When everyone was having fun and was about to meet the most enjoyable moment of their youth, why did he meet this situation? No, I just felt that your complexion is a bit bad, so I thought you didn't feel comfortable. So are you all right? If you are uncomfortable, do you want me to send you to the infirmary? Really? I can't see the difference. How did you notice it? The girls were dumbfounded, wondering how Shishio could see all of that. They felt that Kirya was healthy, and they couldn't see anything. Still, Kiria stared at Shishio for a while and said, I might fall for you if you keep saying something like that, you know. Everyone. Shishio felt a shudder and had goosebumps on his hands. Sensei, there are some jokes that you should say and shouldn't, you know. How cute. Shut up. Kiria wanted to tease him a little longer, but when he saw Shishio was really going to explode like a volcano, he stopped. He knew that even if he swung that way, this guy didn't do anything, but if he did too much, he wasn't sure what this guy was going to do. However, Kiria thought for a while and somehow felt that a guy was better than a woman somehow since they weren't so troublesome, and it felt better being cared for. Shishio didn't care what Kiria was thinking, and he had already retreated behind Shina, Rui, Mai, and Saki, creating a barrier, and a wall, so his teacher wouldn't get close to him. He might have dressed as a priest, but he was still a human. Naturally, he wasn't as tolerant as the real priest. As for the girls, unexpectedly, they were quite normal, especially Saki, who had Hina in her class, and she also met a real transgender cafe in the past, which was an unforgettable memory of her. Kiria's joke was nothing to them since it wasn't uncommon to see a guy who also fell for him. As for Shishio, he didn't really want to accept it, but the reality was like that, which made him helpless. Still, while everyone continued to do their job, such as putting up the decoration, he received a call from Hiratsuka. Sorry. He moved away and walked near the window, watching the scenery below that showed the scenery of the football field. He could see many students walking back and forth, holding many things in their hands with a smile or exasperated emotions because of the cultural festival that was about to hold. He realized that the mood and the atmosphere of the cultural festival in this school had invaded everyone's mind. In other words, if someone tried to fight this, they would become the enemy of everyone. For some people, it was the greatest enemy, but for him, it was the greatest ally. It depended on how one viewed this matter, but when an atmosphere had gathered, someone needed to do something about it. At least one had to direct it, or else something might happen. Hello. Hey, can you come to Hina's apartment later? You're going to be there. With Ayaka too. Do you want to have a foursome? Can I? Ayaka needs to manage her dorm, right? Oh, I forgot. He slapped his forehead and thought a good thing couldn't happen all the time. But there will be the three of us. Well, that isn't bad at all. Cough. Cough. Hiratsuka-sensei. Suddenly, Hina's voice was heard. Even if he didn't see Hina, he could hear she was embarrassed and also tense for a certain reason. Oh, right. Hiratsuka suddenly realized something, and her voice also became quite solemn. Shishio, something happened this morning. As she started to talk, she didn't hide anything and told him everything. The girls didn't bother him since they thought it was one of the business talks that he usually had. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Instead, it was shocking news, which made him feel strange for some reason. Kiria is interested in women. He was dumbfounded and glanced at Kiria, who discussed which decoration was good. However, what had happened in the teaching room definitely wasn't good, and he was afraid this might affect the literature club. At the same time, he also knew why Hina and Hiratsuka seemed to be nervous at this moment. I will see you later, but thanks for calling me. Hey? Why? Hiratsuka was confused by his words. I just happened to wish to hear your voice, so I am glad. His voice was straight and calm, yet it was filled with longing. Should I visit you now? Hiratsuka's breathing was rather hard, and she lost her focus. All she could think of was him and his voice, which told her he wanted to meet her. Hiratsuka-sensei. Hina was speechless at Hiratsuka, who wanted to do something inappropriate, but she also felt slightly jealous for some reason. He only chuckled and said, let's meet up later in the evening. Still hearing his words, they nodded obediently. Okay. 2x. They didn't really talk that much since what happened to Kiria made the atmosphere around the teacher's room quite tense since everyone wondered whether there were others who were also dating a student or did something inappropriate. When Hiratsuka and Hina finished their calls, they returned to their seats casually. Hina, don't be too tense. Oh. Hina quickly calmed down before she looked at Hiratsuka gratefully. But I am glad that I am not alone, Shizuka-chan. Don't use Chan in my first name when we're working, Hina. Hiratsuka flicked Hina's forehead. Ouch. Hina held her forehead and complained, but didn't you do the same? Anyway, it is all right. You don't need to worry about anything. Hina rolled her eyes and snorted. You know, if someone doesn't know your relationship, they might think you swing that way. Chihiro, who saw everything, looked at the two helplessly. Hina and Hiratsuka. Did you talk with Shishio? Chihiro asked. Yeah. Hiratsuka sat on her seat naturally and said, but unexpectedly, he is rather calm. Well, even if he quits the school, his life won't be affected. Chihiro shrugged her shoulders since she had confidence in her nephew. 2x. How to say, they really didn't know what to say at that moment, but somehow they also believed so since they felt this guy could do anything, yet if possible, they wanted him to graduate first since they knew what kind of ambition he had. When the call was over, he also came to everyone while looking at Kiria. Kiria also happened to look at him. The two looked at each other, but their mood was different from before. They were quite tense. No, it was Kiria who was tense since he knew Shishio should have learned what had happened to him through that call before. As for who called Shishio, he could mostly guess since Shishio didn't really hide his relationship. However, Kiria couldn't do what the teachers that Shishio dated did since, to begin with, he didn't even like A. When Kiria thought that Shishio would interrogate him, Shishio didn't say anything and joined everyone like nothing had happened. He was stunned for a while and didn't know what to do. Sensei, if you're free, how about you help everyone? The faster we finish, the faster we go home, you know. Shishio asked helplessly. Oh. Kiria nodded, but he looked at Shishio helplessly. This casualness, he was afraid if he was a woman, he might have fallen for him already. By the way, don't think something so creepy. Shishio tried to move away from Kiria. It seems we're closer than we imagined, Shishio-kun. Kiria smiled. Stop saying something so creepy. Kiria laughed and thought that the dark clouds on his heart were cleared up, yet he didn't know a storm was about to appear, and it was impossible for him to stop it. As for Shishio, he went to visit Hina's apartment and thought about the night with two teachers. 710, Night Dinner. Whether Shishio or Hiratsuka, they often went to play in Hina's apartment. Naturally, it was his apartment, but he gave it to Hina. Before, he also asked whether Hiratsuka wanted an apartment, too, since he could give it to her, yet unexpectedly, her answer was unique. I am older than you. Instead of having you as my sugar daddy, I should be your sugar mommy. What could he say at this moment? However, he didn't think that Hiratsuka was wrong. If he wanted to, he could have a sugar mommy and become a sugar baby who received the money in exchange for giving them pleasure. He knew that it might be strange for him to say this, but Uegahama Hana often talked to him about whether he wanted pocket money or not. Still, when she said those words, he just pushed her onto the bed and made her scream like an animal. However, one thing was for sure. He realized that whether Hina or Ui, they were all silly. By the way, what did you bring? Is this a new alcohol? Hina and Hiratsuka, who wore an apron on their bodies, asked him when they saw him taking out a card box filled with bottles of alcohol. It's soju. Soju. 2x. An alcoholic from Korea. If we're drinking shaku or beer, then they're drinking this. Oh, then, is it good? Whether Hina or Hiratsuka, they all loved alcohol, so they were happy when he brought something they had never tried. As for that cobra and scorpion alcohol, while the taste was interesting, it wasn't something that they wanted to drink every day. After all, what kind of woman normally wanted to drink such a thing? Still, knowing their meeting, Ayaka was quite envious since she couldn't come. If they could party in Ayaka's dorm, it would be great, but there was something that Hina and Hiratsuka needed to talk about with him, so they decided to do the meeting at Hina's apartment. Do you want to drink it now? 2x. They hesitated for a while, but Hina said, let's do it later. We'll do the cooking first. Yeah, it's better if there is food. Hiratsuka also agreed. However, he looked at the two of them and asked, can you two cook? He planned to cook since he had bought many ingredients, but if they planned to cook, then it was all right. Hiratsuka and Hina felt that they had been insulted. However, Shishio wasn't wrong since he hardly saw the two of them cooking. Instead, it was either he, Rui, or Ayaka, who usually did the cooking. On the other hand, they were just drinking alcohol while watching a comedic show like an old man. Even now, Shishio had never doubted Hiratsuka's words that told him if they married each other, she would tell him to take care of the house instead of working. As for the one who was working, it should be her instead of him. But did a teacher have a future? Naturally. If Hiratsuka was a normal teacher, it might not be possible, but her family's connection was good, and she was also Shishio's woman. If she wanted to, she could become the principal of the school or become the Minister of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology. However, such a thing was still far away. Instead, it was better to think about the dinner they planned to cook. He didn't sit on the sofa and watch the comedic show. Instead, he sat on the counter area while watching them cook after he put all the ingredients he bought in the fridge. Don't look at me like that. You're making me nervous. Yeah, just sit down. Being stared at by Shishio, they had to say they were pretty nervous. It's okay. I am just curious what you are going to make, but, somehow, I feel calm somehow. He thought that they were going to make a biohazard weapon, but it seemed he was thinking too much since they were still ordinary people. Hey, what do you mean by that? 2x. The two blushed and looked at him in a complaint, but they knew well that they weren't good at cooking, so they cooked something easy. But still, you don't need to get nervous. I have watched every part of your body, so you don't need to get embarrassed. 2x. Hiratsuka and Hina had to say he was right, so they didn't stop him and cooked the dish they planned to cook. The first dish, which was ready, was stir-fry meat and bean sprouts with an instant sauce. It was Hiratsuka's specialty, and it was also her favorite food since it was easy to make. What do you think? Hiratsuka asked proudly. It's delicious. He didn't lie since this dish was really delicious. Right. She seemed proud, but she almost fell when she heard his following words. I mean, the taste of the sauce is delicious. What kind of sauce did you use? He took the bottle of instant sauce curiously and realized how culinary in this country had made such an amazing breakthrough in the food culture. Hiratsuka. Ah, it is burning. Hina suddenly panicked, which made the two of them startled, especially when they saw black smoke emerge from the pot. Shishio quickly turned off the fire and asked helplessly, what did you cook? It's a miso soup. Miso soup. 2x. The two looked at the black pot, wondering where Hina put the water since all they could see were just black-colored ingredients. Ah, I forgot the water. Hina slapped her forehead. Shishio and Hiratsuka. It's okay. It's okay. He hugged her and caressed her shoulder gently before he kissed her cheek. Leave the rest to me. What are you going to make? Hiratsuka asked curiously and quickly forgot about his previous insult. Hina also looked at him curiously, wondering what he was going to cook. Unlike usual, this time, she tied her hair in a braid, giving her a mature charm, which reminded him of those young mothers. I have just bought a soju, so we're going to make Korean cuisine. Korean cuisine. 2x. Somehow, they gulped their saliva, and they quickly picked up 2 bottles of soju before they sat on the counter area to watch him cook. They also ate Hiratsuka's stir-fry meat and bean sprouts as a side dish to eat with alcohol. Shishio was speechless, but he didn't say anything since he knew they were all too helpless at cooking. He said nothing and washed the cucumber before cutting it down. What are you going to cook? Is there a cucumber in Korean cuisine? No, it's an appetizer. You can eat it with alcohol. By the way, bring me some soju too. Drinking alcohol while cooking, how wild. As your teacher, I should stop you, but I know you're strong, so here you go. He just drank the soju before he continued to cook. By then, he put the cucumber in the bowl before he put mustard powder and mayonnaise in the bowl, mixing all of them. The two leaned forward, wanting to eat the appetizer directly, but he stopped them since he needed to check the taste. He used chopsticks and ate 2 of the cucumbers before he gave them to them. One dish is ready. A pickled cucumber. Oh. 2x. The two were all excited, and they didn't hesitate to eat the pickled cucumber with relish while they chugged down their soju. By the way, where did you put the grilled pan? What are you going to cook? I have an instant dumpling here. He took out a pack of frozen dumplings, then asked. Should we grill it? Let's do it. 2x. Their eyes were serious, and there was no doubt in their eyes. It might be only a frozen dumpling, but it made them all excited like a child who visited a theme park for the first time. Still, they didn't need to rely on Shishio this time, so they were also going to help. They worked together, taking out the grilling in the living room. Yet he couldn't help but glance at them. They didn't change their clothes, and they still wore their work uniform. However, unlike before, they didn't wear their stockings and shoes. Instead, they were barefoot, showing their slender and white legs and also the shape of their soft buttocks when they squatted to pick up the grilling. However, he quickly shook his head, fighting the demon inside him. Naturally, they noticed his gaze, but they only chuckled and let him stare at them since they had also glanced at him. He didn't change his uniform, but he took off his blazer and rolled the sleeves of his white shirt, showing his muscular and rugged arms, which had some veins on them, making them want him to squeeze their bodies tight. Yet, when they thought about what had happened this morning, it quickly damped their mood like they were splashed with cold water. This isn't the last. What are you going to make next? When they thought the dumpling was the end, he saw him cook something again. Buddy jjigae. Buddy jjigae. 2x. The buddy jjigae was easy to make since what he needed to do was to cut down the ingredients, stir-fry the onion and garlic, slice meats, sausage, kimchi and other things before he poured water, instant dashi, other sauces, kimchi juice, and powder from the instant noodle. Naturally, instant noodles were from Korea since they cooked a Korean dish. Now, the last one. He put the noodles from the instant noodle, then asked, by the way, there should be a portable stove, right? Let me get it, Hina said and walked by his side to pick up the portable stove. Also, can you bring me the spring onion too? Here. Thanks. He kissed Hina's cheek before he cut down the spring onion and put it on top of the buddy jjigae. Hina held her cheek shyly and thought that even if their relationship was known in the future by everyone at the school, she wouldn't give up on staying with him. Hey, it's ready. Hiratsuka asked while looking behind Shishio and Hina. While Hina was blushing, Shishio felt that he was going to punish Hiratsuka's mouth later, but he wondered whether it was a good thing to do that when he knew they were about to eat spicy food. Suddenly, he fell into a dilemma, but he could think about that matter later since he was going to have dinner first. 711, Storm. The boiling heat of biba jjigae, the grilling dumplings, the cold soju, the delicious stir-fry meat and bean sprouts, and also the refreshing yet spicy cucumber. Everything was ready on the table in the living room, and they were all excited about this dinner. But I have to say, I am going to get fat if we eat all of this. Hiratsuka sighed. Hina also wasn't much better. At this dinner, there were too many carbohydrates, which was something that could make them get fat. Well, if you're worried, we can have a tough exercise after this, Shishio said as he ate the dumpling. 2x. Hiratsuka and Hina stared at him speechlessly, but there was a blush on their faces. By the way, don't you want to make a dipping sauce for the dumplings? Did you make one? I did. Hiratsuka showed her a small plate filled with soy sauce. Look. What's wrong? A soy sauce is good, but what about this? He took vinegar and poured it on the small plate before he poured a lot of pepper. Huoa! What is this? He didn't say anything and just dipped his dumpling before he ate it. Delicious. As he chewed it with such an expression, Hina and Hiratsuka gulped, and they also tried his dipping concoction, which made them shake their hands happily. Wait. Wait. Don't take all of them. Make it your own. Their dinner was full of laughter, and every dish was delicious. The only thing that was lacking was white rice, but he was too lazy to make one, so he didn't make it. While eating white rice might make anyone fat, especially at night like this, when one would rest, he didn't fear it since it was impossible for him to get fat. With his sime kicken, all the foods he ate would become his energy instead of fat that would fat him, but it was different for his women. He also didn't want them to resent him since he was the only one who ate the white rice. The dinner was quickly eaten, and they washed the dish before they rested next to each other while watching a comedic show. They didn't do anything and lay there since they needed to digest their food, considering they were eating more than they needed. If I get fat, you will need to take responsibility. Yeah. Take responsibility. He said nothing and rubbed their bellies, which made them blush before they slapped his hands away. Their bellies were slightly bulging from eating, so they were quite embarrassed at this moment. Calm down. We can go to the gym if you want to. Gym. 2x. There is one in my apartment, though, but if you want, you can also join a Silverman gym. What's wrong with that gym? Is there something special about it? It's owned by my family. 2x. It was owned by him, but it was more believable to say that it was owned by his family instead of him. By the way, is there something that you want to talk about? He knew they had something to discuss since they had invited him. 2x. While they thought they were already at the high point of the roller coaster, they realized that they had only reached half of it, especially after he asked this question. They looked at each other helplessly and thought that this guy was sharp. By the way, what do you think of Kirya-san's case? Yeah, why didn't you say anything about it? What is there to say? Shishio sipped the soju and said, he has said that he has done nothing. Instead of doubting him, let's just believe in him. Gossip has always been entertaining for everyone. Naturally, Hiratsuka and Hina were also interested in it, but Shishio knew this wasn't the case. I bet that you were glad when it was Kirya who was in trouble. Ugh. 2x. They lowered their heads since they knew that he was right. They thought it was them, but when they knew it was Kirya, they were so glad at that time since their relationship wasn't known. There might not be rules that forbid a teacher and a student to love and date each other, but society wouldn't allow it, and when that happened, whether it was the teacher or the student would be prosecuted. The students aside, since they were still a minor according to the law, the teachers were in trouble. Whether the teacher was a female or a male, it didn't really matter, but one thing was for sure, their career was over. However, the school probably didn't want the situation to become serious, so they would instead try to hide it since if this matter was known, the reputation of the school would be involved, so the thing was down was probably the teacher was being transferred to another school or being laid off. The school didn't want to have anything to do with this teacher and sent him or her far away. This was the reality, and this made them scared. More importantly, they were afraid to put mud on Shishio's record. Is that what you are worried about? He sounded so helpless at that moment. While it was good that they cared about him, he didn't want them to sacrifice for him. But don't you care about it? Yeah, what if in the future our relationship is known? They couldn't help but ask since an accident had always happened, so they wanted to know what would happen by then. There are many things to solve this matter. How? 2x. I will silence everyone, so no one will try to speak. 2x. Is there another method? This method. I might be wrong about you, but you can also transfer to another school. Transfer to another school. 2x. Naturally, it is still in Tokyo. He looked at the two of them and said, do you know Koyo Girls Academy? That famous all-girls school? Hina was dumbfounded. Hirotsuka raised her eyebrows and said, the school where Satomi and Aina are working. Satomi Tachibana and Ikarumina were friends of Hirotsuka and Chihiro. Unfortunately, they only appeared in the early chapters, and they didn't appear again at this moment. Still, unlike Hirotsuka, and similar to Chihiro, they were still single. I know the owner of the school. Even if there is trouble, you can transfer there if you want. However, this is the case if you want to continue to work as a teacher. If you want other jobs or become a housewife, it is also okay. Other jobs. Finance, hospitality, entertainment, and many others. I know almost everyone in every corner of the industry, so you don't need to worry. 2x. Hirotsuka and Hina were in a daze. They knew their man was amazing, but he was too amazing, right? Still, suddenly, he held their hands and looked at them gently. For me, this high school means nothing to me other than one thing that I need to pass before I become an adult. While it is also a special place since this is also the place where I met the two of you, it means nothing compared to the two of you. What I want is your happiness and also peace of mind. I am telling you this because I want to reassure you that even if our relationship is known, we will be alright. I won't break up with you too, and I won't let you live a miserable life because of love, so you don't need to hesitate to rely on me. However, if this school has a different meaning for you too, then we can also hide our relationship. I will only stay in this school for 3 years. 3 years is a long and short time. When I graduate, we're free to do anything. He wanted to say something again, but they hugged him tightly. I don't care about this school. Me too. As long as I am with you, I am alright. Yes, being a teacher was only a job for them. Swime might have a lot of memories for them, but it was far too pale compared to his existence. If they wanted to become a teacher, like what he had said before, they could become a teacher in the other school. If they couldn't become a teacher, they could search for another job. What was important was that they could be with him. He smiled and patted the two of them. It's okay. It's not like our relationship is known. The problem is with Kirya-sensei. Not us. 2x. Well, that's true. However, when he talked about this problem like that, they couldn't help but feel speechless. Anyway, their mood was quite subtle, but they did nothing, yet kiss since, at this moment, their stomach was full. It was uncomfortable to have sex when one's stomach was full, so they didn't do anything and just watched the comedic shows together. Once again, the living room was filled with laughter, and everyone was happy until a few hours later, when they had fully digested their food, the living room, bedroom, and many other places were filled with the cries of two women. Their expressions were so lewd, and if someone saw them, without a doubt, their careers as a teacher were over, but right now, they didn't care about any of that since, as of now, they had lost their rationality and mind, turning themselves into a mindless animal. In the early morning, Hina and Hirotsuka had a hangover, and their bodies were all wrecked since they were too wild with Shishio. At this moment, they wondered whether this was karma since they didn't bring Roberta and Ayaka with them, but it was okay since Shishio was the one who drove the car for them. While he was driving, they could rest in the passenger seat. As for being worried about being known, while they weren't sure how he could learn it in Kyoto, they knew he was master ninjutsu. Sometimes, it amazed them when he could change his face to other people casually as easily as changing the channel on television with remote control. However, when they were about to arrive at the school, he suddenly stopped since he saw the crowd gathered at the entrance of the school. What's wrong? Did something happen? Whether Hirotsuka and Hina suddenly became worried, wondering whether something was happening again. Well, something happens, but it isn't for us. Instead, it is for Kirya-sensei. Shishio sighed, wondering what kind of grudge this person had on Kirya since, at the entrance of the school, graffiti with a bold red color was written. Kirya is a lecherous teacher. Fire him immediately. When they saw this, they sighed in relief secretly, but they knew this matter had become even bigger. On the other hand, Shishio thought that the school should fire the security for missing something like this, and he also felt it was necessary to enhance the security system of this school, but he knew Kirya was in trouble. 712, Love Letter. Shishio was quite busy since he needed to help with various matters for the cultural festival, whether from his class, literature club, or service club. As of now, Shishio, Ui, Yuki Nashida, and Hikigaya gathered at the service club to set up the movie projection for their movie. Naturally, they weren't alone, and there were some people that helped them, from Saki, Ebina Hina, Yumiko Miura, and Tatsuka Saika. The four of them decided to help the members of the service club since the matter of their class finished. Are you alright to help us? Especially you, Totsuka-senpai. I have heard you are going to become the heroine, right? Ah, Totsuka blushed and sighed helplessly. Can you call me the deuteragonist instead of a heroine? While he knew that his character was like a heroine in the play of his class, he hoped that Shishio could call him a deuteragonist. Gyowa. However, Ebina suddenly had a sudden outbreak and a nosebleed. Senpai. Ebina. Shishio and Yumiko were startled, and they quickly helped Ebina, who had fallen into her delusion and was bleeding profusely from her nose. Everyone. It might seem ugly, but he stuck tissue in her nose holes. He wanted to use other methods to preserve his woman's beauty, yet the emergency situation didn't allow him to choose different methods, so he had to stick it toward her sensitive holes. Still, he sighed, wondering why he made this girl his woman. Fortunately, except for her strange hobby, she was okay and nice. Yumiko looked at Ebina for a while, wondering why this kind of girl could get Shishio, yet she, who was the queen of her class, couldn't do it. Is she alright? Yukinashita asked worriedly. She should be okay, Shishio said while patting Ebina's back gently, waking her up from her delusion. Well, it's okay that she is alright and all, but who is going to clean up her blood on the floor? Yukinashita said with a sigh. They were all in silence and thought that Yukinashita was merciless. Fortunately, Ebina didn't say much and cleaned up her blood. It's okay. You don't need to worry about the drama in our class. Everything is mostly done. That's good. More importantly. Ebina looked around and whispered, what's going on with your teacher? While she might whisper, she didn't really lower her voice. Everyone could hear what she was saying, and they were all looking at Shishio. Some also looked at Saki, but Saki was looking at Shishio, which made them look at him at the same time. After all, they felt that Shishio should have known everything. What Ebina wanted to ask and what everyone was curious about was simple, and it was about the graffiti which appeared at the entrance of the school. Such graffiti appeared in the school, which made the principal of the school and many members of the student councils and committee members annoyed and angry. The cultural festival was just before the eyes, yet trouble suddenly appeared. The security had to bear the responsibility since they could let something like this happen. Kirya was also in trouble since he was called by the principal, but he should be okay since his fame as a famous novelist and his good reputation would help him to keep his job. Yet they had to say this matter really vexed them since everyone was working hard to make this cultural festival succeed, so they could proudly show it to their parents, friends and many people that came to this festival. In other words, they didn't want trouble to come. I don't know anything, but it is probably a woman who is rejected by Kirya-sensei or something, Shishio said. Will someone who is rejected go that far? Don't you think that Kirya-sensei might do something? Yumiko asked. Well, there is no smoke without a fire, right? Ebina said. However, their foreheads were flicked by Shishio. It hurts. 2x. What are you doing? 2x. The two looked at him in grief and covered their foreheads in pain since they didn't expect him to do something like this. Don't talk about something when you don't know anything. The question is, should you believe in Kirya-sensei or a stranger? Isn't it an easy problem? Yumiko and Ebina. Sorry. 2x. You don't have to apologize to me, but I don't like someone to talk behind others, okay? He rubbed their heads and sighed. He wasn't surprised by why they were saying that since those who didn't feel annoyed by this kind of matter. Everyone was looking forward to the cultural festival, and no one wanted this event to be failed, yet they couldn't find the culprit of this problem, so they could only blame Kirya since as long as Kirya wasn't there, everything would be okay, right? One had to sacrifice one person to appease this matter. It was an easy matter, right? However, he hated this kind of method since everyone decided to sacrifice one person for the majority. Wasn't it like those backward civilizations in history that sacrificed one person for a god or a monster in the legend, so everyone could live peacefully? He had to sigh since even if a human had progressed so much in the future, they didn't seem to change much. Still, the most important thing was that whether it was Ebina or Yumiko, they didn't know Kirya-sensei that well. In other words, Kirya was only a stranger to them, so they didn't care much. If Kirya was a stranger, Shishio would also do the same thing since this was the most natural thing to do. Who are you? He didn't even bother to think much and only as an observer, but he knew Kirya, so he couldn't do this. While Ebina and Yumiko felt better by his rub, Ebina decided to change the topic. By the way, is it only me or Yukinashita-san that has become more beautiful? Yukinohita. That's right. That's right. Yui beamed and said, Yukinon, you have become more beautiful. If Yukinashita's charm before was like a flower in its bud, then right now, she was blooming at its finest. What kind of skincare did you use, Yukinashita-san? Yumiko asked and couldn't help but show her jealousy. Yukinashita. Beautiful? There was only one reason why she became more beautiful, but how could she say that? Her face reddened, and she quickly looked at Shishio for help. Saki rolled her eyes, but she didn't say anything, only nudged Shishio's side since it was his responsibility to help his woman. On the other hand, Hikigaya and Totsuka walked away on the side, talking to each other intimately while trying to ignore what the girls were saying. Shishio was also speechless, then said, "Cough. Cough. Let's settle this as soon as possible. You'll be our first viewer to watch our movie. Be grateful." Everyone. Still, everyone was also curious about the movie, so they didn't have much to complain about, so they tried to finish the decoration and many important things for their movie show as soon as possible. However, Yui and Ebina huddled near Yukinohita and talked in a whisper, which caused Yukinashita to blush. "What are they talking about?" Yumiko asked curiously. "It should be about sex," Saki said. Sex?" Yumiko quickly lowered her voice while looking at Saki in disbelief. "Why do you think that she has become more beautiful?" Saki was speechless. Skincare, right? Saki. "Well, now that you mention it, your skin is also good, Saki," Yumiko said while touching Saki's skin enviously. Saki was a bit embarrassed, then said, "If you want to become more beautiful, you should ask him." "Him? You like him, right? Then, you don't need to hesitate," Saki said simply before she moved to Shishio since he called her. Yumiko looked at Shishio and Saki, who talked together. While Saki seemed embarrassed since he teased her, Yumiko could see how happy Saki was. She was jealous, but she wasn't sure what to do. After all, unlike her previous crush, her current crush was hard to achieve, considering there were so many girls around him, which made her unsure about what to do or where to start. Ugh. She held her head and felt confused. As for Hikigaya, he felt he could eat 3 bowls of rice as long as he could see Totsuka's cute smile. Leaving this matter aside, finally, everything was finished. However, Shishio and Saki still needed to visit the literature club since they had to finish something there. Yet, they could do that later since they were going to watch their movie first. "By the way, what's the title of the movie?" Totsuka suddenly asked. "Everyone." Not yet." Totsuka asked nervously. Shishio, Yui, Yukinashita and Hikigaya were looking at each other and gathered together. "Shishio, haven't you thought about the title?" Hikigaya asked. "You're going to leave everything to me. You're the scriptwriter, after all, so isn't it irresponsible if you don't make the title?" Shishio. "Shishio-kun, you have thought about the title, right?" Yukinashita asked. "What is it? What is it? What is the title, Shishiron?" Yui held Shishio's hand as she waved it around like a puppy who was looking at her master excitedly. "Well, I do." Shishio sighed since he really had thought about the title of this movie. He tried to think of several titles, but he knew this was the best title for their movie. "What is it?" 3x. The rest were also looking at him curiously. "It's a love letter." Yes, the title of their movie was a love letter. It was the most suitable title, and he didn't think there were any better titles other than this. Love letter, hey. It's great. Come on. Let's watch. I want to see the movie. With the title of the movie being decided, they couldn't wait to watch the movie. Okay. Calm down. He turned off the light in the club room, but suddenly the door of the club room opened. "We're not late, right?" The ones that entered were all of his girlfriends, including Chihiro and Koharu, who came with Hiratsuka and Hina. "Sure, come in. Let's watch it together." It was impossible to stop them, so let's just let them watch. 713, Detective Shishio. As the movie started, everyone was quiet. No one said anything, but he could hear a sob, which could be heard occasionally. He didn't doubt the quality of his movie. Instead, he was fully confident about this movie. Even Sheena couldn't take her eyes off the movie, watching this movie almost without blinking her eyes. Yui's acting might seem a bit awkward, but with his help, it was good, especially in the last scene where she stood in front of Tokyo Bay as she cried and screamed at him. "Are you okay?" "I am fine." As she shouted those words, she couldn't control her emotions. It was difficult for her to breathe as the memory of him flashed in her mind, and tears kept dripping from her eyes. With that scene, the movie ended, and everyone wiped their tears away. Ugh! What is this movie? Isn't it a shame to show this movie here? I want to make an anime version of this. Shishio, Yui, Yukinashita and Hikigaya were speechless by everyone's reaction, but when they looked at each other, they smiled and felt happy since their movie was received with great enthusiasm by everyone. Everyone wanted them to replay the movie, but he stopped them since he decided to play it once, and next time, they could only watch it at the cultural festival. While they felt helpless, they could do nothing before they returned to their class, club, or other places since they had many things to do. The movie lasted about half an hour, and it wasn't that long, but for the people who didn't know what they were doing, they had gone quite a while, so they had to return quickly. By now, there were only Hikigaya, Ui, Yukinashita, and Shishio. There were only 4 of them, so they had nothing to hold back. By the way, how much is the movie ticket? Hikigaya asked. 150 yen. Well. Hikigaya did a mental calculator and thought it should be possible to reach 200 people or even more, but at least it was possible for them to get 15,000 yen, which made him gratified. Was 15,000 yen a lot? Not really, but for an average high school student like Hikigaya, this amount of money was a lot, especially in 2005 when the inflation wasn't high. By the way, are we not going to watch over this place and just leave it alone? Ui asked curiously. Well, some of us will come to visit from time to time, but mostly, we won't be here. Instead, we will let the customers pay by themselves and let the movie play by itself automatically. While it might be necessary for someone to stay for a certain exhibition, it wasn't that necessary for someone to stay in this type of exhibition since no one thought that someone dared to steal the money. Instead, if they dared, Yukinashita was sure that Shishio might send that person to Tokyo Bay. Everything was settled, but Yukinashita asked, by the way, Shishio-kun, are you sure your teacher's situation will be okay? It should be. After this incident, security has become stricter, and it is said there will be cameras at the entrance of the school, so something similar won't happen. The only problem is probably the literature club since I have a feeling that my club will be aimed. Yukinshita frowned and asked, should I let someone watch over that place? Well. He thought for a moment and said, when the first day of the cultural festival ends, how about you let the committee members do a patrol? After all, during that time, the security is quite lax. When everyone was tired and rested after a busy day, it was the most vulnerable moment since, at that time, the person that harassed Kiria might appear and do something to the literature club or other places in the school. However, this attack wasn't a bad thing since it also made the school think about the security of the school more. After all, Swime was a private school, which meant reputation was everything. If something similar happened, then it would bring a bad reputation to their school, so they would do everything, so nothing similar would happen. I will say something to the meeting later. Yukinashita nodded. I will also tell you if I see someone suspicious, Hikigaya said. Me too. Me too. Ui raised her hand high. What are you going to do, senpai? Shishio looked at Ui curiously. Ui. Hikigaya and Yukinashita also looked at Ui at the same time, wondering what this girl could do. Ui was watched by everyone and realized that this was the most important point of her life to show them that she wasn't stupid. Think. 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 She kept thinking until she finally found the answer. I will use my dog to catch the culprit. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Ui suddenly became nervous. However, Ui wasn't the one who was wrong. Instead, they were in awe since they didn't expect Ui to use her head. That's a great idea, senpai. It seems you're not stupid. Shishio and Hikigaya praised Ui since it was rare for her to use her head. He. Ui looked at them happily as if asking them to praise her more. Yes, it is a good idea, but you forget about one thing, Ui-san. Hey? Did I forget something, Yukinon? Ui asked curiously. You forgot that a pet wasn't allowed to be brought to the cultural festival. Ui. Shishio looked at Ui pitifully and caressed her head gently. Ui cried and hugged him pitifully. Meanwhile, Hikigaya rolled his eyes and thought that this guy really had never changed. Fortunately, Shishio didn't seem to have an interest in Totsuka, which greatly relieved him. Wait, what am I getting relieved about? By the way, can I ask you something? Yukinashita asked. Sure. Shishio nodded. Why were you so sure that the teacher wouldn't do something that the graffiti was told? Yukinashita asked with great doubt since it was her first time to know Shishio to have such great trust in this teacher. Unlike Shishio, she couldn't have that much trust in this teacher since, as Yumiko said, there is no smoke without a fire. The cultural festival was something that she wanted to make succeed no matter what, so if erasing Kiria could solve everything, it was easy. After all, she didn't know Kiria, so she didn't care much about him. What you're saying is normal. I understand why you doubt him. If I were in your place, I might fire Kiria-sensei, but to be honest, I don't like this type of method. Why? Because if something similar happens, I will do the same. Sacrificing one person, so everyone can live happily. I hate this method. Yukinashita fell silent, wondering whether she had become someone she hated the most. Shishio-kun. She looked at him, who had hugged her so suddenly. You're not wrong. This is a normal choice if one is in a high position. If I don't know Kiria-sensei well, I might ignore him, but I like to learn everything before I make a conclusion since it isn't fair for Kiria-sensei if we don't hear anything from his side. Well, that's true. Yukinashita leaned on his chest, then said, I will leave everything to you. Good. He then moved closer and asked, will you give me some rewards then? Okay. He whispered something, which made her blush. Still, Ui also joined. On the other hand, Hakigaya's lips twitched, and he felt speechless, hoping Totsuka didn't return too early. However, there is one reason why I believe he is innocent. Shishio believed that Kirya was innocent, and he believed that Kirya didn't do anything because of this. Why? 2x. Ui and Yuki Nashida were curious. Hikigaya also looked at him, waiting for the answer. Before I tell you the reason, I am sure that the culprit, without a doubt, is a female. Why a female? Because if the culprit is a male, he won't say something like Kirya-sensei is a lecherous teacher. I mean, why should a guy write something like that? 3x. They were speechless, but Shishio was right. If it was a guy, there was no way for them to write something so misleading. Instead, if it was a guy, they would say something straightforward like Kirya was a bastard or just appear to beat Kirya up directly instead of using such a round way about. Second, she is a little older than us. How can you be so sure? Because she seems so childish, and it seems that she should be Kirya's ex-student or something. She might have been rejected, which was she did all of this. Now, I am sure you are wondering why I believed that Kirya-sensei was innocent, right? Yeah, why? Can you tell us the reason? Because he swings that way. 3x. When this answer fell, they quickly erased all the doubt in their hearts about Kirya. If Kirya swung that way, then it couldn't be helped. It was also normal for Kirya to want to hide this matter. It was also normal for this girl to be rejected since Kirya didn't have an interest in a female. Still, knowing all of this, they felt conflicted. By the way, don't tell anyone about this. I tell you all of this because I believe in you. You don't need to worry. I won't tell anyone. Hikigaya didn't say anything since he didn't have anyone with whom he could share this secret, and it was also impossible for others to believe in him since he was a loner. So, should we go back now? Sure. 3x. They closed the door of the clubroom and returned. Still, while Shishio went to the literature club, Ui went to her class, and Yukinohito went to the committee room. Hikigaya stretched his hands high, thinking he should meet Totsuka now. Ah, what a nice day. After all, he felt relief, knowing he wasn't the only one. 714, begin. While Shishio wanted to go back, he knew he couldn't since he needed to gather the literature club to do the last check. Like the service club or his class, everything was ready, and there was no need to worry about it, but the matter which happened at the entrance of the school was something that they needed to talk about. So, what should we do now? Nanami asked. With Kirya involved in this matter, they wondered what they should do. But where is sensei? Shouldn't sensei be with us now? Meiko asked with a frown. While their mood was better after they watched the movies from the service club, their mood changed once again when they mentioned their advisor teacher. More importantly, if he comes, how are we going to face him? Mai asked. After what had happened before, they knew it would be hard for them not to show a reaction. Instead, they would ask him, and without a doubt, they were going to ask for his explanation. We need his explanation. Meiko felt that it would be unfair if Kirya didn't say anything, and others also agreed. Miu realized that the situation wasn't good, and to be honest, she didn't want to make this trouble bigger. She also believed in Kirya since Kirya wasn't that kind of person, especially when she knew he swung that way, yet how could she say that? Especially when he wanted to keep this matter a secret. Why do you want him to explain? Shishio suddenly asked. Shishio-kun. Miu held Shishio's hand tightly since she could only rely on her hand. Unlike Miu and Shishio, the others had a uniform opinion, but the majority of them were silent and only hoped that Kirya could explain everything, so he could explain the doubt in their minds. Why? Isn't it normal to ask for an explanation? After all, he has troubled us so much like this, Maya answered. Why does it matter? His answer was simple. Hey? Why does it matter? I mean, he has caused trouble for all of us. I think that he should also apologize. Nana suddenly became excited and told him about her displeasure toward Kirya. This matter was a big thing, especially when Kirya was their advisor. They had worked so hard on their books, so she didn't want to fail because of Kirya's problem. While she didn't think that Kirya also did something, he still caused trouble for all of them. Who is he going to apologize to? To whom? To us, of course. What for? Nana wasn't sure what he wanted to say, but she said, of course, for troubling all of us and also makes us worried about him. He should at least say something instead of staying silent without saying anything. As the advisor of the literature club, he should recant his irresponsibility action and apologize to all of us. Her words were right, and everyone agreed with Nana. Even if Miu believed in Kirya, she also somehow started to lean toward Nana since if Kirya didn't think he was wrong, he should say something. What they didn't know, Kirya was at the entrance of the literature club at that moment. He sighed and felt tired. His emotions were also far from calm since no one believed in him, yet he also didn't want to explain it since he didn't think he was wrong. Yet he had to say it hurt him, especially when his students didn't believe in him. However, he also felt it was normal since this was the norm in this country. He had to explain everything since he knew he had caused trouble for all of them. He was about to enter but stopped when he heard Shishio's words. There's no reason for Kiryu-sensei to apologize to all of us. Hey! They were all dumbfounded by his words. Even Kiryu was stunned by the place. Why? Because no individual is obliged to explain himself. They were silent, and no one was talking as they looked at him in shock. While it was rare, they knew that he also could get angry, and when this happened, they felt pressured. It also made them uncomfortable, but they were quite afraid, so they were all looking at Nana at this moment, hoping she could solve this situation. However, Nana was also nervous. Come here, Nana. Nana was a bit nervous, but she moved closer, yet she didn't expect he would pet her head like a pet. While her face flushed red, she kept watching him since his words struck everyone's heart. You might think this is something normal since you often see many public figures need to explain everything to the public when they make a mistake or are hurt by something, but Nana, you're smart. Don't casually state a meaningless generalization. It makes me feel sorry for you to have such a high IQ, yet the public still deceives you. He might scold her, but his hand didn't stop caressing her head, showing he didn't really get angry. On the other hand, he was using a carrot and a stick method, which made her even more sticky to him. Who came up with the idea of being obligated to their actions? The idea itself is a concoction. It's nothing but a forced confession. People have a right not to say what they'd rather not say. Investigations and trials have the eternal right to be conducted. These are aspects of a highly civilized democracy. But to tell people to publicly bow and apologize based on the idea of being obligated to explain is tantamount to pre-war torture, making people confess by taking away their freedom. It's nothing but a barbaric violation of human rights. That's what uncivilized people do. You might think Kiryu-sensei has caused such a big trouble, but does he cause trouble to all of us? Well, not really. Kiryu didn't really cause them trouble. If there was trouble, they were asked by a few people since they were members of the literature club. On the other hand, Kiryu was the one that was in trouble. More importantly, there are no rules at our club that we have to explain everything. Instead of thinking about this, it is better for us to focus on our cultural festival. They looked at him at the same time and nodded. His explanation was simple, and it was easy to understand. It's true. We wouldn't know what to say if Kiryu-sensei apologized to us, Nanamai said, and couldn't imagine what they should say when Kiryu really apologized to them. It's better for us all that he acted as if nothing had happened, Mai said. He looked at Nana and asked, what do you think, Nana? Nana sighed, but she nodded. I agree. We have nothing to gain from his apology. That's right. Instead of doing something that will make all of us awkward with each other, it is better to focus on the cultural festival. Momo Kashiwabara jumped high, causing her breasts to sway around before she leaped into him, hugging him happily. My man is awesome. Shishio was speechless, but he didn't bother to say anything since this matter was solved, and the rest was to catch the culprit. Kiryu, who was behind the door, wiped the tears from his eyes. Then, he tried to calm himself and stayed in the place for a moment before entering the club room. How is it? Is everyone ready? It's ready, sensei. We're going to rain the cultural festival. While Kiryu was speechless by their enthusiasm, he smiled and said, well, it's good that you're all excited. They were all talking as usual without any difference as if nothing had happened. However, it was a good thing since this made their progress even faster. When everything was solved, it was time for them to go back. They didn't plan to go home but went to visit his apartment since they were going to help Rui to make their cakes and many others sold for their cafe. They didn't waste their time, and they quickly went home, but Kiryu suddenly said, Oga-kun, can you wait a moment? I need you to help me with something. Okay. Shishio didn't overthink and walked to the teacher's room since Kiryu told him to go there. They were talking as usual, but suddenly, he was stunned by Kiryu's action. It was so sudden, Kiryu suddenly leaned forward on his back and said, thank you. He put his forehead on his reliable shoulder and used all of his feelings to say those words since he was really grateful to him. It's good to know, but don't do this kind of disgusting thing again. Shishio quickly moved away and looked at Kiryu in disgust. Hehe, I am happy to know you, Shishio-kun. Kiryu showed a bright smile and understood why Hina broke up with her past lover so she could be with him. If his gender was female, he was sure that he would be on Shishio's bed at this moment. Unfortunately, he wasn't. I am not. Shishio shuddered and wondered whether this was the reason why Kiryu called him, but when he turned, he happened to see Ryu Unosuk. He was about to greet him, but Ryu Unosuk looked at him in shock and pained expression before Ryu Unosuk ran away. What the hell? Shishio rubbed his temple and wondered why he had to face all of this, but it didn't really matter now since he was going to go back to his apartment to cure his heart. As he stayed and cured his painful heart, the cultural festival began, and many things happened at this event. Whether it was happy, sad, or many others would happen. However, it was different with Shishio since, at this moment, the whole class was in silence, watching him wearing a student uniform during the Taisho era. He looked at all of them with a gentle smile and said, "Welcome." By now, they were afraid they might spend all of their money on this cafe and even sell their kidneys so they could enjoy his service. 715, Shishio-kun, here. Shishio looked at Mako, who suddenly moved forward and gave him 10,000 yen. Why did you give me money? Ah. Mako slapped her forehead and quickly put her money away. It's a subconscious move. A subconscious move. While the guys were speechless, the girls somehow understood why Mako did this. Even Koharu, who was also in the class at that moment, was also about to take out her money, but in the end, she held back since she didn't want her image as a good teacher ruined. But Nana thought for a moment and said with a smile, "This is also a business opportunity. We can charge someone who wants to take a picture with him. That's a nice idea. I want to take a picture too. Is it possible for a kiss too? Everyone." Nana Sunoera. Nana smiled and hugged him tightly, rubbing her face on him. "I was just joking. Don't get angry, okay?" He lifted her face and rubbed her cheeks helplessly since this girl was as cheeky as her breasts. Looking at the two of them, who started to flirt, everyone rolled their eyes and hoped they could do this somewhere else. "Ayaka is going to come, right?" Nana nodded. "Oni-chan will come." She believed that Ayaka and 3 middle school students from Yuzo Yukimoto, Sumire Yamanashi and Yuri Kazumi also came. "Oh, my mother will also come." "Your mother?" Shishio was speechless, especially when he thought about Nana's mother. His memory of Nana's mother wasn't good since she was someone who told her daughter to bring a condom and barged into her daughter's room when they were together. Even worse, Nana's mother also told her how to do it sex, which made him even speechless. Frankly, he wasn't good with Nana's mother since he was afraid he might do something sorry to Nana's father. Fortunately, only one housewife was enough for him, and he didn't want to destroy another family. "Oh, my mother also comes." Nanamai also said. Shishio wondered whether he was going to be surprised by a housewife buffet. It was wonderful, but he felt that it was too much. "How about your parents?" Nanamai and Nana asked nervously and curiously, wondering whether his parents would come. They might have seen his parents, but it was only for a moment, and to be honest, they were good people, so they were quite excited. "Only my mother will come, but 2x. She will probably come with Yukino-senpai's mother." 2x. They couldn't say anything at this moment since they knew about Yuki Nashida's status. Yuki Nashida was his ex-fiancé, which made her special since, unlike her, they were only his lovers. Yet to be honest, even if they only became his lovers, they didn't really mind. However, they didn't want him to leave them, and this was why they clutched his hands tightly. Shishio didn't say anything and just rubbed their hair to calm them down while telling them the words of love, telling them not to worry since they wouldn't leave them. If they didn't believe him, they could escape and do the exciting thing together in the empty classroom to show his love. Nana and Nanamai blushed and hit him, thinking that this guy was just horny since, right now, their appearance was special. Similar to him, they also wore a student uniform during the Taisho era. Unlike the current era, the Taisho era uniform was special since it was a mix of Japanese and Western styles. He wore a white shirt and blue hakama uniform with a cap and geta, wooden sandals. On the other hand, the girls wore something similar without a cap, colorful yukata and boots instead of geta. This appearance was unique and also attractive. But, while they were attractive, they were also proper and neat since their uniform wasn't sexy like the maid uniform they had planned before. Still, one thing was for sure, Nana and Nanamai also understood Shishio's feelings since they also wanted to do the same. Yet what they didn't know, 3 boys were staring at them with a complex mood. The first was Sorita, yet he was old news, and nothing was surprising about him when he stared at Shishio with envy and jealousy, especially when he looked at Nanamai. As for Nana, he didn't think much about Nana since their relationship wasn't close. No, they didn't know each other, but Nanamai was different. His relationship with Nanamai was close, and when he thought about it, he also realized that Nanamai might also have feelings for him, yet now, everything was too late. Nanamai was no longer interested in him, and their relationship had faded, becoming nothing but a forgotten history. While he had a longing feeling, Nanamai had never thought too much about Sorita. Yet inwardly, Nanamai was also glad to meet Sorita since if he didn't meet Sorita, she might not be able to meet Shishio, which was why she was grateful to Sorita. However, of her previous feelings towards Sorita, those feelings had been erased since, whether it was her body or heart, they were already Shishio's. As for the second boy, while it was surprising, it was Sorita's best friend, Daichi Miyahara. At the beginning of the school, the relationship between Nanami, Sorita, and Daichi was so close. They were a stable triangle, like a pyramid. It wouldn't be wrong to say to describe their relationship as a love triangle. While Sorita was clueless, Nanami fell for him, and everyone knew about it. However, Daichi was in love with Nanami. Yet similar to Nanami, he could only bury his feelings since he knew she was in love with Sorita, and in the original story, he confessed to her, and she rejected him. Yet this wasn't the original, and Nanami was already tainted by Shishio. Daichi knew that there was no longer chance for him to get closer to Nanami, especially when their relationship slowly dissipated into nothingness. In the past, they might talk to each other happily with Sorita, but now, they don't even greet each other. It made him sad, yet there was nothing he could do since he also didn't think he could do anything toward Nanami. All he could do was look at her from afar, watching her be happy, yet the person who made her laugh wasn't him, but someone else. Yet, he should be satisfied with this, which is why he just wished for Nanami's happiness. Daichi was, without a doubt, a good guy, but while being a good guy was good, being simple wasn't a good thing. As for the last person, while it might be surprising, it was Ryu Unosuke. With Shishio, Ryu Unosuke, Shina, Misaki, and Ritsu, their games were smooth, and nothing could stop them. Everything was done, and there was no trouble. It was so smooth that Ryu Unosuke couldn't believe it. Naturally, the quality was also good, and he believed it wouldn't lose to the game, which was made by a professional. Everything was different during his time in middle school. In middle school, he also did a similar project, but before this project even started, everything fell apart since his teammates couldn't be relied on, and they lacked professionalism, but more importantly, they didn't have the wish to become better. When he was excited about that project, the others were lazy, and before long, everything was ruined. He was no longer able to trust others, yet everything was different when Shishio came. It was so fun with him, and if possible, he wanted to talk with him all the time. However, he knew that it wasn't possible since his girlfriends were always around him, which made him hate a woman even more. While Shishio might be a bit too bright for him, Ryu Unosuke was comfortable with his light, yet he knew he could only stay in the darkness, hiding his feelings. However, he had to say, it was hard, especially when he remembered how Shishio had saved him from the pervert during the summer vacation. Ryu Unosuke touched his heart and walked to the side, trying to blend with the background, yet while he didn't care about his girlfriends since the numbers of his girlfriends couldn't be counted by hand, it was different with Kiriya. When he thought about what Kiriya did to Shishio, it made him uncomfortable, and he wanted to help the culprit who messed up with Kiriya to mess him up even further. Still, he held himself, but suddenly his shoulder was patted. "You're not wearing a woman's clothes. I am a man." Ryu Unosuke turned and looked at Shishio with a cold gaze. Similar to him, he also wore a male student uniform during the Taisho era. He was, after all, one of the good-looking men in the class, so the girls wouldn't let him escape. What a shame. I think a female uniform is more suitable for you. Shishio sighed, disappointed since he was sure that Ryu Unosuke in the female uniform must be good. He also wanted to see the reaction of the customers, who knew Ryu Unosuke was a guy. He had to say it must be fun. Are you stupid? Ryu Unosuke was as expressionless as usual. No, his expression was even colder. I was just kidding, okay? Don't get angry. Shishio smiled as he rubbed Ryu Unosuke's cap, messing with his hair. Still, Nanami, Nana, Meiko, and Maya felt something weird from Ryu Unosuke, and they quickly pulled Shishio. "Shishio, come here. What do you think of our uniform? Check the food first. We're not going to let you go until everything is okay." "Geez." Shishio, who was pulled, left and checked his class's cafe for the ingredients, food, decoration, and etiquette. Asterisk clap. Clap, asterisk. Koharu clapped her hands loudly and shouted, "Okay, let's work hard, everyone." However, Ryu Unosuke didn't join and stood quietly on the side. He fixed his hat and messy hair quietly while lowering his head, trying to hide his blush. 716, Dilemma. The cultural festival of Swime started with fireworks shot into the sky. The day was bright, so they couldn't see the fireworks' beauty, yet the fireworks sound excited everyone. Hikigaya, who was part of the committee, became the guard and led the guests to enter the school in an orderly manner. The sun was high and bright, which showed that the weather was good. But, unfortunately, it was so goddamn hot. Still, unlike the students in the first years that were treated like underlings. As for the second year, and also the friends of Shishio, Yukinashita, and many others, his position was better. He leaned under the tree, watching and supervising the first year in a relaxed manner under the shade. He was no longer at the bottom of the chain of food, and right now, he should be something near the upper, which made many look up at him secretly. Frankly, it felt great since he was treated like a boss now. He somehow understood why many were addicted to power and authority since this feeling was just intoxicating. Well, I'm not sure if we're friends. To begin with, what is a friend? Someone that walked with me? Eating together? Playing together? He wasn't sure, but he knew that he might be the guy with the best relationship with Shishio, and this relationship would last forever unless Shishio took an interest in Totsuka, which was impossible. Ani-chan. He looked up and saw his little sister, Komaki. Yo. However, Komaki stopped after a meter and looked at him up and down as if she was facing a stranger. What's wrong? No, it's just I feel that Ani-chan has changed. Komaki felt that Hikigaya had changed. Change? What kind? You have become more handsome. In disbelief, he stared at his little sister and asked, what do you want? I will treat you with whatever. Yay! Ani-chan, you have become more handsome. Komaki hugged Hikigaya's arm happily. It's rare of you to praise me like that, after all. The only thing that came out of Komaki's mouth was either an insult or a cute act, so it might be her first time praising him. He was handsome. Well, it is because you seem to be more confident, and you don't have your dead fish eyes any longer, you know. Really? He was dumbfounded when he heard Komaki's words. Komaki really felt that her older brother had become more handsome, and she felt it wouldn't be weird to meet her older sister-in-law soon. Unfortunately, she might not be able to meet one. Instead, she might meet an older brother-in-law. Still, Hikigaya wasn't ugly. Instead, he was quite good-looking. If his eyes weren't dead, he could be so-so and get a normal girlfriend during his high school life. Moreover, staying with Shishio also made him even more attractive and changed his outlook on life, giving him more confidence. No, this wasn't confidence. Instead, he felt that the people around him were ordinary compared to Shishio, so he had never felt inferior to anyone except for Shishio. Maybe, this is the power of status. The power of status. Komaki tilted her head, showing confusion. It's okay. You're still a child. You won't understand. He patted Komaki's head with pity since this girl might not understand the power of status in her life. After staying with Shishio, Hikigaya learned many things, and he knew the vastness of the world, yet even so, his goal didn't change, which was to get a stable life. However, if possible, he wanted to marry someone, so he could become a household husband and take care of the house since no matter what working under a person was just exhausting. What do you mean by that, Ani-chan? While Komaki was furious since she didn't expect the older brother she had looked down upon to suddenly look down on her, everyone's attention was gathered at the entrance. At the entrance, a luxurious black sedan appeared, and the driver of the car opened the door. However, Hikigaya didn't expect to meet a familiar person. Yukinashita Harino. If he wasn't wrong, this woman should be Yukinashita's older sister, but more importantly, the two women behind her were even more imposing. The first one had a similar feature to Yukinashita and Harino, yet she was a little older and wore a kimono. However, the other one was wearing a woman's suit and let his purple hair flow freely on her back. When Hikigaya saw this woman, he felt this woman was familiar somehow. Still, he quickly looked away, feeling he shouldn't stare at them. He felt they emitted an aura that a mortal like him shouldn't get involved in. In other words, he was just lazy and didn't want to be troubled by this matter. So this is a status. Komaki murmured on the side, which made him, as an older brother, quite gratified, thinking she had grown up, but it seemed he couldn't stay quiet. Ah, you over there. You're Shishio's friend, right? Can you tell us where he is? All the attention was on him, and he could only sigh, wondering whether he could regain his quiet life. Misaki, your game is ready, right? Misaki nodded and said, it's done. And it'll be the greatest masterpiece. She didn't hesitate and told the truth to her friend, Sayori Himiya. Then, who did the music? Sayori asked curiously. It is Shishio. Sorry, Sayori. Usually, Misaki would ask Sayori to make the music for her anime, but this time, she didn't ask her. Instead, she would usually ask Shishio since his sense of music was better than Sayori's. She might seem stupid, but she was picky when it came to her anime. After all, she wanted to create the best, and Shishio was also her man, so everything was easier. No, it's okay, but is it okay for me to come with you if he makes the music again? I want to learn from him. Unlike Misaki, Sayori knew that she wasn't a genius, and she also didn't think she was a genius, but she didn't want to give up. Then, what should she do? As she kept thinking, she felt it might be better to follow Shishio, too, since she could tell that many girls seemed to be improving at a crazy speed, like Nanami, who was the most normal among all of his women. Misaki looked at Sayori for a while with a suspicious gaze. What's with that gaze? Sayori was startled and blushed by Misaki's gaze. It's okay. I am sure that he is happy that I have introduced you to him, but what about your boyfriend? Misaki remembered that Sayori's boyfriend was the current student council president, Suichiro Tatebayashi. Wouldn't it be bad if he knew that she had visited Shishio? Well, it should be okay. Sayori thought for a moment and felt it should be okay. To be honest, she didn't really like Tatebayashi, and she just accepted his confession because she was curious about a relationship, but it was far more boring than she had thought. Really? Yes. Sayori nodded firmly. Misaki thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay. She knew that Shishio had a bad hobby, and he loved someone who had a lover since the taste of stealing something from someone else was unbearable. If Shishio knew what Misaki was thinking, he would slap her buttocks several times when they went home. So, when is your game being played? It should be on the third day of the cultural festival. Third day? Well, it is a shame that I can play it now. Hehe. Sayori wanted to say something, but suddenly her eyes caught Mitaka once again. She frowned, and it caused Misaki to feel confused. What's wrong, Sayori? It's Mitaka again. Oh. Misaki suddenly smiled, but her smile was quite strange. Are you happy? Sayori asked in suspicion. Do I look like someone who is happy? No. Sayori was speechless, then said, your face is like a villain who is planning something bad. Haha. Misaki only laughed and thought that it was only the third day that her family was going to visit. It also happened on the day that her game would also be played. By then, she wondered what kind of surprise she was going to see. You're not planning anything bad, right? Sayori asked worriedly. It's okay. You don't need to worry, but how about we watch his movie? His movie? I have heard of it. Is it good? Sayori asked curiously. I only watched it once before, so I want to watch it again. Come on, Sayori. Follow me. Also, treat me. The ticket is 150 yen. You're richer than me, yet you ask me to treat you. Sayori was speechless since, unlike Misaki, who was a professional and had money, which was enough for her to buy land in a house in Tokyo, she was different since even if she helped Misaki's music, she was an amateur. Instead, she was more than happy to do it for free if it gave her a chance to work on professional work. Okay. However, she agreed since 150 yen was nothing compared to Misaki's favor. As they left, Mitaka hesitated. He wanted to approach and talk with her, especially about the game she created with all the members of Sakurasu. Why was she so cruel to leave him behind like this? If possible, he wanted to talk on the phone, yet he realized that his phone was blocked. The only thing that he could do was approach her directly. They were students from the same school, so it should be something easy. Yet he was afraid. He was afraid that Misaki was no longer there. While Misaki was still around, he was afraid that she had changed. She no longer fell for him, and he had already forgotten about him. When he thought about that possibility, he couldn't help but feel weak, and all the power in his body was drained. It was like he was a Superman who had encountered kryptonite. He could no longer work his magic, fooling many girls like it was his second nature. Instead, he became indecisive and fell into depravity. If possible, he wanted her to take the initiative to talk with him, which was also why he often appeared occasionally, hoping she would notice him. Unfortunately, she ignored him and didn't even look in his direction. While he felt annoyed and angry since the thought of a girl who begged him like a devoted dog suddenly bit his hands until they bled, he was also scared since the reality he hoped for was different. Suddenly, a picture of someone emerged when he was in deep thought. He took his phone and only realized they didn't share contact information. Should I meet him? Mitaka thought. However, it would be hard for him to meet since Shishio was so busy at the moment. Don't surprise me like this, Mom. Hehe, it's worth it to surprise you like this. Shioriko smiled when she saw her son, and her eyes brightened, but she looked at him for a moment before she took her phone. Let me take a picture of you. Then, I am going to show it to your father. Shishio had to say that sometimes taking care of his parents was tough. 717, Moms. Yes, your costume is good. Yukinashida's mother, Yukinashida Takako, also took her phone and took a picture of Shishio. However, Harano was ruder since she brought an SLR camera and took a picture of him without hesitation. The three women took a picture of him without caring about the others. Shishio's lips twitched, but he said, please don't do anything excessive. Your actions will also bother the other customers. If they wanted to take a picture of him, he hoped they could do it in a different place since if they did it in this place, they would make another customer want to take a picture of him too, which was annoying. Oh, right. 3x. The three of them quickly stopped and started to observe him closely since they had to say when he dressed in the student uniform of the Taisho era, it gave him a different kind of charm. Usually, he was unrestrained. He was like a king, an untamed beast, or even the sun. Whenever he walked, he would become the center of attention. He was so bright, which was why it made people think he was the sun. However, when he dressed in this uniform, his charm was restrained. It was like he was blending with nature. It was like his existence was in harmony with everything. When they saw him, they felt like they were having a holiday at a luxurious resort in the Alps as they stood on the prairie, watching the beautiful and clear river, and watched this scenery together. Somehow, Takako thought that Yuki Nashida was blessed. Let me guide you to your table first. If they kept standing there, he was afraid that it would bother other customers, and more importantly, he didn't want to see his mother scold him for being oblivious. Yet one thing was for sure, having a parent visit the cultural festival was a bit troublesome somehow. Who is that? Nana. When Shishio greeted this group of people differently, they couldn't help but ask. Of course, they knew that Shishio was a scumbag, but was he also interested in the mature woman? If so, everyone thought they shouldn't let their parents visit their cafe. At least on time when Shishio was around, they had to stop their mother to meet him. While the guys cowered in fear, Nana said with a complicated gaze, "It's Shishio's mother." Mother. It might be a subconscious movement, but all the girls seemed to tidy up their hair and clothes and looked at the mirror before asking each other for their opinions, whether their uniform was messy or if there was something wrong with their hairs, and many others. Nana, do you think I look okay? My makeup isn't messed up, right? Why did you ask me that? Nana looked at Mako and Maya in a dumbfounded manner. Shouldn't the two of them be interested in the younger boy? Did they have an interest in Shishio? However, even if they did, she didn't feel surprised, considering how close their relationship was. Still, she probably wouldn't make another close female friend since she was afraid they might fall for her boyfriend. Yet this wasn't the time for that since she wondered how to face it and what kind of reaction Shishio's mother would have when she saw her. Nanamai also wasn't much better since she was also worried. If they were ignored by Shishio's mother, what would they do? Also, wasn't the relationship between Shishio's family and Yuki Nashida's family too good? However, unlike before, they didn't think he would leave them, and they had this confidence unless they did something wrong since sometimes he was also merciless. Shishio glanced in their direction but didn't say anything. Instead, he led his mother, Takako, and Harano to their table. By the way, isn't father coming? Your father won't come since he is busy with his job. I see. What? Are you disappointed? Not really. I don't feel surprised somehow. If it was in the past, his father would usually come since he was in Kyoto, but now, he was in Tokyo, which made it hard for his father to visit, considering his position. It's good that you understand. Shioriko smiled and sat down before she asked, by the way, what did you sell? Crepe. Crepe, hey. They didn't immediately look at the menu. Instead, they looked at the people around, watching them eat something from their plates. Is that a crepe? They had to say the crepe seemed to be quite delicious. They were thinking of bringing him and accompanying them to walk around, but they thought they should try his food. They looked at the menu for a while and saw various menus, from sweet to savory crepes. If you order now, I will make a special one for you. Are you going to be the one who cooks it? Harano asked curiously with a smile. Takako also looked at Shishio, wondering about the same question. Can you even cook? Shioriko asked with a frown since she didn't remember that Shishio could cook. You underestimate me, mother. Staying in Tokyo has made me a better man, and naturally, I gained 1 or 2 skills. Also, just having me by your side will make the food taste better. 3x. They had to say this guy was a bit narcissistic, but they couldn't deny him since having good scenery made the food taste better. Takako chuckled and said, then I will order 1 mushroom and cheese galette. I will get spinach with bacon. Then, I will get. Shioriko thought for a moment and said, cream brulee. What about the drink? A water. Me too. Then, I will get a berry soda. Okay, wait a moment. I will prepare your order right away. Thank you, Takako also nodded with a smile. No problem. I am happy to serve you. He smiled at Takako and then left to prepare their order. Shioriko and Harano. The two of them looked at Takako for a moment before they shook their heads since Shishio wouldn't do something like that, right? However, Shioriko was a bit worried, so she called Nana and Nanamai. Nana-san, Nanamai-san. She waved her hand in their direction with a gentle smile. The two were surprised, but they smiled and approached Shioriko happily since it seemed she had accepted them. Yet, Takako and Harano watched this scene in silence, watching them talking to each other before they looked at Shishio, who was cooking. While the conversation between Shioriko and the two girls was quite discreet, the two could guess more or less the relationship between the girls and Shishio. However, this was something normal, yet whether they could accept it or not was a different matter. Harano smiled, yet Takako thought she might need to teach Yuki Nashida, so Shishio would be crazy about her. As they were in their own thoughts, a delicious aroma spread in every direction. The three of them quickly turned and saw Shishio bringing their order. They were in a daze, watching before they saw him placing their orders on the table. Here's your order. Please enjoy. Unlike the others, who received dishes, which were cooked by his classmates. For this one, he specially made the dishes for them. I specially made this for all of you. The others were jealous, yet, it was hard for them to say anything since whether it was Shioriko, Takako, or Harano had this VIP-like aura around them. More importantly, they also heard that one of them was Shishio's mother. Gulp, 3x. Still, the three ignored everyone and looked at the food on their table. Instead of a crepe, it's like a galette, hey. Shioriko was unable to look away from the crepes which were ordered by Takako and Harano. Instead of a crepe, she felt that they were like galettes. To be honest, it had been a while since she had eaten a galette. The last time she remembered it was when she visited Paris before. No, yours seems to be more special, Shioriko. Takako looked at the crepe on Shioriko with longing. While their crepe was like a galette, Shioriko's crepe was like an authentic crepe, but it was more special since it was similar to a creme brulee, especially the part of crystallized burnt sugar on the top. They thought his food would be so-so, yet why it seemed so amazing. Unfortunately, they had eaten before, which made their stomachs a bit full. However, the voice of someone eating suddenly interrupted them. They turned and saw Harano had already eaten her galette. Harano ignored their gaze and enjoyed the food happily. Takako wanted to scold her daughter, but Shishio said, please enjoy while it is still hot. Okay. Takako was helpless, but she nodded. She took her cutlery and ate the galette elegantly before her eyes brightened since it was so good. Shishio nodded and thought that whether it was a daughter or the mother, they were foodies. On the other hand, Shioriko was more straightforward. She broke the crystallized sugar part, causing a cracking sound, which attracted Takako and Harano. While Shioriko enjoyed her food, she also looked at the foods of Takako and Harano. It might be a bit too much to order more. How about we share with each other? I don't mind. That's a great idea. For some reason, they seemed to become younger and giggled happily as they ate. Thank you for waiting. Here is your berry soda. The frosty berries were placed on a clear long drink glass as they watched him pour soda before stirring them and serving them to Harano. Thanks. Harano smiled happily. Takako and Shioriko looked at their mineral water before they looked at Harano, who enjoyed her drink happily. They thought for a moment and felt a drink should be okay, right? Shishio, can I get a dalgona coffee? I will get lavender tea. Okay, wait for a moment. The two of them thought that their son-in-law, cafe would probably become the most popular one at this cultural festival. Are you free after this? Can you accompany us? After they ate, they didn't hesitate to ask him to accompany them. Sure. Wait a moment. I will change my clothes. No. 3x. Just stay like this. Just like this, Takako said in a voice that should be impossible coming from a mother-in-law. Harano. You need to return to your job, right? Isn't it bothersome to change your clothes? It is also a good advertisement when you walk around with this costume, Shioriko added. Shishio's lips twitched, and he thought they just wanted him to be in these clothes a little longer, but he didn't mind. He said goodbye to the rest before he accompanied them to walk around the school. So, is there a place that you want to visit? We want to see your movie. I have heard that you made it with Yukino, right? Takako asked. Yes, Yukino-senpai is the director, and I am the scriptwriter. To be honest, it is my first time to know that she has an interest in movies, so I am a little interested in what kind of movie the two of you create. You're the protagonist, right? Who is the heroine? Is it Yukino? Harano asked. No, it's a different girl. 3x. How about we meet Yukino-senpai first? Shishio felt that it wouldn't be good if he stayed alone with them. Takako wanted to smack Shishio's head at that moment. Harano wanted to kick him. As for Takako, she only smiled. As for what she was thinking, no one knew, and Shishio didn't want to know since this woman was scary. Yet, he had to say she was really attractive. 718, Culprit. Yuki Nashida was in the middle of her job, doing everything to supervise everyone until she heard a familiar voice. Senpai. Shishio. Yuki Nashida was in a daze for a moment since he wore a student uniform in the Taisho era. She hadn't looked at him since she thought of visiting his cafe, yet she was busier than she had thought. However, she also felt it was a normal thing since it was the first day of the cultural festival. Many were still awkward and hadn't gotten used to the business and crowd, which appeared at this festival, so she didn't have time to visit him, yet she didn't expect he would visit her. More importantly, she was hugged. What's wrong? She was shy and blushed, but she didn't push him away. If this wasn't public, she would hug him back, but there were many people around, which made her shy. Still, she enjoyed this moment until she heard a familiar voice again. Yukino. Yuki Nashida was stunned and turned before she saw her mother, Harano, and also Shishio's mother. Mo mother. An end, Shioriko Obasan. Geez, don't call me Obasan. It makes it feel like our relationship feels distant, right? Shioriko smiled. Yeah, yes. Yuki Nashida lowered her head shyly. Still, when Shishio and Yuki Nashida were so close, Shioriko and Takako nodded in satisfaction since this was what they wanted to see. As a mother, Shioriko wanted to beat up her son for playing with many girls' hearts, yet there was nothing she could do. However, if he could be happy with Yuki Nashida, it would be great since, compared to the others, she felt Yukino Hito was more suitable to become his wife, especially when their education, background, and blood matched to each other. If Shishio wanted to focus on his career, Shioriko could also imagine Yuki Nashida would do her best to help him. Still, the two noticed Yuki Nashida's change. Yuki Nashida was beautiful, the two of them didn't doubt it, yet this time it was different. She had become radiant and seemed even more beautiful. Shioriko and Takako looked at each other for a moment. Can we settle the marriage after they have graduated? Let's talk with them beforehand. If your son doesn't marry my daughter, can I cut his manhood? Don't. The two of them bickered on the side to determine Shishio's future, yet could they blame Takako? Especially when she realized her daughter was no longer a virgin. Shioriko was helpless, but she gave thumbs up to Shishio since no one could take Yuki Nashida away since, whether it was her heart or body, they were already his. Harano didn't hear their conversation, but she pouted and looked away. However, Shishio, who listened to their conversation, which was impossible to ignore, felt that he should become even stronger since if he wasn't strong, he might be targeted by Takako. Somehow, he suddenly missed Ayaka since, unlike the Iron Woman, Takako, the two of them were the gentlest women he knew. Yet he knew that the tougher the exterior was, the softer the interior was. It was the case with Yuki Nashida, and it should be similar to Takako. As for how he could be so sure, it was because he had an experience with a mother and a daughter. By the way, are you still busy? Do you want to join us? Well. Yuki Nashida thought for a moment, and the people around her started to urge her. You should go, Yuki Nashida leader. Yeah, leave the rest to us. She looked at the group of girls behind, who supported her to leave, which made her feel a bit speechless and happy with their growth. Okay, thank you. She held Shishio's hand, then looked at her parents. Mother, Mom, do you want to watch our movie? Sure. 2x. Takako and Shioriko smiled happily at this moment. While the four of them were walking toward the service club to watch the movie, Harano sighed, but she didn't say anything since she should have expected this, right? Before long, they arrived at the service club, and as expected, there were so many people. However, with their identity, it was easy to pass the line, or rather, everyone stared at Shishio dumbfoundedly since as long as they watched the movie, they would know that he was the actor. While Yuki Nashida let his mother, her mother, and Harano watch the movie, he noticed someone. Oh. Mai Sakujirahima unexpectedly also came to the service club to watch the movie again, and she quickly noticed Shishio's mother and Yuki Nashida's family. She moved closer and asked, Are you going to get married? Don't joke around. Mai pouted, but she knew even if the engagement between him and Yuki Nashida stopped, it didn't mean the relationship between his family and her family stopped. Instead, they became closer. This was the truth of the world. It was like how her mother used her for money. She didn't like this, but as of now, she knew she didn't have the power to stop it. Yet, somehow, all of her worries disappeared when he held her hand. She looked at him in a daze and asked, Are you not afraid that your in-laws and mother will notice it? It's okay. Geez, don't blame me if they cut your penis then. Can you be optimistic and think they will forgive me? Do you think they will forgive you? Right. No, my silence means they don't have a choice besides to forgive me. What do you mean? Mai was confused. It's okay. Just watch the movie. Mai looked at him for a moment and looked at his in-laws, who were focused on the movie, before she leaned on his arm. Still, what Mai didn't know, Harano had been staring in their direction with a frown before she looked at Yukino Hita, who sat between Shioriko and Takako calmly while answering their question. Did Yuki Nashida not realize this? Did Yuki Nashida realize this, but she let him do whatever he wanted? Harano didn't know, but she realized her brother-in-law was a scumbag. When the movie ended, they walked out of the service club, but Mai stayed since she still wanted to learn more about the movie while also telling him that she wanted him to make a full version of this movie and act with her. He didn't make a promise, but he would do his best. Still, he wasn't that excited about the prospect of the full love letter movie since there were two male characters in the full movie version. One was the actor, who died, and also the first love of the main heroine. As for the other, it was the man who dated the heroine afterward. If he played this movie, who would he become? Still, if he was asked, he would say he would become the man who dated the heroine afterward. After all, what was the use of becoming a dying man? He shouldn't die. Also, instead of first love, he wanted to become the man who got the heroine's heart and body at the end. After all, no matter how many times the competition was, the last one who was laughing was the victor. However, this was something that would happen in the distant future. As of now, it should be better for him to focus on his outing with his family. The five walked around the school and visited many places, including the literature club. Then, they bought the anthology and looked around the horror-like cafe, which was also one of the most popular places in the cultural festival. Especially with the horror theme like foods, which made everyone enjoy the cafe even more. However, while Yukinashita, Harano, Shioriko, and Takako enjoyed the cafe, Shishio talked with Momo Kawashibara. Did you see someone weird? Someone weird? Momo thought for a moment and shook her head. No, I don't see anyone as weird. Is that so? Please tell me if you see someone. Okay. Momo nodded, then asked, it is a girl, right? Yeah, it should be a girl. He knew that the person who had messed up Kiria should be a female instead of a male. By the way, how do you tell if someone is weird or not? Momo asked. No one from outside of the school knows that the advisor of our club is Kiria-sensei. Kiria-sensei's family won't come to this event, and none of his acquaintances should have come, so when someone asks about Kiria-sensei, then this person should be the culprit. Kiria had told him that none of his acquaintances or his family would come to visit the cultural festival, so when someone asked about Kiria, then the culprit was obvious, right? Okay, leave it to me. Momo patted her chest, causing her breasts to tremble. By the way, do you want to meet my parents too? She leaned forward and whispered those words. Shishio was silent, wondering whether Momo wanted to introduce him to her mother. When they finished their conversation, Shishio excused himself and went to see the drama in UI's class with Yukinashita, Harano, his mother, and Takako. He was quite curious about Tatsuka's drama, so he came to visit. He also remembered that Hayama's father should be the lawyer of Yukinashita's family business, so he couldn't help but ask, Hayama's father is the lawyer of your family business, right? Yes. Takako nodded and asked, what's wrong? Did he cause you trouble? If he causes me trouble, what will you do? I will just fire his father and destroy his family, Takako said with a smile. While he was speechless, he asked, is that okay? As your family's lawyer, he should know many secrets about your family, right? Shishio-kun, you shouldn't underestimate our family. A little lawyer is nothing. Takako had never changed her expression, only smiled gently at him. Is that so? He didn't feel surprised since this was the reality. When one reaches a certain level in life, it is possible to do anything, even if that person wants to erase someone's life. Especially in this country, where the hierarchy and bloodline are something important. So, did he cause you trouble? Takako asked again. No, he doesn't, but even if he does, I can handle everything on my own. I shouldn't rely on you, Takako Abasan, but thank you for your kindness, and as you have said before, a little lawyer is nothing. He only smiled and didn't show much upside down on his emotion. That's good. Takako smiled even more brightly. Yukinashita and Harano. Still, as they watched the drama in UI's class, they had to say it was kind of weird since the two guys were acting like they were in love. Was this really a little prince? Shishio wondered whether he had read the wrong book. However, Hayama Hayato was so nervous at this moment since the one who was watching his show was Takako. Was this a punishment? He wasn't sure, but he couldn't fail and needed to show his best since he didn't want to make trouble. After they visited UI's class, they didn't walk around again since Takako and Shioriko had decided to go home. It might be only a few hours that they visited the cultural festival, but it was already impressive that they could spare their time to come. Yet when they were about to leave, someone suddenly approached Momo and bought the anthology. Thank you very much, Momo said cheerfully. The teacher advisor of this club, who is it? Momo looked up and didn't expect to meet the culprit so easily. 719, Cultural Festival is the best. Shishio and Yukinashita were at the entrance of the school, watching Takako and Shioriko, who were about to leave. Aren't you going to stay a little longer? It's rare of you to visit Tokyo, right? Shishio asked since Takako or Shioriko didn't live in Tokyo. Instead, they lived in Chiba and Kyoto. That's our plan. It is rare for us to visit Tokyo, so we're going to play, right, Takako-san? Well, you have heard your mom, right? Takako smiled and said, if you have time, you should visit Chiba. I will welcome you there, right, my son-in-law? While her lips smiled, her eyes didn't. Yes. Shishio nodded and didn't seem to be fazed by her expression. I will visit your house when I have time. When was he going to visit? He wasn't sure, but he had a feeling that when he came, Takako's husband wouldn't be around. Takako looked at Shishio, who didn't change his expression and seemed at ease when he faced her. She narrowed her eyes while maintaining her smile. Then, I will wait for you there, Shishio-kun. Leaving those words, Takako and his mother left since it was rare for them to visit Tokyo, so they were going to go shopping. Watching the two left, he sighed inwardly, thinking that a woman was all the same. Whether they were fierce, lovely, or even scary, they all loved to shop. You're going to go back to your work, right? Yukinashita nodded and said, everyone is waiting for me. How about you? I am going to play around. Just do it in moderation. Yukinashita was speechless, but she knew that Shishio was extremely busy during the preparation for the cultural festival, so this should be his reward, right? How about you? Shishio looked at Harano, who was standing beside him. Like her mother, Harano always had this smile on her face, yet unlike her mother, while her smile seemed amiable, it lacked an imposingness. Yet it was normal since, unlike her mother, who had seen the ups and downs of life, she still lacked experience even though she was a genius at the matter of people. What? Do you want me to leave? Harano asked with a smile, yet similar to her mother's smile before, her eyes were hardly smiling. Whether it was a mother or a daughter, they were all tough nuts to crack. They might seem imposing and arrogant now, yet he wanted to see whether they could maintain that expression when they were pushed onto the bed. However, he quickly shook his head since what he was thinking was immoral, and he shouldn't think of that, especially when Yukinashita was so much in love with him. Harano aside, he could imagine Yukinashita would look at him like dirt if he really did it with her mother. Lastly, the relationship between Takako and her husband seemed so good from what he remembered since he saw them at the party last time, so there shouldn't be a gap for him to enter, right? No, if you want to stay, then it is all right. If I am not wrong, you will also help the cultural festival, right? That's right. Harano nodded and seemed happy for some reason. Yukinashita looked at Harano for a while before she looked at her watch. Then, Shishio-kun. I will leave first. Wait for a moment, senpai. What's wrong? Yukinashita was about to leave, but suddenly she was pulled by him. She didn't fight back and let herself be pulled to the quiet spot where no one could see before she was kissed. Yukinashita was speechless, but she enjoyed the kiss. Harano, who was being left, was speechless, but she decided to follow them and peek to see what they were doing. Unfortunately, she regretted her decision and quickly looked away in grumble, showing her mood was far from good. Geez, it's dangerous to do it here. Yukinashita sighed while trying to reprimand him, but from her voice, she didn't hate it. Then, let's do it at your house later. Okay. Yukinashita smiled and kissed him again. This is the last time, okay? I really need to go back. Okay. He kissed her again. Yukinashita. Still, this was really the last time before Yukinashita left, leaving him with Harano. Well, it is time for me to work too. Shishio stretched his hands high as if he was ready to work, but when he was about to leave, his wrist was grabbed. Where are you going, Shishio-kun? Harano asked with a smile. Of course, I am going to return to the literature club. Didn't you say that you are going to play around before? If there is Yukino-senpai, then I will play. Harano grasped his hand even tighter, then asked, then, how about you play with me? With you? Yes. Well, if you beg me that much, I can't refuse you, can't I? Shishio sighed helplessly. Harano wanted to beat this guy up somehow. However, she had to say he was professional when he took her on a date, visited a place they hadn't visited before, and tried many snacks. By now, she was sure if he became a gigolo, he could get millions of dollars easily from deceiving the hearts of many women. Shishio didn't care what Harano was thinking, and he just enjoyed his time with Harano, but he knew that this woman seemed to realize something and wanted to talk about this matter. Still, unlike the rest of the girls, Harano was well versed in reading atmosphere and emotions, so she knew what she should say and shouldn't say, especially when she wanted to take down her opponent. There was a time when she had to be blunt, but she was waiting for a chance. A chance when he couldn't escape, like prey that had fallen into a pitfall. By then, he would be helpless, and he could only do her bidding, yet it seemed it was hard for them to be alone, especially when there were many of his actions. Shishio-kun. Shishio and Harano turned, but they couldn't say anything. They were speechless when they saw a man wearing a paper bag on his head. The man's breathing was heavy, and the vapor from his breath could be seen in his mouth. Harano. Shishio glanced at Shiro-san for a moment before he looked at the two women beside Shiro-san. Mayumi-san, Sayaka-san, when did you come? You should tell me, you know. As for Shiro-san, Shishio decided to ignore him. Geez, your cafe is too popular. Yeah, it's hard to get you, you know. While the eyes of Sayaka and Mayumi brightened when they saw Shishio in the student uniform in the Taisho era, they couldn't help but complain to him since it was so hard to get him. Ha, ha. It's so great being ignored. Shiro-san was excited. Harano. Shiro-san, it's amazing that the police didn't come to catch you, Shishio said after a while. Why did you wear that? It's not me who wants to wear this, but Mayumi-san forced it on me, Shiro-san said and imagined how everyone would look at him with contempt and disgust in this mask, which made him even more excited. Shishio looked at Mayumi, which caused her to sigh, and said, I mean, he looked like a decent guy before we went out. But, I felt he was so creepy, so I put that on him. Was it wrong for Shiro-san to be normal? Could you at least give him a moment to become a decent guy? However, Shishio also understood Mayumi's feelings since he couldn't imagine how Shiro-san became a decent guy. By the way, Shishio-kun, who are they? Harano asked while looking at the three. They're the tenants in Sakurasu. Then, Shishio introduced Mayumi, Sayaka, and Shiro-san, and Harano also started to introduce herself to the two women. As for Shiro-san, he was excited when Harano ignored him. Shishio looked at the bright sky and thought being a masochist was really invincible since no matter how much pain the others would inflict, they would feel euphoria and happiness instead of sadness and depression. Should he become a masochist? No. It was impossible for him to do so. However, Sayaka and Mayumi also talked normally with Harano. The three of them wore masks as they usually do in society when they talk to each other. As for Shiro-san, he was so excited at that moment. Still, while Harano and Mayumi talked to each other, Sayaka decided to slip away since it was tiring to talk with Harano, considering she had to maintain her mask. By the way, Shishio-kun, this uniform is really good on you, Sayaka praised while observing him with a smile. Thank you. Shishio smiled and said, you also look cute, Sayaka-san. Really? Sayaka was genuinely happy. Mayumi and Harano. By the way, this woman isn't your new girlfriend? Did you finally land yourself on the college girl? Mayumi wrapped her arm around Shishio's neck with a lewd expression. Maybe, next time, you will get a working girl. Harano and Sayaka. Working girl? What did you mean by a working girl? Was it yourself? Shishio was speechless, but he also had done it with a working girl, even a housewife. However, Mayumi was correct since he had never laid his hands on the college girl. I think you misunderstood something, Nishikino-san. I am his sister-in-law, and he is the fiancé of my little sister, so I will appreciate it if you can't maintain a certain distance from him, Harano said with a smile. Mayumi was stunned since it felt like she was facing her boss, but she saw Shishio quickly standing in front of her, blocking Harano. Well, Shiro-san, Sayaka-san, Mayumi-san, we'll leave first since we have something to do. See you later. Let's have a party later. By the way, where is Rita? Didn't he come with you? He wondered where Rita was. Rita was with us before, but now she is with Mashiro. Mayumi's mood wasn't good, but she still answered. Okay, see you later. I will cook you something later. I want a full-course Chinese dinner. Okay, okay. See you later. He waved his hand and left with Harano, holding her hand, so this woman wouldn't mess around. Still, when they left, Mayumi somehow let out a long sigh and leaned on Sayaka. Sayaka didn't push Mayumi away and said with a hint of fear, that girl is scary. Yet. Sayaka and Mayumi looked at each other and thought that Shishio had bad luck when such a woman stuck to him. Then, suddenly, they thought about the news they saw this morning about a man stabbed by his girlfriend because the man was cheating. Somehow, they could imagine such a thing happening to Shishio. As for Harano's status as Shishio's sister-in-law, they didn't overthink since they knew that this guy was a scumbag. They wouldn't be surprised if this guy touched them, which made them blush before they shook their heads. By the way, let's watch his movie. Good. When the two walked away, Shiro-san became excited and thought that the cultural festival on the Swime was the best. 720, take a deep breath. While it was good to know that Shiro-san enjoyed the cultural festival, it wasn't good to know that Harano was angry. Still, if Shishio knew why Shiro-san enjoyed the cultural festival, he would look at the distant sky, thinking that this guy couldn't be saved anymore, yet it was okay since Shiro-san was happy. That's the most important thing. However, Harano was far from happy. She didn't walk by his side like before. Instead, she walked in front of him as if she wanted to show him how bad her current emotion was. Yet how could she feel happy, especially when she knew what kind of bastard this guy was? Naturally, being a playboy was something common, and everyone in high society, especially when they did it. Some women also did it. However, it happened to someone else and didn't happen to her, so she didn't care much. Yet, when it happened to her. No, her family. It felt so horrible. She was like a goddess of calamity now. She wanted to bring forth volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, storms, floods, and every disaster in this world to destroy everything. She might have always kept her smile, but if someone thought she was kind, they would be wrong. Instead, she was such a terrifying woman since she could still maintain a sweet smile even though what she wanted to do was horrible and cruel. However, he couldn't see that since even if she was a terrifying woman, all he could see was an angry cat who showed her fangs and claws, trying to bite him with her non-existent fangs. Hey, stop! Hearing his voice, she stopped and was about to turn to show her horrible face, but her shoulders were held by him, so she was unable to turn. What are you doing? It could be heard that her voice was far from gentle and amiable. Take a deep breath. She glanced at him for a moment and only blew air with her lips in annoyance. However, he only looked at her helplessly and repeated his words, take a deep breath. She glanced at him again and asked in a loud voice, what are why? Close your eyes. She glanced at him blankly but still did what she was told. Then, suddenly, she could feel his hand wrapped around her body, which stunned her since it seemed that she was being hugged by him. However, it should be okay, right? She didn't stop him at all. Instead, she thought about whether their deed would be discovered by someone since she didn't want someone to know what they were about to do. However, after she thought for a moment, she quickly confirmed that they should be alright since she knew he wasn't so stupid to do something like this in a place where people could see them. Lastly, while she walked before, she didn't lose her mind, and she drew him to the deserted place where no one was around, yet her left hand was held and pulled before it was put on her right shoulder. When you can't control your calm, cross your arms like this. He also pulled her right hand and put it on the top of her left shoulder. Her hands were crossed, and she could feel his hands on the top of her hands, seemingly gentle yet reliable. Then, you take turns tapping each of your shoulders like this. He tapped the top of her hands gently, giving her instructions. She was in silence and felt nice, but there was something a bit unsettling and unsatisfying. What is this? The butterfly hug method. It helps you to calm down. Why do I need to calm down? Do you think I can't see that you're angry? Oh? Then, you guess, why am I angry? She didn't give him a chance to answer and turned her body abruptly, staring into his eyes with a sweet smile on her lips, yet nothing could be seen from her eyes. Also, why did you use a self-healing method to heal a trauma patient on me? It seems that I have made you angry again. She sighed and said, but trauma should be faced directly like this instead of soothing it from behind. She took a step even closer as if trying to boa tried to constrict her prey. She held his hands and also held his neck, pulling him closer. He didn't say anything and only stared into her eyes, yet he had to say it was hard to look into her eyes all the time since a big natural ravine was formed on her chest, which was something impossible to be formed by Yuki Nashida or even her mother, yet she owned it like nothing and even used them as a weapon. Once again, he had to say Harino was a formidable opponent. Shishio-kun, do you know I am not a good person? I can see it. However, he didn't voice his opinion and just followed what she wanted to do since he was curious about what she was going to say. If I like someone, I want him for myself. No one else. Only for me. If I find him cheating or even talking with another girl, I might kill the girl who talks with him and might also kill him by mistake. What if you can't get that man? What if I can't get him? She chuckled, then asked with a smile, what do you think I will do? Don't do that. I don't want my older sister-in-law to become a murderer, he said as he patted her head. One sentence was enough to shut her lips. Her head, which was clouded with anger before, quickly cleared up. She knew that this guy was Yuki Nashida's husband-to-be, and also could she kill Yuki Nashida? Still, leaving their feelings aside, it was hard for them to be together unless she was alright not to marry. She was the heir of the Yuki Nashida family, and naturally, she would hold a lot of responsibilities on her shoulders. It was also impossible for her to be married off like Yuki Nashida. Instead, when she married, it was her husband who changed his family name to Yuki Nashida. For her to change her name to something else was definitely impossible. Even her children would also be named Yuki Nashida. To be honest, Shishio didn't care about this type of naming matter. After all, a name was a name. It didn't change that they were a family, even if their names were different. However, it seemed different in this country, especially for those from prestigious families. If he had to say, a name was like a brand. If he gave an example, one would think of Gucci or Louis Vuitton, they would think of them as luxury goods, right? They would also trust it and didn't complain even if the price was so high. However, if it was other brands, once you saw something so expensive, you would complain it was expensive. It was the same name in this country since a name could also make people perceive you. Harino also couldn't escape from this responsibility, and she also didn't want to escape it since this was something that she had worked for, and she also didn't wish for Yukino Hida to be burdened by this responsibility. It wouldn't be wrong to say she was an iron lady. In the future, he wouldn't be surprised if she suddenly became the governor of Chiba. Still, he also understood why she was chosen as an heir instead of Yuki Nashida. One thing was the oldest child, since usually, the oldest child bore the responsibility of continuing the family business. The second thing, which was the most important thing, was ruthlessness. It was something that Yuki Nashida lacked since she was a gentle and kind girl. If Yuki Nashida was the matriarch of the Yuki Nashida family, if someone made a mistake, she might forgive this person before she did everything on her own, so everything would be right. However, Harano was different. She would cut this person down and show her prestige, so the other wouldn't mess around. Still, if Harano was a male, it would be great. Unfortunately, she was a female, which made everything become complicated, yet even if she became a guy, he could imagine how she would have a hard time making a woman. No, she wouldn't have trouble becoming the fuck many women he wanted, but she would have difficulty marrying since everything except for her family was a matter of interest to her. However, she was a female, so the matter of emotions would mess her up. By the way, do you want to do a better way to calm down? How? Harano asked. Like this. He hugged her gently yet firmly in his hands. Harano was in a daze before she slowly wrapped her hands around him and inhaled deep of his scent. They were hugging each other without saying anything, only feeling each other warmth. Okay, it's done. When 30 seconds passed, he let her go, but she didn't let him go. Say. If you. However, suddenly someone crashed into them. Harano was stunned, but Shishio quickly stabilized himself while also feeling angry since they were just in the right moment, but who would have thought that someone would interrupt them? However, he was stunned when he saw the person who crashed into them. At first, he thought it was a guy since this person was wearing a bullet uniform, but the person who crashed into them surprised him. Hey, senpai. Ritsu kawaii. At first, he thought it was a boy who had interrupted them, considering the butler's uniform and the short hair. However, it was Ritsu. He was speechless, but he could see that her state was quite wrong, especially when she seemed panicked and in tears. Shishio-kun. Ritsu was surprised but also felt relief when she saw him. However, a loud voice behind her made her body tense. Hey, wait there, bastard! Don't you dare to run! The two guys ran in their direction furiously. Shishio frowned and let go of Harano before he approached the two guys. 721, tongue. Wait, Shishio-kun. Ritsu was startled when she saw Shishio just walk and approach the two. However, Harano didn't say anything and looked at this scene with interest. The two guys, who were in a state of anger, noticed Shishio, who wanted to stop them. When one was angry, their judgment was clouded, and adrenaline rushed into their heads, which made them courageous and stupid. They wanted to scold Shishio, but before they could say something, one of them was slapped by Shishio. Bang! One of them fell on the ground weakly. The other was stunned, but he was kicked before he could respond. Shishio said nothing and pulled them to the corner since he needed to talk with them. Harano and Ritsu. Ritsu was stunned but quickly stood up, ready to help Shishio. Stay here. Leave everything to him. But. You underestimate him. Harano shook her head and tried to calm Ritsu down. However, she also knew that she needed to calm herself. Her emotions muddled her mind, and she thought she needed to avoid him now. Honestly, she didn't want to be like this since it forced her to do everything on impulse. When something is done on an impulse, one might not be able to see the consequences of their action. She thought it was better for her to stay away from him for a while since she needed time to think. Tell him that I am going back. Ritsu couldn't even say anything in response since Harano had already left. When Harano left, Ritsu panicked, wondering what she should do since it was her first time to meet this kind of situation. While she was in deep thought, she saw Shishio walk out, which made her quickly approach him. Are you alright, Shishio-kun? You're not hurt, right? As for the two people who chased after her, she didn't care. I am okay, senpai. How about you? Are you alright? Yeah, I am okay. However, when she said those words, her legs felt weak, and she fell to the ground. She thought she was about to fall, but she felt a strong arm wrapped around her body. She blushed and felt embarrassed. So sorry, my legs feel weak. It's okay. Shishio looked at Ritsu's attire. Even though she was a beautiful girl, she could be mistaken for a guy now, considering her dress and all. Somehow, he didn't want Ebonahina to see them at this moment since he was afraid Ebona might die from blood loss. Do you want to take a rest? Let's go to the usual spot. She nodded and let him help her to walk since, right now, his presence put her at ease. What kind of flavor do you want, senpai? Their usual spot was on the bench under the stairs on the first floor of the special building of their school. It was also the building where the service club was, which is why many times, Shishio, Hikigaya, Ui, and Yuki Nashida stayed on this spot before they started the club. She didn't know what to choose since she was in a mess now. Then, let's get this one. It's my treat. Thanks. She didn't know what kind of flavor of ice cream he had chosen for her, but she tried it anyway. Is it good? She was in a daze when she tasted the ice cream, stunned, before she looked at him, who was smiling at her, completely teasing her. It's so bad. Her nose wrinkled as she looked at him with a sigh. Really? Don't you like it? It's a mint chocolate flavor. It's like toothpaste. Then, here. Eat this one. This one. She hesitated since she was fooled by him once. It's vanilla. Oh. At least it was several times better than the mint chocolate flavor, so she agreed. The sweet vanilla taste was so gentle on her tongue, which made her even more at ease. However, she was dumbfounded when she saw him eating the mint chocolate flavor she had just eaten. Shishio-kun, that's... Oh, this? Isn't it wasteful to throw it away? He didn't think too much and just ate the ice cream eaten by Ritsu. The price of ice cream might not be too much, but he didn't have a hobby of wasting his food, especially those which tasted good. Ritsu wanted to say something, but she held it, lowering her head and blushing. However, the two enjoyed their ice cream as they talked about the cultural festival. Today, similar to him, she wasn't tasked to look after the literature club. Instead, she stayed in her class that opened a maid and a butler cafe, which was the cliché of the most cliché exhibition during the cultural festival. However, he was definitely going to visit her class. He also wondered whether he could gain a reward when he visited her class, considering he hadn't seen all the female students in her class. I want to visit your class. She looked at him with a blush and glanced at him occasionally. He glanced in her direction and thought that she had a fetish for student uniforms in the Taisho era, which was kind of unique. By the way, senpai, what's wrong before? You were chased by few people before. While he knew what was happening after he asked two guys, he still wanted to know what was happening from Ritsu's mouth. Oh, right. She almost forgot about this matter since she was just comfortable with him. Oh, how about them? It's okay. You don't need to worry about them anymore. Really? Yes, they apologized to you and told me that they wouldn't appear in front of you anymore, he said with a smile. As for those two guys, there was no need to mention them anymore. That's great. She sighed in relief as she didn't want to meet those guys anymore. So, what's wrong? You haven't told me what is happening. It's like this. She told him what was happening from the beginning to the end. Her classmates told her to advertise the cafe of her class, which was why she brought a board advertisement with her, but when she walked around, she was a female and was bullied by those two guys and subconsciously, while she was scared, she smashed the board to those two guys before she ran away. Naturally, those two guys chased after her, and fortunately, she met him. He was speechless, but he had to say it was great to know she was such a kind person. He patted her head gently, which made her blush. You have done a good job, senpai. Shishio-kun. His gesture overwhelmed her, but his strict words silenced her. But next time, don't do this. Luckily, you have met me, and if they catch you, what do you think will happen to you? Ritsu was a beautiful girl, and when two guys were angry, they might do something that would make them be thrown to Tokyo Bay. So sorry. Her voice was weak, and she knew she had caused trouble, but she didn't regret her decision. So next time when you see this, you should record this with a video and also call me, the police, or the committee. By then, they can't escape and might even enter jail. Ritsu. But this might be a good lesson for you, senpai, so you won't be so reckless next time. He sighed helplessly since if Ritsu was a master martial artist, it would be okay, but she was a weak bookworm who got all tired after running for half a minute. Sorry. It's okay. You don't need to apologize. I am sure that girl is also thankful to you for what you have done. After being reprimanded, she was praised, which made her heart flutter and happy. However, it was normal since he was so good at using his stick and carrot. Should we go back now? He thought they had talked for so long, so it might be better for them to return. However, when he was about to stand up, his hand was grasped. Let's stay here for a while. She was so nervous when she said those words. Fortunately, he agreed with her. Okay. The two sat side by side again, and he talked about many unique exhibitions at the cultural festival. Unlike him, she wasn't so talkative, and she loved to hear more instead of talking, so this was what he did. His topic was also general, and it was something that she would understand since the topic she understood was quite limited, considering how addicted she was to books and spent most of her time reading. However, what he didn't know, she was just happy at that moment. Just staying by his side and talking with him made her heart flutter. When he was around, he put her at ease. It was like magic. Maybe, she was already charmed by him? Yet when she stared at him, and he also happened to look at her, her heart was beating so fast, and it was impossible to calm down. Senpai. The way his deep and husky voice called her name all the time, she just couldn't forget about it. Sometimes, it even appeared in her dream, making her blush every time and weak her legs. Right now, she was clear with the name of the feeling she felt toward him. However, she wondered whether it was okay to hold this feeling, and suddenly the memory of USA confessing to her resurfaced. The thought of her refusing his confession and his expression was clearly shown in her mind, making her wonder whether she would feel the same way. What did he feel toward her? She didn't know. Something unknown had always been scary. It was the same as the feeling of the person that you love. She didn't know, yet she knew she couldn't control her emotions anymore. She lowered her head, trying to control her heart, yet the more she did, the more she lost control of her emotion. However, he was confused since this girl seemed silent and looked down. He was about to ask her whether she was all right, yet who would expect she would confess to him? Shishio-kun, I light you. Ritsu bit her tongue. 722, Book. Ritsu wanted to cry at that moment. She had used all of her courage, but who would have thought she would bite her tongue in the most important moment? She couldn't control her emotions and ran away. Excuse me. This reaction was normal since she didn't have any experience in the matter of love. It was her first time, so she was nervous, thinking that her action had caused everything to fail, yet she couldn't run away since he held her hand. Don't run away, senpai. If you run, our relationship will become awkward from now on, or for you, that confession is nothing but a joke. When his voice fell, she stopped while lowering her head. It's not a joke. That's how I feel toward you. Her eyes were in mist at this moment since she didn't want him to misunderstand her. At this moment, her heart was a mess, and she just didn't know what to do since many things kept appearing in her head, which made her confused and panicked. Then, don't run since that way, I can take you seriously. He moved closer, and he held her hands gently. Calm down, okay? Yes. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. While he was a scumbag, he had always been gentle. It was something that made her love him. He might also tease her, but it didn't make her hate him. Instead, it tickled her and made her unable to forget about him. This feeling, she had felt it for so long, and she also had realized what kind of feeling she felt. Now, she was brave enough to confess what she felt in her heart, but now, was she going to run away? I love you. Ritsu bit her tongue again. Should I say it instead? No, let me say it. She was already full of tears but didn't need his pity. She also knew that it was difficult for him to confess to her, considering his situation and all. More importantly, he was a scumbag with many women. Even so, it didn't change her feeling, but if he was the one who confessed, it would make it cheap, so she had to be the one who confessed. She looked at him and said, I love you, Shishio-kun. Yes. She waited for a while, but she didn't hear his answer. Your answer is. However, when she saw him chuckle, she was angry. Shishio-kun. She had used all of her courage, yet he chuckled. Right now, she wanted to smash him with a board like the two guys that bullied the girl before. Sorry, it is just that it's a surprise to me that you have decided to confess to me now. He looked at her and said, I thought that our relationship might start when you are about to graduate. Why you think so? Isn't it obvious? It was obvious. There was no need for him to answer, especially when one thought about her personality. Even Ritsu also knew her personality well. She was only interested in books, and she had never thought much about people. She didn't even have friends since she only looked at the book. Book, and book. Yet he took her away from her world. Her world was no longer books anymore. There were many things in her words. Well, not everything in her new world was good, she thought. Sometimes, it was bitter and sour, but at the same time, it was also sweet. Everything was because of him. Yes. Him. To be honest, she was also surprised at herself for suddenly trying to confess to him since, as he had said before, her personality was passive. She had gotten used to waiting and staying still, so when she broke out of her shell and confessed to him, she messed up several times. However, she suddenly realized something and looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. You thought that I might confess to you? She looked at him in a daze. Why? She asked while blushing. He sighed and patted her head gently. You're so obvious. You're like a book. It is easy to read. She was so embarrassed at that moment but also annoyed. She puffed her cheeks before she looked away. Honestly, he hoped she didn't confess to him in this attire since it was hard to see her as a beautiful girl, considering her androgynous appearance. Still, her breasts were noticeable, so he could only see her as a female. However, this wasn't the time for him to think about such a messy thing. Still, he had to say this confession was a bit lacking in impact, considering all the confessions that he had, many of them were pretty impactful. If he gave an example, one of the most impactful was the confession of Rio Futaba. She confessed to him while staining her feet in the mud and wet from the rain. Even the latest confession, which was Yui's confession, was also amazing since he had to do it with her mother too. Yet Ritsu lacked that. She just bit her tongue. It was cute, but it lacked an impact. However, this was good since it had been a while since he received such a confession. While he was in the middle of his thought, Ritsu was nervous since he didn't say anything. What about my confession? What was your answer? There were many questions in her head, but she didn't dare to question them since she was afraid to hear them. However, she was startled when she was hugged suddenly from behind. Her body was tense, but slowly she relaxed and leaned on his chest. Honestly, I should just agree to your confession, but I have been thinking a lot. Thinking? Yes. He put his chin on her head and said, I have a lot of women, so I can't be with you all the time. You have to share me with others. Even so, is that okay with you? Why do you ask that question? Because, like how you seriously confess your feeling to me, I also need to think to answer your confession seriously. So, if I can accept it, what will you do? I will do this. Suddenly, she felt his waist pulled and realized she was sitting on his lap with her hands grasped by him. Her chin was also lifted, and his eyes stared into him like a beast. I will kiss you and mark you mine. She could feel hot air in her ear, which caused her face to turn red. After all, it reminded her of a certain plot in her book. As she wanted to learn about her feelings, she also started to read a romance, and it also included a romance with slightly adult taste, which made her a bit addicted somehow. So, think carefully. She looked at him and said, I have thought about it, and I won't ever regret my confession to you. She didn't bite her tongue or get nervous at this moment since she wanted to tell him how serious her feeling was. You know, I have been thinking a lot about this. Whether I sleep or wake up, every time I try to force you away from my head. Unfortunately, I can't do it. You have always been on my mind. Even when I read, your face will also appear. It is hard for me. She suddenly looked resentful and said, so you should take responsibility. Responsibility? Yes, you have messed me up. So take responsibility. Don't say something misleading. He was speechless. Mess her up? Did he? However, he knew what she meant, so he just kissed her lips. Ritsu was dumbfounded and opened her eyes wide. Did he kiss her? Really? Well, it feels good. She hugged him on his neck and started taking the initiative despite being awkward. Her knowledge might not be zero since she had read many books, but compared to real experience, everything was just different. Her heart was fluttering, and she just wanted this to continue until he put her tongue inside her, which made her realize that the fluffy-like kiss could become so lewd yet addicting kiss. Yet, what made her feel a bit unacceptable was that she could accept everything so easily. Was it because of her book? Suddenly, she realized that it might not be good to read an adult book. While his kiss might be quite bold, he was quite gentle since it was her first time. Still, it made him realize how good he was now at tainting girls. Even if Ritsu was a virgin and didn't have any experience, he could make her into such a lewd girl so quickly. Still, fortunately, everyone was still playing around at the cultural festival, so their place was rather quiet, and no one bothered them. At this time and place, they just enjoyed their time together. As they parted, their faces were flushed red like they were burnt by their desire. Ritsu was shy and buried her face in his neck. If you throw me away after all of this, I will bury you with all of my books, then I will also bury myself. I won't. He hugged her tightly in his arms and said, thank you for confessing to me. I am happy. Those words alone made her smile, and she hugged him even tighter. Say, Shishio-kun. Can you hug me even tighter? Shishio wondered whether Ritsu was infected by Shiro-san's virus. As the two confirmed their relationship, they spent a few hours on this place until she realized she needed to return to her class, even though she was reluctant. By the way, will the literature club be alright? She was still worried that something might happen to the literature club because of Kiria. It's okay. The culprit is going to be caught soon. That's good. Ritsu nodded and sighed in relief. As they walked, they met Sheena and Rita, who played together at the cultural festival. Still, when the two of them saw him and Ritsu holding hands, they were surprised. Shishio is a beast, Sheena said blankly. Shishio and Ritsu. However, Sheena accepted it, and the three of them talked to each other about many things. Yet, Rita, on the other hand, was looking at Ritsu in shock before she looked at Shishio with a complicated gaze. However, because of this, she was no longer hesitating. Her time was limited, and she was going to use the best of it since she didn't want to return to England with regret. In the end, the four of them decided to play together and decided to visit Ritsu's class's exhibition. As they enjoyed the cultural festival, the first day ended, and it was time to close their exhibitions, but at this moment, someone used this chance to enter the literature club. 723, Stockholm Syndrome. While it might be strange, the end of the cultural festival was the most vulnerable time. Why vulnerable? It was because, during this time, all the students, whether normal students or committee members, would take a break or a meeting to discuss the first day of the cultural festival. Naturally, during this time, there were still a few guests that hadn't returned, but no one thought too much since those guests didn't cause trouble during the day, so they lowered their guards, thinking everything would be alright. This was also a perfect chance for someone to cause trouble. This was what this person thought, so when she confirmed that no one was around, she invaded the literature club quietly. If it was a normal person, their hearts would be beating so fast that they couldn't control their calm, but when one's heart was clouded with anger and hate, one could do anything. As this person entered, this person didn't do anything and just observed the literature club for a while. The cultural festival had just ended, but the members of the literature club had cleaned up everything since they finished their exhibitions early. After all, their exhibitions were popular, especially their anthology, which was sought by many people. This person was also the same, and she was even excited when she read the anthology since it was filled with a story of a scumbag man being killed by various tragedies. In other words, it was a revenge story. No matter what the era was, the revenge story had always been popular, and the story just resonated with her heart at that moment. Even though she felt reluctant to do this, she just wanted to unleash the rage and unfairness she felt toward that person. Unless that person felt regret and hurt, she wouldn't feel satisfied. She looked at the table in front of her and kicked it down, tearing some parts of the room before she took out spray paint from her bag, but suddenly, she heard a voice from the side. Are you satisfied? Her heart was beating so fast, and she was about to run away, but his voice dragged her into the abyss. Don't run. I have recorded everything on my video camera. If you run, I will put this to the police, your school, and the media. Let's see, the title is a crazy female delinquent rampaging on the cultural festival. By then, whether it is your future, your family, or everything will be destroyed. Her heart was cold, and she felt her body become weak instantly. This was how a human was. When no one knew that they were the ones who did it and they thought that everything would be okay, they were courageous, but when they realized the consequences, they became a coward. It was the same with this young woman. Come here. His voice was strong, ordering her to move to him. Come here. This time he raised his voice sternly, causing her to flinch. She was scared, but she didn't dare to fight back. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. However, he smiled, thinking that it was quite fun to threaten people. Yes, it was him. Shishio Oga. This person might be a female, but so what? She wanted to destroy the hard work of his girlfriends, so don't blame him for being ruthless. If he wasn't around, this young woman would destroy everything without regret, but fortunately, he was around. Still, he was speechless by his girlfriend or the committee, which he had reminded that something might happen to the literature club. But, even though he had reminded them, they left without thinking, which made him wonder whether this was the power of the plot. Fix the tables and the chairs that you have knocked down. When she hesitated, he raised his voice, causing the young woman to flinch once again and follow his words like a robot. If you can't even face the consequences, what's the point of doing this? He sat on the chair while looking at the young woman and started fixing everything she had knocked down. Still, it made him speechless when this young woman was able to trigger his system. It was good that he got a reward, but it conflicted him when this villain young woman would trigger his system. To be honest, he didn't want to do this. In the beginning, he had guessed that this should be the culprit, but there was no evidence that she was one. If there were security cameras, when she drew graffiti at the entrance of the school, she would be caught instantly. Unfortunately, in 2005, such a thing was still rare. It was why he let her knock down the table and the chairs as she wished before he walked out when he took out the paint spray. Knocking the tables and chairs aside, it would be troublesome if she drew graffiti on the room, so he quickly stopped her since all the evidence had been collected. Everything was in his hand. If she didn't want her future to be destroyed, she had to listen to him. Suddenly, he rubbed his chin, wondering why he had become more and more like a character who stole the lover or the wife of others in the NTR manga. Even though he did it with the wife of someone, this situation made him complex when he thought about it. Still, he had to say this young woman was beautiful. She had this long, wavy hair that reached her back, dressed in a stylish fashion, and also a beauty spot under her right eye. Her expression might be gloomy, but it couldn't deny that she was beautiful. He wondered why Kiria would refuse the advance of this young woman since it was such a shame. If he was in Kiria's place, he might not hesitate to do it. The forbidden relationship between a student and a teacher was exciting, after all. As of now, he wondered whether she was a university student. You don't understand anything. The young woman answered in a low voice. Huh? What did you say? He didn't lower his voice and raised it, causing her to flinch again. Somehow, he understood why people loved power since being superior gave a good feeling. Still, he had had enough of teasing this woman, but if he just let her go like this, he was afraid she might do it again. He wondered whether there was something that he could do to stop her. As for calling Kiria, such a thought didn't cross his mind since he was afraid that all that was left was drama. The two talked to each other before they finished their relationship. Then, the woman would receive nothing and leave without being punished. That wasn't something that he wanted. Well, since she can trigger my system, why don't I tease her more? It didn't hurt him to be involved with this woman since he could get rewards, so why should he hesitate? Done. Yes. Do you have an ID? The young woman. Give me, or I will go to the police after this. The young woman gritted her teeth but still followed his order and took a student card from her bag. He took it rudely and read her name in a teasing manner. Saki Kasumoto, hey? A university student. Her identity was listed by him one by one slowly, causing her heart to beat so fast and panic since she quickly realized the trouble that she had received. Forgive me. She apologized timidly. Ha. Please forgive me. When he raised his voice again, she quickly apologized, bowed her head, and didn't dare to look at him. Geez, don't apologize to me like that. You make me like a bad guy, right? Even though you're the one who is causing trouble. As he patted her shoulder, she didn't dare to move, but her body trembled. Raise your head. Don't make me repeat myself. She was in tears before she looked up slowly, looking at him, who sat on the chair. She was so scared at that moment, wondering what would happen to her, but she had to say the man who threatened her was so handsome. It tires my neck when you stand up like this. Sit down. I sit down. Yes, sit down. Where? She hesitated and asked. Where? Can you just sit on the ground? He said lazily while pointing at the ground. What's wrong? Do you want me to go to the police? She bit her lip before she followed his words, sitting on the ground as he told her. Then, suddenly, her chin was lifted by him, which made her blush since she could see him so close. Not only you're a delinquent, but you're also a pervert, hey? Do you like being treated like this? No, I don't. She refuted him with a blush on her face. Oh? Then, why are you blushing? I am not. He caressed her cheeks and lips with his thumb, causing her body to shiver. She wasn't disgusted, but as he said before, she was quite excited. Do you want me to keep quiet about this? Shishio asked quietly. She was surprised and opened her eyes wide. Really? She was happy since if she was forgiven, then everything would be okay. Sure, but everything depends on your performance. If you can satisfy me, I will forgive you and erase the video. Satisfy you. She was dumbfounded, and her face reddened once again. She struggled, hesitating, and was at a loss for a while until she asked, Here. He wasn't in a hurry. Instead, it was fun to see her struggling. The initiative was in his hands, and he didn't need to do anything. Still, this question confused him, so he asked, Where do you want it to be? No, not here, it's dangerous here. His expression became weird, but Kasumoto didn't realize it since she seemed to be embarrassed and didn't dare to look at him. By now, he hesitated since he wondered what was wrong with this girl. Did she misunderstand him? He only hoped that she could only apologize completely and explain everything to the school and Kiria, but why had this girl suddenly said something so misleading? It was as if he was aiming for her body. But I want it to be here. Still, he didn't want to go out since it was troublesome. However, it seemed to cause a misunderstanding in the young woman's mind. She looked at him as if he was a pervert before she continued struggling for a while before she let out a long sigh and she asked, Is it possible to lock the door? Well, it is possible. Can you lock the door? Why do you want me to lock the door? I don't want to be seen by people. She said with an exasperated voice. She huffed and looked at him with a resentful gaze. He scratched his head for a while and followed her words to lock the door, trying to humor her. While he locked the door, she also closed the curtain. He was speechless and decided to turn on the light, but she quickly stopped her. Don't turn on the light. Why? It's embarrassing. By now, he realized the misunderstanding had become bigger and bigger. Co, come here. He followed her words and sat down on the chair. Let me remind you, I will only use my mouth. He was speechless since he knew this young woman had misunderstood him, but he thought for a while and decided to go along since he wasn't the one who was hurt anyway. 724, Sword. Kurimoto was lying on the bed as she breathed exhaustedly before she turned, watching him wearing his clothes as he sat on the edge of the bed. Why? In the beginning, she thought to give him her mouth, but why did she give him her everything? She looked at the bed and saw a small red mark on the sheet, showing she had lost her virginity. Yet she had to say, it was so wonderful, and it made her forget everything. She looked at him with a complicated gaze before she reached his back, touching it with her fingers. She could see marks on his nails and teeth since she had dug and bitten his shoulders when they had sex. What's wrong? Do you want to do it again? I am going to die if you do me again. She was speechless since this guy was simply a monster. He laughed, which made her heart flutter and blush. She knew she shouldn't think about this, especially to the person who threatened her, yet. Then, I will go back now. See you. He kissed her lips before he stood up. Don't do something stupid again. With your face, you can get a better man. You're going back? She asked with disappointment. However, she didn't realize this. My girlfriend is waiting. You have a girlfriend? I do. He put on his uniform, then turned and asked, do you need me to send someone to send you? I can help you with a taxi. No, it's all right. I won't bother you anymore. Really? However, I wanted you to bother me. After all, it's a shame to end our relationship like this, right? Especially when you were so excited before. As he whispered those words, she blushed and didn't dare to look at him since she was afraid that she would be tempted by him. The temperature on her body increased, especially when her hair was grasped by him. She shuddered, and the thought of him pounding her wet hole like a bitch emerged in her mind. She might act strong now, but before, she was begging him to keep pounding her and moaned with a sweet voice, which made it seem that she was the one who was the most eager. I will think about it. He chuckled, which made her blush in shame. Also, apologize to Kiryu-sensei. Can you do it? I will. It surprises me that you are going to agree immediately. He was surprised when he saw she agreed with him immediately. He knew she should hate Kiryu so much, yet she agreed directly when asked. Well. I am afraid that you might blackmail me more. Even though he had told her he had erased her video, she didn't believe it. She also believed that when they had sex before, he also recorded it. In other words, even if he erased the previous blackmail material, he still had another one. She had read this kind of plot everywhere, and with this scumbag's personality, she was sure he would do something like that. It hurts me when you think of me like that. Kasumoto only snorted and looked away since she had to admit that this guy was so shameless. Well, I will go back now. Don't miss me. Who will miss you? She threw a pillow at him, but he caught it easily before she saw him approach her. What? She was quite nervous and unconsciously moved away. Give me a kiss. Geez. She was helpless and kissed him on his lips before she pushed him away. Enough, right? I am tired now. Go back. Goodbye. He also didn't hesitate to leave since someone was really waiting for him. Ritsu had just confessed to him, so her emotion was still in a high state, and she wanted to meet him as soon as possible. However, he realized that there was no salvation for him anymore. Yet, he wasn't at fault at this time since Kasumoto was the one who took the initiative. By the way, I have paid for this room, and you can stay until tomorrow, so you don't need to worry. Then, bye. He didn't waste his time and walked out of the room, leaving Kasumoto alone. She looked at his back in a complicated mood before she lay on the bed, exhausted. It was her first time, yet she forced herself too much. However, this wasn't her fault. Instead, it was his fault for teaching her this forbidden pleasure. Honestly, she also felt confused when she thought she would agree to apologize to Kiryu. However, when Shishio conquered her body, she knew she was no longer entangled with Kiryu. Right now, in her head, it was only him. Bah! Who cares about such a scumbag? She grumbled before she wrapped her body like a cocoon. Thank you, Roberta. He put on his seatbelt and thanked Roberta, who had picked him up at the hotel entrance. No problem, Roberta answered with her usual cool expression. Where are we going now, Shishio-sama? Well, let's go back to Sakuseu. Okay. Roberta started the car while he was looking out the window with a strange thought on his mind since he realized the massive change in him. In the beginning, he was riddled with guilt, but now, doing it with a girl was as easy as breathing for him. He didn't even feel guilty when he did it with Kasumoto. Instead, it was fun. Still, he didn't bother to think much since his relationship with Kasumoto was just like that. He didn't intend to start a relationship just because they had sex once, so instead of a lover, they might become sex friends. It might be even more interesting if she had a lover. However, he quickly shook his head since he realized that he had become the male who stole the lover or wife of someone in the NTR manga. This thought couldn't continue since he shouldn't be moved by his lust. Instead, it was love. It was the same with Hana. It was love instead of lust. However, in the case of Kasumoto, it was a beautiful misunderstanding. Still, instead of thinking about such a matter, it was better to think about his reward. How to say, it was a good ability since it made him able to read something faster. Well, it helped him to work faster, so he was happy. However, this was only the appetizer, and now, it was time to see the main course and the dessert. When he saw his reward, he didn't know what to say for a while. Leaving the first, third and fourth rewards, which gave him a building, an airplane and a mountain, respectively, he felt a bit speechless at his last reward. However, before that, he was going to check the rest of his rewards. The second reward was a dance mastery, which gave him the mastery that mastered every dance from the past, present, and future. In other words, he had become a master of dancing. He wasn't sure if he was going to use it, but it was better to have it rather than complain. Still, his fifth reward was amazing since even if it was an asset type of reward, it was his first time getting a weapon. Dojajiri. It was the legendary sword of Minamoto no Yorimitsu, which was used to behead Shutendaji, a devil, Oni, who lived in Mtoe in Tanba province. Was this meant the time he was going to fight against the Oni was near? However, he didn't feel surprised since he knew how unreasonable the personality of this Oni was. By killing him, it would benefit the entire humanity. As for his sixth reward, it gave him enhanced lips. He wasn't sure what to do with this except to have better lips. In other words, did his charm enhance even more? Knowing this, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry when he became even more handsome, he wondered what to do. But my last reward? He didn't know how to react toward his last reward. Was it a good reward? Naturally. If Dojajiri was called a demon slayer, then his penis would be called a maiden slayer. He should be proud and happy, but to be honest, he didn't see much of a change in his penis. Was his penis already perfect? He didn't know, but it might be good to test it. When he was in deep thought, suddenly, he could feel Roberta's hand holding his hand. He glanced at her, observing her expression. Her expression was as cool as ever, but a reddish blush was seen on her cheeks. Should we stop at the nearby hotel first? Okay. There was no hesitation in her words, and she agreed readily. It was a good time for him to test his enhanced penis. He was going to use his sword to fight against this female Terminator. However, before that, he was going to tell his girlfriends that he was going to be late. I am going to be late. As he sent his email, he put down his phone and watched Roberta skillfully drive the car to the nearby hotel. He looked at Roberta before he looked at his penis. Was there an effect that he didn't know? He wasn't sure, but he was going to test it now. 725, Summit. When he returned to Sakurasu, as promised, he cooked a full course of Chinese cuisine. While they were complaining since he came back too late, which made them hold their hunger for a while, after they ate his food, they felt everything was worth it. Naturally, when everything ended, he rested and sat on the sofa in the living room, but something was different at that moment. This change brought a shock to Mayumi, Sayaka, and Chihiro. Since someone was sitting on his lap so comfortably. However, this person wasn't Shina, but Ritsu. Ritsu had always wanted to do this before, and she realized it felt better than she had thought. His chest might be hard from his muscles, but it gave her warmth and comfort. More importantly, his scent was so nice. If they were alone, she might try to sniff his body since his scent was just that good. On the other hand, Shishio thought about the effect of his enhanced penis. He had to say his penis was so powerful that he had to carry Roberta out of the hotel room to go home. Because of this, he was also the one who drove the car to Sakurasu. When they arrived, she also didn't eat and just went to her room before sleeping so soundly since she was exhausted. It seems it has an effect that I don't know. Especially when he thought about Roberta's fellatio, it was so lewd that he was about to get hard, but when he looked at Ritsu, he hesitated. In the end, he just bit the bullet and let it get hard. Ritsu was reading quietly, but suddenly she felt something hard on her buttocks. She was stunned, and her face blushed before she peeked at him shyly. However, he looked away, and she also noticed a blush on his face. Somehow, she understood why all of his girlfriends wanted to attack him. You too. Mayumi looked at the two in shock. You, what? Shishio looked at Mayumi in confusion. Did you lay your hands on Ritsu? Mayumi couldn't believe it since how could the nerd like Ritsu, who had always lived in her world, suddenly become so chummy and act like a woman in love? Mayumi had always thought that Ritsu would be alone forever. After all, even if she was beautiful, she was still alone. Ritsu was the same. Ritsu was beautiful, but her personality was worse than hers, so Ritsu should be single, right? Yet this was a reality. Sometimes, a beautiful or handsome face wasn't the main factor when one could get a girlfriend or boyfriend. There were many that were still single. However, Ritsu betrayed her. Mayumi realized that Ritsu wasn't simple, and like any other girl, Ritsu was also interested in love. Still, Mayumi also felt that Ritsu didn't have the guts to do something, so it should be Shishio who took down Ritsu. No, she was the one who laid her hand on me. Shishio felt that he was innocent. The fault was on Ritsu, who tempted him. Ritsu blushed and hammered him shyly. Shishio-kun. Chihiro, Mayumi and Sayaka took a deep breath and stood up from the tables before they went to the shelf where they kept the alcohol. Should we get whiskey? No, vodka is better. Let's get drunk tonight, okay? In the end, they decided to get drunk, so they could forget their problem. Sayaka aside, it was so hard for Mayumi and Chihiro to stay calm, especially when they were quite old and single. Everyone knew how horrible their situation was, so why should they torture them by showing how close they were by flirting? However, before they were able to drink, all the alcohol in their hands was taken. Chihiro-ne, you have a job tomorrow. Let's settle it with a bear. Shishio looked at Mayumi and Sayaka and said, you two aren't exceptions. 3x. What could they say? Those alcohols were his collections, so they could say nothing and just drank a beer quietly. However, even so, the taste of the beer was great. They chugged the beer like water and felt that being an adult was so great since they could drown their sadness in alcohol. While everyone was speechless, Shishio and Ritsu didn't flirt any longer. Well, they might not do it openly, but they did it secretly, so they didn't really stop. By the way, where have you been? Chihiro asked curiously since he went home quite late. When her question fell, everyone was also looking at him curiously. What did he do? Did he make another woman? If he had a mind-reading ability, he would be surprised by their guess, but even if he didn't have it, he could guess more or less what they were thinking. I took care of Kiryu-sensei's problem. Kiryu-sensei. 2x. Mayumi and Sayaka were confused, but the rest was surprised. Kiryu-sensei? Who is that? Rita asked. A woman. A guy. You, did you swing that way too? Shishio only looked at Rita, and she only smiled sweetly, yet Ryu Unosuke, who was doing the last check of the game of Sakurasu, stopped his hands. What's wrong, dragon? Misaki asked curiously since Ryu Unosuke stopped. No, nothing. Ryu Unosuke continued while thinking about the scene he saw before the cultural festival. Shishio didn't look at Ryu Unosuke. Instead, he explained what was happening to Kiryu and also how he had handled this matter. So the culprit has been caught. Yes. How did you do it? I was waiting in the clubroom with my video camera when I saw her enter and was about to destroy the clubroom. Hey. Really? Is the clubroom okay? When they heard the clubroom was about to be destroyed, they were dumbfounded and quickly asked. It's okay. It's just some tables and chairs were knocked. She was about to spray and destroy a lot of things, but I stopped her before that. That's great. Except for Ryu Unosuke and Misaki, all the students that lived in Sakurasu were members of the literature club, so when they thought something might happen to the literature club, they became worried. So what did you do? Shiro-san, who had been ignored, suddenly asked with great curiosity. I blackmailed this person. If this person didn't want the parents and everyone to know what this person was doing. He didn't continue since everyone fell into silence. Great. However, Sheena tried to praise him in her own way. Great. Shiro-san also tried to praise Shishio, but why did it feel like there was a trace of jealousy in his voice? Still, everyone sighed and thought that Shishio was really reliable. However, no one felt that what he did was too much since what this person had done could destroy the life of someone, so being blackmailed and forcing this person to apologize was nothing. So this matter ends? Misaki asked. It ends. Then, I have something to announce. Shishio looked at Misaki and asked, what? By the way, my family will come on Wednesday to see our game. Misaki clapped her hands excitedly. Your family? Yes. Your parents? Yes. Do you want me to meet your parents? Yes. Okay. He hesitated for a while but agreed to meet Misaki's parents. He had met almost all of his girlfriend's parents except for Sheena's parents, who were in England. He even met Fudabario's parents, who had returned from their work in Europe, so meeting Misaki's parents was nothing for him. As for the matter of Mitaka, the two of them didn't mention him since it was a matter of the past. Whether it was her body and heart were already his, and it was impossible for Mitaka to take her. Still, in case something happened, he had given Misaki's secret weapon, so she could protect herself. However, he looked at Misaki suspiciously and asked, what's wrong with your smile? No, nothing. I am just happy that you agreed to meet my parents. Misaki said with a nervous smile. Really? Really? Believe in me. If I lie, my breasts will become smaller. Misaki patted her breasts as she tried to reassure him. He suddenly became more suspicious, but there was no proof that this young woman was planning something. Moreover, even if she planned something, he could have his revenge later that night, so everything would be okay. Yet he felt a bit curious about what kind of surprise she was going to show him. By the way, is there something interesting on the second day? Rita asked since she had nothing to do when everyone was busy with the cultural festival, so she was going to visit it again. I am not sure. Shishio looked at Chihiro and asked, Chihiro-ne, is there a special event? A special event? Chihiro drank her alcohol with a reddened face, then said, it should be a Q&A session from the alumnus. The Q&A session with the alumnus. Was there a famous alumnus at our school? Shishio just asked since he didn't know much. Chihiro looked at Shishio speechlessly and said, of course. Then, she listed the alumnus of Swime who had made a name for the various creative fields along with successful businessmen, famous employees from listed companies such as CEO, Ku, and many others, along with famous politicians and governors of Tokyo, Chiba, and Ibaraki. I didn't expect Swime to have such an alumnus. He had always thought that Swime wasn't such a great school, but when he thought about it the moment Yuki Nashida entered this school, there should be something special in this school, right? So you understand how hard it is for me to let you register the school at such short notice, right? Chihiro looked at him while grumbling. Thank you, Chihiro-ne. He stood behind her and gave a massage on her shoulders. Ah, that's good. Chihiro moaned lightly, feeling his massage was so good. So, what kind of alumnus is going to visit tomorrow? Shishio asked curiously. There are many. I forgot, but... Chihiro fell into silence before she shook her head. Nothing. She looked at him and asked, by the way, are you interested in the gaming industry? Gaming? Well, I do, but to be honest, I am interested in everything that makes money. A game is just one of them. Well, maybe, you should come to this Q&A session since this person might teach you a lot. Shishio raised his eyebrow, feeling weird, but when he was about to ask, his phone vibrated, and he saw a text from Hannah. Hannah, I am going to visit the cultural festival tomorrow. Instead of going on the Q&A session with the alumnus, he was more interested in meeting with this lovely housewife. However, for a better, he might need to ask a question that he needed to ask since Chihiro's state was just weird. Yet, Chihiro wasn't the only one that was weird since many others also started to act weird too. 726, Melon Brandy. As the night continued, they returned to their room one by one. While the others returned to their room to rest, Rita glanced at the living room before she made a change in her direction. When everyone left, only Chihiro and Shishio were left in the living room. They were resting, and it was at night, so their current appearance and clothes weren't at their best. Even so, Shishio was still handsome since he wore a long-sleeve t-shirt and a pair of shorts. As of now, he was on his laptop, writing something. Meanwhile, Chihiro was holding a can of alcohol. As for her clothes, she was just wearing lazy pajamas. She leaned on the sofa with half-opened eyes as if she was sleeping while staring at his side profile in silence. While she didn't realize it, she had been staring at him for so long. When he stretched his hands high and finished his work, she said, "Good work." "Thanks." He smiled at Chihiro since having someone saying something like that to him was a good thing. However, she looked away and sipped her beer, trying to hide her blush. "Wait. Why should I blush?" She grumbled and felt that it was unfair since she felt she was the only one that had been losing her calm whenever they were together. She wanted to say something, but he beat her first. "So, what's wrong? What do you mean? Do you have something to talk with me about?" He looked at her curiously. "Why do you think so?" She looked at him with a piercing gaze. He wondered whether she was in menstruation, but he didn't lose her calm and said, "It's because it is unusual for you to wait for me here." "Unusual? After all, you usually stay in your room while drinking a beer, right? Is that how you see me? Did you not notice?" She was speechless when he saw her looking at her with a surprised expression. She clenched the can of beer in her hand and wanted to slap his head with a slipper somehow since he was so annoying. However, she held herself and let out a long sigh. She looked at him and thought that he really had grown up. When he was a child, they had taken a bath together. She remembered that his penis was still cute back then, but now, it was already monstrous, making her blush. More importantly, it was kind of sad since this nephew of hers, who often clamored that he would marry her when he grew up, had forgotten that promise and made one woman after another. In other words, he had become a scumbag. However, she didn't care about any of that since there was something that she had always wanted to do, even if their relationship was with an aunt and a nephew. "Do you want to come to my room?" Shishio was about to ask, "Now." But he shut his mouth and said, "Okay, wait for me there. I am going to get something." "What are you going to bring?" "A melon and a brandy." "A melon and a brandy." This combination, she wasn't sure what to say. "Still, it is courageous for you to drink alcohol in front of me." Chihiro sighed, thinking that her education of him was quite lax. However, what could she say? She couldn't even take care of herself. How could she even take care of others? Taking care of others? If she could do that, it would be better for her to think about how to erase the taboo feeling she kept in her heart. She was no longer hiding her feelings. Even if she had tried to give up several times, she felt it was rather hard, so at this moment, she was going to test him since if he thought of her as a bother, it would be easier for her to forget everything. Meanwhile, he didn't know what she was thinking. Instead, he cut down a whole melon into half and took a bottle of brandy. He also took a tray and a spoon before he looked at Chihiro. Let's go. Okay. She nodded and led him to her room. It wasn't his first time entering her room, but he had to say he could see a big difference between then and now. What's with that eyes? No, it's just surprising. Unlike before, her room was tidy now. He could tell that she had cleaned up her room. The only problem was that this large kotetsu table was still in the middle of the room. While he had to say the weather in autumn was rather cool, it definitely wasn't freezing. He wondered whether she was weak against the cold. Your room is cleaner than before. What do you mean? Do you mean I am a lazy woman? He didn't say anything and just stared at her in silence. She could only lower her head at this moment, and her prestige as an aunt had already fallen. However, this was okay since she had never wanted him to see her as an aunt. Anyway, come in. She entered the kotetsu and patted the space beside her. Sit down. He nodded and sat beside her naturally. However, she was stunned since even if she told him to sit down while patting the free space beside her, she didn't tell him to sit on his side like this. Still, this is weird. This wasn't her first time with a man, yet why was she blushing and her heart was hardly calm? It's a bit hot. Well, that's true. It's rather hot. I will lower the temperature. She inserted her hand skillfully under the kotetsu table and set it up at the right temperature. While it is good to use a kotetsu, why don't you use an air conditioner instead? This had always confused him since the people in this country were somewhat used to pain. While it might not be related to their current situation, he often talked with his girlfriends about whether they would use an air conditioner during the summer or a heater during the winter when they slept. Unexpectedly, their answer surprised him. No. They didn't use any of that. Instead, they were just using a blanket to warm themselves during the cold and just wearing something loose when they were hot. I am not spoiled like you. What could he say at this moment? He sighed and used the spoon to take out the seed from the melon before he poured a brandy into the bowl of melon. Gulp. Chihiro, who was on the side, gulped and could tell it was delicious. This ultimate luxurious dish of a combination of half melon and brandy was something she had never thought of. To be honest, she thought it was a weird combination, but when she saw it with her own eyes, it felt incredible somehow. He spooned the sweet, ripe melon along with the brandy. The aroma of melon mixed with the brandy created an unexpectedly delicious aroma. He could tell that Chihiro was looking at the spoon with a clear desire to eat it, but he cruelly destroyed her hope and ate it by himself. Chihiro was speechless, then she asked, Is it good? Of course. Can I try it? Well, I want to eat it by myself, but it is too pitiful for you if I do that. Chihiro. He spooned another melon, then said, Open your mouth. He looked at Chihiro and was about to feed her by himself. Chihiro was lost for words at his sudden action. Was this done deliberately? Was he teasing her? Yet, she had to say, it was effective. She blushed and opened her lips lightly. She closed her eyes and let him feed her. When the spoon entered her mouth, she closed her lips and enjoyed the bite. Her eyes brightened, and she looked at him in amazement. It's good, right? She nodded as she chewed the melon, then asked, Give me another. You're too greedy. I just ate a bite, but you want another bite. Geez, don't be too stingy. She hugged his arms, pressing her ample breasts against him, and asked spoiled. Come on, feed me again. She opened her lips and moved her tongue, waiting for him to feed her. He looked at her for a while, wondering whether this was something that should be done by an aunt. Did she not realize their status? However, he had to say she was seductive. Even if she appeared quite sloppy, it couldn't hide her beautiful appearance. Somehow, he had the urge to kiss her lips like before, like how when she kissed his lips when she was drunk and half asleep. However, unlike before, she wasn't drunk or half asleep, so the moment he took her lips, she noticed his feeling. This taboo feeling. He took a deep breath and controlled himself since something which was done by impulse definitely wasn't good. He wasn't sure why this woman wanted to bring him to her room, but he knew for certain she wanted to do something or talk something with him. However, it definitely wasn't something perverted. How could he be so sure? After all, even before, he just seduced and fucked the person who wanted to vandalize the club room of the literature club. He took a deep breath and suddenly realized he had hesitated again. He had been hesitating so many times since he knew how wrong their relationship would be if they were together. His parents definitely weren't happy. As for his girlfriends, they would see him strangely for a while, but he knew that they would accept it. Yet, he couldn't stop it anymore. Sorry, Chihiro-ne. He ate the melon and brandy by himself. Why did you eat it by yourself? I want more. She was startled and grabbed his t-shirt, looking at him annoyedly, yet who would have thought when he would suddenly kiss her at this moment? The world, space, and time seemed to still be for the two of them. The two were pressing their lips against each other. She widened her eyes when Shishio suddenly kissed her lips. Her hands were still on his chest as she stared into his eyes before she could feel him starting to feed her the melon brandy in his mouth. Why? Why was he so skillful? Yet, more importantly, why? Why couldn't she reject him? She closed her eyes and moved closer, enjoying the melon brandy through his lips. 727, you. As he fed the melon brandy into her lips, she chewed it slightly and ate it with him. The taste of melon and brandy spread into their tongue, but the taste of the kiss was more delicious than anything they had eaten before. It was so addicting that they couldn't even part themselves. While Chihiro knew how bad this situation was, he didn't let her go, and she also didn't let him go. He had his hand on her waist, hugging her tightly, while her hand was on his neck, hugging him intimately. Their kiss was sloppy, lewd, and deep. They no longer care about anything. As of now, the existence of each other was the only thing they thought of at this moment. How nice. How enjoyable. How delightful. They were wondering why they had only done this now. Why didn't they do it earlier? However, if they knew something like this so early, they might not be able to excrete themselves. This taboo relationship, while they knew it was wrong, they just couldn't stop themselves. They felt their brain was melting, and they could only feel the pleasure. As he was rubbing her soft buttocks, her hand was moving into his abs, rubbing it with a flush of excitement, but when she felt his hardened meat rod, she stopped for a while. Her mind quickly became sober, and she realized what she was doing. The euphoria she felt at that moment disappeared, and all that was left was a loathing and regret of her previous action. Was this really good? This question suddenly emerged in her mind. Chihiro-ne. Suddenly, she parted from him, making him confused. However, she didn't say anything and just lowered her head. It was hard to see her current expression at this moment since her hair blocked her face. Yet it was definitely far from good. What am I doing? Was she so thirsty that she was about to do it with her nephew? This is wrong. Such a thought quickly crossed her mind, making her hesitate, yet deep inside, the joy she felt when they kissed each other's lips was still vivid in her mind. It was so wonderful that it was impossible for her to forget about it. This also made her hesitant about what to say. She knew she needed to say something, but she just didn't know. Do you think this is wrong? Shishio. She looked up and saw her looking into her eyes. His eyes were clear, they were the eyes of man. He was no longer a boy who just spoke an empty word. Instead, he wanted her. Even if he didn't say the words, she could feel it. While it made her heart thump and her body hot, the thought of their status made her hesitate. Yes. In the end, she smiled bitterly and said, don't you think this is wrong too? We're an aunt and a nephew. Kissing aside, if we continue. Kissing aside, once they continued to the next step, there was no turning back for them. Yet, in front of this hypocrite mask, he tore it apart. Is that so? Then, why did you accept my kiss? Why did you rub my thighs as if trying to tempt me? Why did you kiss me when you were drunk before? You. Do you think I don't know that you pretend to be drunk? He pinched her chin, so she wouldn't look away. He wanted her to face him since he had decided to face this relationship, and naturally, he knew the consequences, yet he dared to do it. If she didn't have the same courage as him, it was better to forget everything since he didn't want to burden her with his feelings. Lastly, why did you mention your ex-boyfriend? Chihiro couldn't say anything in front of his repetitive questions since they all exposed her feelings toward him. Do you want me to get jealous of you? Do you want me to confess to you? Shishio. Her face was flushed red, and she looked at him with shame since everything was exposed by him. Yes, that's what she wanted. She didn't care about her ex-boyfriend since their love was no longer there. It vanished and disappeared into dust. Yet, she thought of using her ex-boyfriend to test his feelings. She wanted to see how he would react when he knew her ex-boyfriend was going to visit the cultural festival, but who would have thought that he had noticed everything? She felt this guy was really bad, but she knew she couldn't hide anything from him. She knew she had felt a feeling which shouldn't be felt toward him. She should have just pretended nothing had happened and just forgot about it, yet she kept provoking him many times. She couldn't hide her feelings, but... We are an aunt and a nephew. She looked at him and asked, do you think it is, right? This was something that had always made her hesitate. They were an aunt and a nephew. If they were just a normal man and a woman, this problem might appear. If possible, they also wanted to have such a relationship. Unfortunately, fate said otherwise. Even if they tried to do something, this was the only thing they couldn't do. Their status as aunt and nephew had already been decided from birth. It was something that was impossible to change. She wanted him, but if she really followed her heart, would this really be okay? Was it okay for them to be together? She felt it was wrong of her if they really became together without much thinking, especially when he had a lot of women around him. Even if he missed her, he would be okay. However, she was different. Yet, it was also for this reason that she wanted him to think since, unlike the others, when they were together, the meaning of their relationship was different. Instead of helping him, she would just become a burden for him. His future might be destroyed by her, so if possible, she wanted him to forget her. Chihiro nay. He held her hand and looked at her gently. I know that our relationship is wrong. However, even if many people in the past have done something similar to us, the current time is different from the past. So while there are no rules that disallow us to be together, it might be different for the people who see us. I know the conquests and how hard it is for us to be together. However, he took a deep breath and said, I can't just lie about my feelings for you. Hiding this feeling, burying it, and just ignoring it until it disappears, if I can do that, I won't do something as reckless as this. I want to confirm your feelings toward me and He smiled gently and softly and said, I am happy to know that you accept me, but I also know how hard it is for us to be together. I am ready, yet, what about you? If you think that you can't handle the burden that comes from our relationship, then please push me away. That way, let's forget about everything and return to our previous relationship. I won't do anything weird again, and let's return our relationship to how we met for the first time in Tokyo. Push you? If she could do this, then would she have this trouble? However, hearing his words, she also knew what kind of determination he had to face his feelings toward her. She was a coward since she didn't dare to face her feelings. She chickened out when he faced her seriously like a man. Yet, she was no longer able to run away. She took a deep breath and stared into him with her reddened eyes. Ah! Her answer was simple, and she just kissed his lips. She faced her feelings, and she knew she wanted him. This simple action answered everything. She was ready to face everything with him, and the rest was simple. However, as the two were about to step into the next step, he suddenly pulled himself away from her. What's wrong? She was startled and confused. Let's lock your room first. Chihiro agreed without hesitation. The two didn't know long it was, but when Chihiro was exhausted, they lay on the bed quietly. She lay on his arm and pressed her ear against his chest. She could hear his heartbeat as she was pulled into reality. She closed her eyes, and she knew that she had done it. There was no turning back. Everything had happened. It was impossible for them to return to their previous relationship. As of now, they were no longer aunts and nephews. Instead, they were a pair of lovers. It was a relationship that shouldn't have been born, yet it was born. While she was scared, thinking about the future, she was also happy, thinking they could be together. Then, suddenly, her face reddened, thinking about their lovemaking. It might be her first time to feel this way, and she somehow understood why many females on Sequoia became perverts when she was with him. Thanks. He kissed her forehead. No, I should be the one who thanks you. She shook her head as she hugged him. Thank you. Wrong. Wrong. You should say I love you. She looked at him and said, now, I understand why you can have a lot of women. Why? Because you're so cheeky. She let out a long helpless sigh. Thanks. Chihiro sighed once again, then made up her mind. Shishio. Let's hide our relationship. Shishio. Are you sure? Yes. As she was pulled by him, she rested her chin on his chest as she looked at him from below. Are you sure? He asked her again. Yes. She nodded and said, I think this is the best for us. I am happy that we can be together, but for now, let's keep this a secret. I am. She closed her lips and decided to keep those words in her heart. Okay. She sighed in relief, but suddenly she was put on the bed again. Hey? What? Let's do it again. By this point, she was afraid that she might not be able to come to school the next day. On the other hand, Rita was sleeping in his room with a happy face, sniffing his scent while forgetting her original intention since he didn't return to his room. 728, Mother. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Rita grumbled as she continued to eat her breakfast. It was a rare time when Shishio cooked breakfast, and no one was missing. Everyone was quiet and orderly, eating their breakfast in peace. However, Rita's mood wasn't that good since when she was ready to leap into him like a leopard, she missed. He might have returned to his room, but it was too late since she was already sleeping so soundly. She was helpless, but there was nothing that she could do. She quickly made up her mind and decided to attack him again tonight. She might not be as talented as Sheena, but if it was hard work and perseverance, she wouldn't lose to Sheena. Shishio glanced at Rita for a moment before he looked away. How could he not tell what this girl was thinking from her expression? Yet, how could he walk away from Chihiro's room? The relationship between the two was confirmed, and there was no longer a barrier that stopped their feelings. He glanced at Chihiro, and she also happened to glance at him. She was stunned and blushed before she lowered her head shyly. Why? Why was she so cute? However, he quickly shook his head, trying to calm his head and heart. Frankly, he wanted to kiss her, but his will was strong, and he could endure his urge since he respected her wish. Like Hana, Chihiro also wanted to keep their relationship a secret. He respected that, and he wasn't going to break it. Even if they had just had sex last night, the two didn't seem to change the relationship between them. In front of others, they were like a normal nephew and aunt. Yet, Mayumi and Sayaka quickly noticed the strangeness of Chihiro. Chihiro, did you change your skincare? Yeah, your skin seems to be glowing. What did you use? Tell me. Yes, don't be stingy. Whether Sayaka or Mayumi, they cared about their skin. They weren't girls in high school, so if they didn't use skincare, without a doubt, their skin would become horrible. Chihiro was speechless, but she also knew the change in her complexion was clearly visible, making her helpless and happy. Yet how could she tell them about the reason why everything happened? Still, everything was easy to answer. You should ask Shishio. When those words fell, they were all looking at him. Shishio glanced at Chihiro and wondered whether he should do her again tonight. Love. While this emotion didn't seem to change the man that much since a man usually would focus on the goal of their life instead of this emotion, it was different with a woman. When a woman is in love, it gives them energy. If they were so lazy when they didn't fall in love, they would be full of energy when they fell in love. Their complexion also became better, and it was also the case with Chihiro. This emotion made her more beautiful. However, Chihiro wasn't the only one. Shishio-kun. Shishio, who was waiting at the entrance of his school, heard his name called, and when he turned, he smiled and greeted one of his women. Hana-san. If they were alone, he would just call her by her name, but they were in public. While he should call her with an obasan suffix since she was the mother of his upperclassman and also his girlfriend, their relationship was far from simple. Their relationship had become intimate that day, and if he didn't dare Yui, he might have become Yui's stepfather. To be honest, this relationship was unexpected. He met various charming older women, yet she was the only one that moved him. Similar to her, she also didn't expect that her relationship with her daughter's crush would turn like this, yet when she saw him, her eyes brightened since it was her first time seeing him in cosplay. Unlike before, he didn't wear his student uniform from the Taisho era. Instead, he was wearing a priest costume. Yet, he was also surprised by Hana. She might not realize it, but when her heart belonged to him, she wanted to show him her best side every time. She put a lot of care into her makeup and did wear her best clothes, yet even so, it didn't break the image of a charming and gentle older woman which came from her. She also donned her usual low bun hairstyle. Instead, she let her long hair fall freely on her back, which added more charm. If they weren't in the school, he might as well bring her to the hotel. Let's walk around first, Hana-san. Then, when we have walked around, I will bring you to Yui. Thank you, Shishio-kun. The two walked side by side as they enjoyed the cultural festival. Yet, even so, it was so hard for him not to think about something lewd when he was by her side, and somehow his imagination also went on a rampage as he imagined how Hana would wear Yui's uniform as they were having sex. Unlike men, women were quite sensitive toward gaze. Hana naturally noticed his gaze and lowered her head shyly as she tried to change the subject clumsily. Shishio-kun, how about we try that takoyaki? Sure. He nodded while chuckling. Why are you laughing? She puffed her cheeks annoyedly. It's because you're just so cute, Hana-san. Shishio-kun. She blushed and looked away shyly. He had a strong will and endurance, yet why didn't it work when he was with such a charming older woman? This can't be continued. He wanted to calm himself, so after they bought takoyaki, he brought her to Yui, which she agreed to. Yui's class isn't in this place, right? She was confused since she didn't feel that this was the right place. That's right. She was speechless, then asked, then, why are we here? This place is deserted, and no one is around. He didn't hesitate to hold her hands and entwined their fingers. She quickly realized what he wanted to do. This place is dangerous, we shouldn't do it here. So, if we're not here, we can do it. Her face turned crimson, and she could only lower her head. It's okay. I won't do something like that. I just want a kiss. Only a kiss. You want more? No. No. She grumbled as she looked at him, wondering how he had always misled her to look like a lewd woman. Geez, only once, okay. She couldn't stop him, so she could only let him kiss her. Yet, she didn't seem to hate it. Okay, only once. He brought her to his usual place under the stairs of the special building and on the side of the ice cream vending machine. In that corner, there was a gap, which made it hard for people to see anything. In other words, a blind spot. Her heart was beating hard, yet she could only helplessly let him kiss her lips since this was something that she had been waiting for. As their lips touched, they sucked each other greedily and played with each other's tongues. Once? It seemed they did it a lot of times. As he was eating lazy ice cream, Hannah applied her thin lipstick again. She looked in the mirror for a while before she was ready. Geez. It's hard for me to apply my makeup, you know. Aren't you the one who seduced me? However, even though she seemed to complain, she didn't seem to be annoyed. Instead, she was happy with his reaction. Do you want to go back together? She was stunned, blushed, then asked, is that okay? Aren't you busy? My job is quite easy. Even if I disappear for several hours, it doesn't matter. Let's meet Yui-senpai now, so the faster we visit her, the faster we go to the hotel. Wait, I haven't agreed yet. You don't want to. Why did she feel like she had always been led by him? However, it didn't really matter since he wasn't the only one that missed him, but she also missed him so much. Mom. Yui waved her hand happily at her mother. Yui. Hannah also smiled happily when she looked at her daughter. As the mother and daughter talked happily, he looked from the side with a satisfied expression. Why? Because the relationship between the two was so good. What? What's wrong with those eyes? He looked at Ebina Hina, Saki Kawasaki and Yumiko Miura, who was staring at him. Nothing. 3x. The three of them answered subconsciously while looking at Yui's mother. As expected, even though Yui's mother was in her late 30s, she still seemed young and beautiful. It was also why they couldn't see Hannah and Shishio as a mother and a son-in-law when they walked together. Instead, when they walked together, they felt like they were lovers, which made them quickly shake their heads for thinking such a taboo thing. But, what if? What? Do you like older women? Ebina asked curiously. Saki and Yumiko. However, Yui and Hannah didn't hear Ebina's question. Shishio glanced at Ebina and smiled while tapping her forehead gently. I love it. Ebina tried not to blush as she covered her forehead. But, unfortunately, she couldn't. Do you want to skip school together? I have researched that there is a good hotel nearby. Before he said anything, Yumiko and Saki dragged Ebina away. Shishio. Shishio-kun, come in. Let's watch the drama together. Yui hugged Shishio with her other arm while also holding her mother's arm in the other hand. She was in the middle, hugging Shishio and Hannah together. Hannah and Shishio looked at each other and smiled helplessly before they enjoyed the cultural festival together. The three of them walked around, watching the movie and the drama and listening to the music before Yui left them since she needed to take care of her class's exhibition. Yui, don't run. It's dangerous. Hannah reprimanded her, but Yui didn't listen. Geez, that girl. Hannah sighed, but suddenly her hand was held by him. Shishio-kun. Should they go to the hotel now? Well, she didn't really mind, but her heart was beating so fast at that moment. By the way, Hannah-san, can we stop here for a while? After this, let's go to the hotel. She looked at him, who was calm, before she sighed, thinking that this guy was really a badass since he had always known to play with her heart. What do you want to see? She looked at the brochure in his hand and read it aloud, a talk by famous game designer Fujisawa Kazuki. 729, who? Fujisawa Kazuki. Many would be unfamiliar with this name. If Chihiro didn't mention this to him, he wouldn't remember or cared about this person since, while this guy was a famous game designer, it was hard to say that he was really that famous. For those who wanted to work in the game industry, maybe this person was fairly famous, but he wasn't that famous either. It was okay. However, that didn't mean he was bad since this person could reach this position in his 30, which was amazing, considering how strict the domestic company's attitude toward a promotion was. It wouldn't be weird if, in the future, he might decide to move to California or something since, in different countries, everything was based on ability, but in this country, everything was based on seniority, which was something that couldn't be changed by a majority of people in this country. That was the only thing he could say about this person. However, he still came to the talk of this person since this guy was Chihiro's ex-boyfriend. This guy was the person she had used to see how Shishio felt toward her. Unfortunately, her plan was foiled, and she was eaten by Shishio. Chihiro was happy, and Shishio was happy. Everything was good. As for this person, whether Chihiro or him, no one cared much, yet he was quite curious about what kind of man she had dated since, if he wasn't wrong, this person should be someone who made her become an art teacher. From the memory of the previous Shishio Oga, he knew that Chihiro was in a dilemma to choose whether she should become an artist or an art teacher, but in the end, she decided to become an art teacher. If he wasn't wrong, her ex-boyfriend was also related to her decision back then. She wanted to become an artist, but in the end, she chose to become an art teacher. As for why, she might forget about it, and she might not tell him, but one thing was for sure, she had some expectations of him becoming an artist before. It was also how she asked him to participate in the painting contest in the beginning. Unfortunately, he didn't have time, and to be honest, he didn't really have much interest in becoming an artist either. Being an artist was hard, especially in this country where the young were oppressed by the elder. As long as one was old and had a connection, they could gain success in this country. As for the young, even if they were talented, they would receive zero acknowledgement. As for those contests, competitions, and many others in this country, they were all being monopolized by the old, and each year, the winners would be rotated to the people of their clique. This was also why many artists in this country decided to move to Europe. With how barren the soil in this country was, it was impossible for any sapling to grow into a big tree. If they wanted to grow, they could only move their roots to better soil. If he gave an example, it would be like Sheena's grandpa since he was from this country, but in the end, he moved to England. Still, while this problem wasn't a problem for him, since with his connection and money, who could stop him? Also, while being an artist was definitely hard work in this country, there were also other professions that could generate a lot of money as long as one could draw, such as mangaka, illustrator, and many others. In other words, everything was fair. When one door was closed, the other door was opened. However, this was also why Chihiro might decide to become a teacher since, with how the economic condition of this country, being an artist definitely had hardly given someone money to buy food. As for whether Chihiro regretted this decision or not, he could see that she didn't seem to care much since right now, instead of that dream, she was more concerned about him. Do you want to work in the game industry in the future? Hannah asked curiously. The two entered the talk show and sat on the side where it was hard for people to see them. Games make a lot of money, so why not? Hey? Really? Many kids and even some adults buy a game, so you can imagine how big this market is, right? Well, that's true. Hannah might not be that smart, but she wasn't an idiot. Under his explanation, she also started to understand the game industry, which made her realize that she might take this industry lightly. However, could she be blamed? After all, she didn't know much about this industry. However, it didn't mean that she didn't want to learn and listen to him with a smile as they secretly held each other's hands. She had to say he was amazing. Whether it was his grade, body, or creativity, they all had been acknowledged by the public, and he also received a lot of money from it. As for how she knew all of this, it was because I had always talked about him, which made her know about many things which he had accomplished. While they talked, he suddenly noticed Sorita. Sorita, hey. However, Sorita didn't notice him and walked to the front seat area before sitting down and waiting for the talk show to start. They waited for a while before Fujisawa Kazuki appeared on the podium, ready to give a speech, but Shishio stood up when the talk show was about to start. Let's go. Hey? Are we going out now? Hannah was dumbfounded since she thought that they were going to listen to the talk show. I just want to see the people. He didn't care much about Fujisawa's speech since he only wanted to see the people. Moreover, his time was limited, and he didn't want to waste it on a random person's speech. For those students, or other people, this speech might be useful, but for him, it was useless. He was also sure that this guy would only say flowery words, which made people think that he was right. If he gave an example, to create something that appeals to the emotions of the user, you need to make something that sways your heart. Those words were good, but he also felt that it wasn't complete since even if one created something that swayed their own heart, it didn't mean success since one's heart always had a bias toward our own works. The world of creativity was a cruel place. Your hard work was denied, and you would hardly have anything to eat. However, if you didn't give up, sometimes, you would be able to accidentally make a big hit. Still, if one wanted to go, even knowing all of those consequences, then it was okay. However, one had to make sure that one could eat without burdening the people around them since being able to make a hit in the world of creativity wasn't easy. Even the veteran also couldn't confidently say that every work that they made would make a hit. It was also why many artists loved to focus on their works, which succeeded since it was easy to develop and it gave them money, reputation, and popularity. Let's go to the hotel. Hannah blushed, but she followed him obediently. When they walked out, they were noticed by Fujisawa. Fujisawa looked at Shishio for a moment before he shook his head and started his speech. As for Sorita, it seemed that he had realized what he wanted to do, but he wasn't sure whether he could do it or not. He was also afraid of failure, so while he listened to Fujisawa's speech, he took another brochure and read it in a complicated mood. Exhibition game of the Sakurasu dorm. He realized what everyone on the Sakurasu was doing. While it was his decision to move out, he had to say, it made him uncomfortable when he knew they planned to make a game. They're cruel. Shouldn't they talk to him? After all, wasn't it cold of them to say nothing when they planned to make a game? Especially Nanami and Ryu Unosuke, whose relationship was quite good with him before. As for Shishio, Sorita wasn't sure what to think and just silently clenched the brochure of the game exhibition until it crumpled into a ball. When Shishio returned, he sniffed his palm and sighed. He had to say that being a housewife was amazing. It was the same as Hana's body. Her body was soft, warm, and gently wrapped around him, yet her lewd moans made it hard to imagine how such an obedient housewife had fallen. Still, next time, he hoped that she could wear a costume or something. Wearing Yui's uniform might be good. The thought of having sex with Hana while she wore Yui's uniform and also did it in Yui's room gave him a shiver. However, he also realized how deep he had fallen. If it was before, he couldn't imagine how a pure and gentle young man like him would have such a thought and do such a dirty act with the mother of his upperclassmen. Still, he hoped that Hana could divorce her husband, that way, he could own her fully. While the taste of doing it with the wife of another was good, he didn't want to get addicted to this feeling since he was afraid that he might harm many families in this country. Suddenly, he realized how hypocritical he was, but it was okay. Hopefully, he didn't receive karma for doing this kind of thing. As he walked, he thought about many things, such as Mitaka and Sorita, but in the end, he gave up since it was simply useless to worry about them. Whether Mitaka or Sorita, they were the same, and they were all cowards. Even if they knew what he did with the girls that they loved, they would say nothing and just bury their feelings in their hearts. Instead, he thought that they might develop a strange fetish in the future, probably. When he entered the school, he suddenly saw Misaki's back. Misaki-senpai. However, he stopped. She isn't Misaki. He realized this young woman wasn't Misaki, even though she was quite similar. Why? A system was one of the reasons, but another thing was that he knew that their bodies were a bit different. Still, he thought for a moment and smiled. He approached the young woman and hugged her while calling her intimately. Misaki-senpai. The young woman was stunned when she was hugged so suddenly, but when she heard this person called her Misaki, she was even more stunned since she knew that Misaki was in love with Mitaka, so how could Misaki fall for others? Yet, she was curious and didn't stop him from hugging her since it felt nice, and strangely enough, she didn't feel disgusted. When her head turned and they looked at each other, they stared at each other for a second in a daze before they woke up. Who? 2x. 730, my man. The two looked at each other while asking such a question at the same time. I am sorry. However, he quickly let her go and apologized politely. No, it's okay. It's not your fault to mistake me for Misaki. The young woman blushed and quickly forgave him. Now, the question was, why did Misaki and her sister fall for Mitaka even though they knew that this guy was a scumbag? Handsome. Yes, Mitaka is handsome. It is as simple as that. However, Shishio was hundreds of times more handsome than Mitaka. Shishio knew that it was quite unfair, but when one was born handsome or beautiful, they were given a lot of advantages in their lives. Even if they weren't that smart or had money, they could live with their appearance alone since having an attractive appearance could make someone throw their money without thinking. Many rich people or those who had high positions in various companies might have a good brain, but when an emotion entered the equation, they couldn't use the brain that they were proud of since the matter of emotion had always been in the other realm. It was unpredictable, and it was just hard to control. The only thing that one could handle this problem was just to have a lot of experience with it since it was similar to driving, the more one drove, the better they were at driving. It was similar to the matter of emotion. The more you experience it, the better you are at it. Naturally, there were some who didn't learn from a failure, so they always made a similar mistake, which wasn't a good thing. Yet, such a beginner mistake wouldn't appear to him. But, you call me Misaki, right? The young woman stared at Shishio's face for a while before she asked. How did Misaki know this young man? She had to say she was a bit jealous of Misaki, yet it also made her curious since why he called Misaki so intimately. Lastly, she also didn't expect Misaki would take down her junior, which made her realize that it seemed Misaki had grown up, especially after she lived in Tokyo. He looked at the young woman for a while as if stunned and confused, then asked, Are you Misaki-senpai's sister? I am her older sister. Wow. Really? He was genuinely surprised. Then, let me introduce myself. My name is Shishio Oga. Nice to meet you, Oni-san. The way he called her Oni-san wasn't bad at all, she thought. Well, my name is Kamiyaga Fuka. You can just call me. Fuka thought for a moment and said, Fukane. Yes, you should call me that since it is terrible if you mistake me for Misaki. Somehow, he could tell that Fuka didn't seem to like Misaki that much. However, he probably understood the reason since even between siblings, there were many types of relationships, and there were many that didn't like each other. He could imagine that Misaki's parents would focus more on Misaki instead of Fuka. However, it was a normal thing since even if he knew it was rude, Misaki wasn't normal. She was a genius, and she hardly acted like a girl her age. She was different, so her parents were worried about her more, which caused all attention of her parents to be focused on her instead of Fuka. Fuka was a normal girl like any other, and it was also why her parents felt reassured to leave her alone. However, she hated Misaki for stealing all the attention of the people around her. Many might hate her for this, but it was a normal reaction for a teenager. After all, wasn't it unfair for Misaki to get all the attention? Yet, Fuka was being ignored. Even worse, the person that they loved, Mitaka Ren, chose Misaki over her even though they had dated each other in the beginning. In other words, everything was Mitaka's fault. If Mitaka had been braver and dared to confess to Misaki without causing trouble to Fuka, then everything would have been easier. Still, Fuka was good since she didn't show all of her dissatisfaction in her heart and just buried it in her heart. On the other hand, while Misaki was a genius, her EQ was hardly there. As a result, she didn't realize the dissatisfaction her sister felt toward her. Suddenly, he realized that it was his duty to make his sister-in-law happy. If Misaki couldn't do anything about Fuka, then he was the one who should give her a good welcome since she had come far away from Tokyo. If that's the case, you should call me, Shishio, Fuka-ne. Fuka had to say, it felt great being called ne by Shishio. Still hearing his words, she was a bit embarrassed, but she nodded. Okay, Shishio-kun. Are you here for Misaki-senpai? Her expression was a bit difficult when he asked her this question, but she nodded awkwardly. Yeah. Did she want to meet Misaki? Not really. She thought of meeting Mitaka and talking about a certain thing or many others since she still had lingering feelings for Mitaka. Was it a lingering feeling? Or was it just an obsession that she wanted to defeat Misaki? She wasn't sure, but she was more interested in Shishio now than Mitaka. He quickly noticed this, so he changed his question. Still, the cultural festival of Swime is a famous festival in this region. If you don't mind, how about I become your guide here? She was surprised and asked, is that okay? Why not? Let me show you many great things here. Of course, if you're busy, I won't force you. No. Thank you very much. She didn't hesitate to accept his offer. Then, should we go now? She nodded and followed him obediently. Making the girl happy, making her feel like a princess, making her realize how reliable he was, it was an easy thing for him. It was only for a moment, but she quickly followed his flow, talking about many things freely with him. When two people are attracted to each other, a chemical reaction happens. Fuka talked freely as she walked intimately by his side. Still, when they talked, Shishio had to say that it was quite impossible to mistake Fuka for Misaki. While their appearance was quite similar, their personalities were so much different. If Misaki was like a ball of excitement, or an excited puppy, which could hardly calm and had always been in an excited state, Fuka was obedient, gentle, and quiet. They were so different from each other. Still, while they walked, he happened to see Mitaka, who was stunned when he saw them, especially when Mitaka saw how happy Fuka was. Shishio only glanced at Mitaka from the corner of his eyes before he ignored him. However, Mitaka couldn't look away from them. The last time he saw Fuka was when they broke up. Then, she didn't cry and only looked at him disappointedly, yet now, she was happy and smiled. Unfortunately, that smile was aimed at a different person instead of him. What am I thinking? Mitaka shook his head and felt that it would be good if Fuka was interested in Shishio. Shishio might be a scumbag, but all of his women were happy. While Mitaka had to say that he was jealous, his heart had always been for Misaki, so he thought it was better to leave Fuka to Shishio. Still, if Fuka, Misaki, and Shishio knew what this guy was thinking, they would roll their eyes, thinking that this guy was really good at dreaming. Yet, Mitaka had to say, his stomach churned, and his heart was far from happy when he saw Fuka hugging Shishio's arm intimately. Fuka glanced behind for a moment before she snorted. Fuka-san. I am sorry. She blushed and quickly apologized in panic. No, it's okay, but you surprised me by hugging my arm so suddenly. I am sorry, Shishio-kun, but I see someone familiar. Someone familiar. My childhood friend. Childhood friend? You mean Mitaka-senpai? Do you know him? Fuka was surprised. Of course, I know him. He nodded without hiding anything. Oh, right. You live in Sakurasu, right? Yes, but Mitaka-senpai is no longer living there. Hey? Really? Fuka even became surprised, but when she thought about Mitaka's personality, she didn't feel surprised somehow. Mitaka's face might not be bad, but she knew how cowardly this guy was. She shook her head and sighed, wondering why she initially decided to date him. Oh, right, she just wanted to defeat Misaki. As for loving Mitaka or not, she didn't really know, or rather she might forget since it happened at the end of their middle school year. Many years had passed, and she had forgotten about those things. However, she had to say, she was pleased when she saw how horrible Mitaka's expression was when he saw her hugging Shishio's arm. She still felt pain from their previous breakup, so when she saw Mitaka in pain, it pleased her. Still, she didn't expect to meet someone like Shishio when she just wanted to go to Misaki's school for the cultural festival. Whenever they walked, she could tell that many were staring at him from time to time, showing how amazing his appearance was. It made her quite proud somehow, and she wanted to know him better. Yet, she had to say she was a bit curious about his relationship with Misaki since he had never talked about it. As for using him, she had to say she felt a bit sorry, but she just wanted to see the regretful expression on Mitaka's since he had lost her. However, if Shishio knew what she was thinking, he would only smile since he didn't mind being used since he didn't really have an interest in Fuka. Yet, he had to say, once again, he wanted to feel how it tasted to do it with a twin. He had done it with a pair of sisters, but he had never done it with a twin sister. Feeling aside, as long as the body of the woman was conquered, it was only time for his heart to be conquered too. Still, he quickly shook his head since he was afraid to fall into a deeper abyss. Shishio. Suddenly, they heard a familiar shout and saw a familiar person leap, hugging him. Ugh! His solar plexus was hit by Misaki's head. Misaki. Fuka looked at Misaki helplessly. Misaki-senpai. He was also speechless. Hee. Misaki laughed and smiled at him before she smiled and greeted Fuka. Hello, Fuka. Fuka looked at the two for a while before she showed a wry smile. You two are so close to each other. Of course. Misaki nodded as she hugged his waist intimately. He is my man. Fuka. Shishio. 731, Misaki, I am his bitch. It might be his first time seeing Fuka with such an expression. While Misaki was laughing, Shishio was helpless and said, should we stop at a cafe or something? Agree. What could Fuka say? She nodded and followed them to visit a nearby cafe since there were many things that she wanted to ask. However, while they were on their way to the nearby class, which exhibited a cafe, another thing happened in the teacher's room. Saki Kasumoto appeared in the teacher's room and came to Kiriya to apologize in front of everyone. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they quickly realized what had happened, especially when Kasumoto explained everything. Before, she hated Kiriya because of a certain matter, but now she felt regret and apologized. As for what the certain matter was, no one asked, and she also didn't explain. However, because of this, everything was cleared up. While Kiriya was surprised, he also accepted her apology since she was so brave to come in front of everyone and explain what she was doing. Everything was cleared up, and everything was smooth. They were all happy, especially the principal, since he didn't need to involve the police and other things. With the reputation of their school, if they really called the police, it would give him a lot of trouble since he didn't want to get involved with the mass media. He also told everyone not to make this matter become big again. Kasumoto apologized, and everything was done. That's it. No one mentioned this matter anymore, but Hina and Hiratasuka were surprised since they didn't expect Kasumoto to appear and apologize in front of all of them. Suddenly, the image of a certain someone appeared, and they knew that this certain someone must be related to what had happened currently. That guy must be involved. That's true. Chihiro, what do you think? However, Chihiro didn't give a response, and she just lay on her desk lazily. Chihiro. What's wrong? Chihiro responded lazily since she was so tired at that moment. What's wrong with you? You seem to lack energy. Yeah, are you tired or something? They were all looking at Chihiro worriedly. Still, they also wanted to know where Chihiro bought her makeup since even if she seemed quite drowsy, she was beautiful. Well, yeah, I've been thinking about a lot of things lately. She answered ambiguously since it was impossible for her to tell what had happened between her and her nephew, right? While she had to say that it felt so amazing, she felt so exhausted, realizing that her body was no longer young and she easily got tired. Still, she blushed when she thought about last night. Fortunately, whether it was Hina or Hiratsuka, neither noticed the blush on her cheeks. However, this wasn't so surprising since her makeup was quite thick. A lot of things. 2x. The two looked at her curiously. Are you thinking of moving to Koyo Girls Academy? Hiratsuka asked. Koyo Girls Academy. Hina looked at Hiratsuka curiously and asked, is it that famous all-girls school? That one. Hiratsuka nodded, then explained to Hina about this school, which needed an art teacher. She was told by Satomi Tachibana and Aina Rumika, who were their friends and also a teacher at Koyo Girls Academy. Damn, you're not going to leave me, right? Hiratsuka hugged Chihiro and asked with a sad expression. Who is going to leave? Chihiro pushed Hiratsuka away and sighed. Then, are you thinking about your ex-boyfriend? Hiratsuka asked since she knew Chihiro's ex-boyfriend had become a guest on a talk show at their school. Chihiro and Hiratsuka were friends during their university time, so Hiratsuka also knew the relationship between Chihiro and her ex-boyfriend. They were rather close, but at the same time, she also knew how horrible their breakup was. Why did you think I was thinking about him? Chihiro was speechless. Then, what are you thinking? Hiratsuka asked. Chihiro looked at Hiratsuka for a moment, hesitating before she rubbed her stomach gently. What? 2x. This gesture somehow made Hiratsuka and Hina dreaded. Pregnant? Who made her pregnant? Suddenly, a picture of a certain someone emerged in their minds. While they felt it should be impossible, as long as this guy was related, everything was possible. They might feel complicated, but they could only bless them. Still, by now, they should become sisters, right? They weren't sure why, but they thought about their time in Karuizawa with him, Roberta, and Ayaka Noera. They blushed, thinking how wild their holiday was, but at the same time, they were wondering whether the number of women would increase. Wait, what about Hannah? They didn't mention her since they didn't know, and he didn't tell anyone about his relationship with Hannah. I am hungry. How about we eat something? Chihiro said coyly. The two looked at each other and sighed in relief since even if it was possible, he shouldn't do it, right? Unfortunately, their guess was correct, but they could talk about this matter later since they had to say they were quite hungry. While the three of them walked out to get food, Kasumoto walked with Kiriya to the literature club since she was going to apologize again there. However, even if they walked next to each other, it was easy to tell how awkward they were. Kasumoto and Kiriya had a complex relationship. While Kasumoto thought that Kiriya was her salvation and someone that had saved her from the darkness, Kiriya only cared for her as a normal student since he was more interested in the same gender. She was also the reason why he moved from his previous school to this school. However, while she gave her a bad memory, he didn't really mind since if he didn't move to this school, she might not meet him. That was the case with Kasumoto, too, since if she didn't want to destroy Kiriya, she might not be able to meet him. Still, they had to say it was awkward when they walked alone since they didn't know what to say to each other. Kasumoto didn't feel that emotion towards Kiriya any longer, and Kiriya also wasn't sure what to say to this female student who was obsessed with him and suddenly apologized. By the way, is he in the literature club? Kasumoto suddenly asked. I mean Oga Shishio. Oh? Shishio-kun. Kiriya looked at Kasumoto with a speechless expression since he could see she was blushing. While he had doubts before, he has now confirmed that Shishio was involved. Probably. It's rare for him to stay in the same place for a long time. He has always moved around. Is that okay? He is rather busy, you know. Kiriya looked at her and asked, you have heard his story in the anthology of the literature club? Kasumoto nodded. I love the part where the main character was killed by the female character. Kiriya tried to calm himself, then said, if you still want to see his work, he also made a movie. Hey? Really? She was surprised and looked at Kiriya intently. Kiriya was stunned before he maintained a certain distance from Kasumoto. Yes. His movie should be played on the service club. You should come early since it is usually packed with people. I will. She nodded firmly. He hesitated, then asked, was it because of Shishio that you apologized? Yes. Kasumoto didn't hide anything and gave a nod to Kiriya's question. Why? Do you want to know? Kasumoto looked at Kiriya as if waiting for his answer. Kiriya felt that Kasumoto's stare was quite weird, which made him really wonder what Shishio had done to Kasumoto, but in the end, he didn't really want to get involved. No, he was too scared to be involved. No, it's okay. He had to say that a woman was a troublesome creature, which made him think that a male was better since he loved how reliable they were, especially when he needed a shoulder to lean on. Is that so? Kasumoto didn't really care about Kiriya's answer and just looked away while thinking about Shishio's movie, wondering what kind of movie he made. By the way. Kiriya wanted to ask whether Kasumoto would do something similar again in the future, but when he thought how brave she was to apologize to everyone, he knew that she wouldn't do it again, so he shook his head and asked, is there something that you want to ask? Well. Kasumoto hesitated and asked with a blush, what kind of girl is Oga-kun's girlfriend? Kiriya wondered whether Shishio had eaten this young woman. While Kiriya answered Kasumoto's questions, Shishio and Misaki also answered Fuka's questions. The three of them stayed in the cafe, which was opened in the second year. Why the second year? It was the closest, and this cafe was opened by Kawaii Ritsuo and Miu Ashihara's class. Their class opened a maid cafe, so the majority of girls wore maid outfits except for Ritsuo since she wore a butler outfit. Still, it made him complex when he saw the girls squeal excitedly when Ritsuo served them. To be honest, there were many classes that opened a cafe at the cultural festival. Naturally, it wasn't all of them, but at least there were 2 or 3 each year. He also remembered that Sheena's class also opened a cafe, so he thought to visit her tomorrow before their game exhibition. As the 3 ordered drinks and food, Fuka observed Shishio for a while, seemingly in a daze since she had to say this guy was so handsome. She looked at Misaki and wondered how her stupid sister could get someone as handsome as him, which made her a bit jealous. Miu. Miu. I want this. Oh, this one too. Misaki ordered by pointing at the menus. Yes, yes. Miu still maintained a gentle smile, then looked at Shishio. How about you, Shishio-kun? One smile. Shishio flirted without batting his eyes. Fuka. Miu was speechless, but she smiled helplessly at him. Geez, be serious, Shishio-kun. Can I order you tonight? Shishio whispered at the voice, which could be heard by Miu. We can talk about that later at night. Miu answered stammeringly with a blush on her face. He had to say this girl was so cute that he wanted to take her back directly. Still, he breathed deeply and said, 1 omurus and tea. Okay, wait a moment. Miu still maintained her smile before she looked at Fuka, who also gave her an order. When Miu left, Fuka looked at Shishio and Misaki again, then asked, Are you really dating? We are, but our relationship isn't equal. Misaki thought that this was the best way to describe their relationship. Hey? What do you mean? Fuka was confused. I am his bitch, Misaki proudly said. Shishio and Fuka felt a bit regretful about bringing Misaki to this cafe somehow. 732, Oni-chan. The cafe fell into silence so suddenly. Ah, you mean that dog is cute, right? That's right. That's right. Shishio and Fuka quickly reacted and added a random excuse, but all of them nodded before they looked away. Still, the girls still glanced at him from time to time with a blush. But you wrote a number of CMS on my butt. He quickly covered her mouth and whispered, What the hell are you saying? Your sister in front of you. However, she licked his palm, which made him even more speechless. So, what? She is my sister. She isn't a stranger. He was speechless, but then he said, Then, do you think it is alright for her to know that you have a doddle fetish? Do you like it when I draw your body with a marker and also make you a meat toilet on the bed? What the hell are you saying? Misaki exploded and quickly covered his mouth. Their small talk quickly became an argument. But don't you like it? You even come 10 times. Even if I passed out, you kept doing it. Huh? If you don't force me to do that, why should I have done such a weird fetish? While they argued in quiet voices that the people around them were unable to hear their conversation, Fuka, who was on their side, was at a loss, and her face was so hot, blushing from hearing their conversation. What the hell was this? Was this her sister? How did Misaki become such a slut? Was her sister such a bitch? What went wrong with the doodle fetish and meat toilet? Also, 10 times? Wasn't that too much? Fortunately, when Fuka wasn't sure what to do, Miu came with their orders and also stopped them. Stop. Stop you two. Don't fight. Miu was helpless. Humph. 2x. Shishio and Misaki looked away before they glanced at each other. How about we do it tonight? Come on. Who is afraid of who? The two thought they couldn't settle their problem in this place, so they might as well solve it on the bed later at night. Fuka and Miu. However, Fuka quickly realized something and looked at Miu with an awkward expression. You misunderstood them. They were talking about an anime. Yes, an anime. Even if she didn't really like Misaki, it didn't mean she wanted her sister to have a bad reputation, especially when she knew how dangerous a rumor could be in the school. Once someone was hit by a rumor, their life would hardly be calm. They would become the center of attention in a negative way, and sooner or later, they might become a target of bullying. While Fuka didn't think Misaki needed a school since she knew her sister was a genius, she didn't want Miu to have a bad image of Misaki and Shishio or spread a rumor about them. However, it's okay. You don't need to worry since it is something normal, Miu said gently. Was this normal? Was this normal for a high school in Tokyo? Suddenly, Fuka felt that Tokyo was a dangerous place, or she might just not be up to date since she didn't know what kind of development happened in the city. Yet, even so, even if this might be a trend in this city, she might not be able to follow this trend. Miu, I have heard there is a spell when one orders omurus, right? Can you cast the magic to the omurus? Misaki suddenly asked expectantly. I am the one who orders the omuras, right? Geez, don't be stingy, okay? I will eat your meat sausage tonight. Misaki looked at him with a smile while licking her lips. Shishio. Fuka decided to look away since she just didn't know what to do at that moment. Still, this also made her confused, and there was one question she wanted to ask the two of them, but before that, she hoped that Miu could move away from their table first. Oh okay. Miu was a bit embarrassed, but she nodded. She took a deep breath, yet she was hardly calm since a cute blush was still spreading on her cheeks. Shishio just wanted to bring Miu home now. Miu made a heart gesture with her hands and then said, "Turn delicious, Momo-kyun." 3x. As expected, I can't do it. Miu covered her eyes and was in tears before running away. No, it's good. You're so cute. Misaki clapped her hands and said, I can't do that, though. Shishio and Fuka only glanced at Misaki, but they said nothing. Shishio took his spoon and ate his omuras. The taste of ketchup, bland eggs, and various frozen foods entered his mouth, but Miu's sacrifice somehow made this dish become more delectable. He sighed and thought it might be a price he had to accept after getting an enhanced tongue and cooking mastery since simple food couldn't satisfy his appetite. Shishio, ah. Misaki opened her mouth, waiting for him to feed her. Shishio looked at Misaki for a moment and thought to feed her with something different, but this time, he fed her with the omuras, honestly. Is it good? It's okay. Misaki wanted to say Shishio's was better, but in the end, she held it. Say, there is something that I want to ask you too. Fuka couldn't control it anymore since she had always wanted to ask them this question. What? What's wrong? Are you two really dating? Fuka asked. They might have told her that they had dated, yet it was just hard for her to believe it so easily. Even now, she knew how Misaki's feelings toward Mitaka were since Misaki wasn't good at hiding her feelings. If she falls in love with someone, she will show it directly, without hiding anything. If it was other girls, they might not do this, but this girl wasn't good at the matter of feelings, so being direct was the only thing that she could do. Fuka could see Misaki's feelings for Shishio from her expression alone. While they might have been fighting before, Fuka could see how happy Misaki was. While her mouth was talking about something outrageous, her eyes had always been smiling, as if every moment she spent with him was so precious. It was outrageous since Fuka had always thought that Misaki had always been in love with Mitaka, so this change stupefied her. However, Fuka had to say she felt a bit jealous. She looked at Misaki, then Shishio, feeling extremely complex in her heart since even if she might have dated Mitaka before, their relationship was far from the two of them. Happy? Fun? Warm? All Fuka felt when she dated Mitaka was only emptiness. Still, while Fuka thought that Misaki would answer her with a joke answer, she didn't expect that Misaki would give her a gentle smile as she held Shishio's hand and leaned on his shoulder. Yes, we're dating, and I love him so much. Fuka stared into Misaki's eyes which were full of gentleness and love, something which she had never thought to see on Misaki's before she took her cup of coffee, trying to hide her sigh, and said, Is that so? Do you want to date him too? Fuka almost spat out the coffee in her mouth, but while she didn't, the liquid of the coffee dropped from the corner of her mouth because of how shocked she was. Fortunately, Shishio quickly reacted and put a tissue on her lips. Use this. Thanks. Fuka's heart was hardly calm as she wiped the coffee on her lips. She looked at Misaki angrily, then said, Don't joke around, Misaki. Is this one of the plots of your anime? Are you going to make a harem anime and make two sisters date one guy at the same time? Fuka was furious at this moment and suddenly thought of several plots, which showed in the story which shouldn't be read by someone below 18. As Misaki was a genius at animation, naturally, her family also learned many things about anime. Even if Fuka didn't really want to learn, she happened to hear the conversation of her family, which made her also learn many things, including harem anime, hentai, and many others. Don't joke around. Still, while Fuka was angry, she glanced at Shishio, blushing, before she looked away and showed how displeased she was. Shishio. However, Misaki seemed to be interested. Oh. That's kind of interesting. Two sisters date one man at the same time. Let's name it Kiss X Sis. Fuka. Stop. Stop. You're troubling, Fuka-ne. You call her ne suffix. I can't do that. You have never called me that. Misaki felt that it was unacceptable that Shishio had never called her with a ne suffix even though she was a big sister. Note, ne or oni is a suffix to add when someone calls a woman who is a little older than you. It's like a big sister. With your conduct every day, it is hard for me to call you that. Shishio shook his head. Fuka somehow nodded at Shishio's words. No. Call me Misaki Oni-chan. Call me. Misaki started to throw a tantrum. She even put her face on his lap and rubbed her face there. However, Shishio quickly pulled her away since he was afraid she might awake something she shouldn't. Later. Yay. She hugged him happily, but he sighed, thinking that this girl was quite troublesome. The only fortunate thing was that this young woman was happy being treated as a meat toilet, which was a good thing. What about Mitaka? Fuka asked after they stopped flirting, which made her feel bad. Mitaka? If you want him, you can go for him, Misaki said with ease and continued to flirt with Shishio, asking him to call her Oni-chan. However, Fuka could hear how callous and cold Misaki's words were. It was like Misaki was throwing a used tissue into the trash, which made her feel a bit at a loss. 733, Revenge. When Misaki said those words, Fuka's feelings toward Mitaka vanished. She might not realize it, but what she wanted to do was just to be better than Misaki. Having Mitaka made her better than Misaki, especially when she saw Misaki's heartbroken expression before. Fuka knew that she was being insidious for thinking so, but she had a lot of dissatisfaction toward Misaki, especially when her parents loved Misaki more than her. As long as she could be better than Misaki, it was all good. As for Mitaka, she realized that her feeling might not be as deep as she had imagined, especially when he didn't even love her to begin with. She also knew that deep inside, Mitaka was as insidious as her. She showed a bitter expression and looked at the two before she shook her head since she felt that she wasn't worthy of being with them. Her sister was happy, then, it was all good. As for her, she could get her happiness later in the future. If she couldn't, then she might follow Misaki's words, but she wanted to learn more about him first. Still, jokes aside, the three had a great time together. However, Shishio realized that Mitaka was staring at them, which made him frown since this guy was like a creepy stalker. This guy made him uncomfortable, and he thought it was time to get rid of him. To be honest, if it was before, he might not have done this since he was also helping Misaki and Mitaka to be together, but now, it was different. He looked at the two sisters and said, by the way, Mitaka-senpai is around. Hey. 2x. Fuka and Misaki looked at him at the same time before they looked at the direction in which he pointed. Then, they turned and saw Mitaka enter their sight. Mitaka also happened to see them staring in his direction. If it was before, he might just nonchalantly join them, but somehow, he couldn't do that. He wasn't sure of the cause, but he felt that the atmosphere or his heart forced him to look away awkwardly before he quickly left. 2x. Fuka and Misaki didn't say anything, but their expressions clearly told everything. Was that Mitaka? When they saw him, they didn't see that childhood friend who had always been with them. They didn't see the figure that had made them fall in love. Instead, all they could see was just a creepy person, which made them shudder. Misaki quickly hugged Shishio's arm since she felt Mitaka was too weird. Fuka looked at Misaki and somehow felt a bit jealous since she felt Mitaka's expression was too weird, which made her also feel quite scared. What was that expression? What would happen if he suddenly talked to them? He looked at their reaction and didn't feel surprised since Mitaka's expression before was just that desperate. While Mitaka might not have realized it, he was like Sorita before. Shishio thought that it was a bit ironic that both senior and junior were similar to each other. Okay, should we go back now? Okay. Misaki nodded, but Fuka was also desperate. You're going to leave me? Suddenly, the thought of her might be called by Mitaka when she was alone emerged. Yet, she didn't want to since she could tell how troublesome it was. Shishio thought of something and then took out something. What is this? Fuka was confused when Shishio gave her a paper. It's a map of where the base of the committee of the cultural festival is located. You can see a lot of people there. Thanks. Fuka thanked him, but she felt that Mitaka wouldn't follow her, right? Still, she didn't really want to walk alone, so they walked together again until Misaki asked, by the way, you're not going to meet him. Their family should have come tomorrow, yet Fuka came one day early. If her purpose wasn't to meet Jin, then what was it? However, Shishio felt that it was different. After all, the last time Fuka and Mitaka dated each other was at the end of middle school, so why should she only come now, even though they were already in the third grade? What happened in the first and second years? There was no answer, but probably because of the plot, so no one mentioned it. Hey? Why should I meet him? Fuka subconsciously replied. Didn't you come early because you wanted to meet him? Misaki. That's... Fuka was dumbfounded since she had forgotten her intention to come to this cultural festival. However, the image of Mitaka, who sneaked around, emerged in her mind again, which made her hesitate. Fuka thought for a moment and said, say, can you pretend to leave first, and when I need your help, please come. Suddenly, she wondered whether Mitaka would suddenly come to her when Shishio and Misaki had left. If Mitaka had really come, she wondered what would happen if Mitaka had known about the relationship between Shishio and Misaki, what would his reaction be? Wait, does Mitaka know about your relationship? Fuka almost forgot to question this question. Shishio wasn't sure why, but he felt that this young woman was quite a sadist, but he thought that a woman could be really vengeful. The guys thought that they might have done something sorry and showed a regretful expression for playing with the hearts of the girls, but they didn't realize anger, which was similar to a volcanic eruption that could destroy everything. As long as the girls were given a chance, they would do something that hardly one ever thought with their minds, and they would regret it. Shishio suddenly thought that he had to treasure his girls more. However, Misaki thought about Fuka's question for a moment and said, he should know, right? After all, we have often shown how intimate we are. What's wrong with the question mark? Well, I don't really know since we have never talked now. After that incident, neither Misaki nor Mitaka talked to each other. Mitaka had cruelly rejected Misaki's works, especially after realizing he was no longer needed by her side. While he might be able to see it, he pretended nothing had happened, especially when he believed it was impossible for Misaki to fall for others, considering how madly in love she was with him. Yet, what Mitaka didn't know, his action was too much, and Misaki had had enough of him. Anyway, can you do it? Fuka asked her previous question, and she told them to pretend to leave her alone. What do you think, Shishio? Misaki asked. Why not? He agreed without much thought since he really felt that it was better to finish Mitaka's matter now. Hearing his words, Misaki hesitated, but she nodded, but she knew that her last imagination of Mitaka would disappear after this incident since, even now, she had a feeling that Mitaka might follow them, which made her quite nervous about being honest. As they planned, Misaki and Shishio pretended to leave Fuka. As Fuka walked around, she also stopped near the room of the committee, where there were many people passing one after another. Yet, as expected, someone suddenly called her name. Fuka. She decided to ignore him. Wait, Fuka. Let's talk. I apologize for what I have done to you. Fuka stopped, and somehow her emotion boiled with rage when she heard Mitaka's words. Apologize? What did you mean? Did you feel regret now after so many years? Oh, it is already too late. Suddenly, Misaki's voice emerged in her mind. Why don't we date him together? While Misaki was joking, Fuka took these words seriously. She turned, then looked at Mitaka, who showed remorse and regret as if she was the most pitiful being in this world. Oh, how much she wanted to punch this bastard's face now. What's wrong? Mitaka flinched since Fuka's words were cold without remorse. Do you feel angry at me? No. Fuka shook her head and said, I am not. You're lying. Why do you think I am lying? Can you read someone else's mind? Mitaka took a deep breath and said, anyway, do you want to talk? Sure. Let's go. However, when Mitaka turned, he noticed Fuka didn't bother following him. What's wrong? Why not talk here? Mitaka. But, what? Aren't you a man? You should be clear with your words. Did something happen to her? Was it his fault? He clenched his fists while thinking so. However, when they dated, he couldn't lie about his feelings since he knew that what he loved wasn't Fuka but Misaki. Naturally, he understood that her anger was normal, yet wasn't it a bit too cold of her to answer her like this? While he didn't know, he might expect her to beg him, by then, he would apologize while telling how much he felt about Misaki, but it didn't go that way. Instead, she was cold and didn't show much interest in him. He could even see contempt in her eyes, which made him also lose his emotion. Did Mitaka have a good temper? No. If he had a good temper, there was no way he could think to throw a tantrum by moving out from Sakurasu. Yes, throwing a tantrum. At the beginning of the story, his reason for leaving Sakurasu was nothing but just to throw a tantrum at Misaki to show how serious he was at Misaki. Unfortunately, Misaki didn't go chase after him, even though he planned to return if she begged. If it was in the original, Sorita would say that Misaki was sad after Mitaka left. Unfortunately, there was no Sorita any longer, and no one could make Mitaka feel better at this moment. Do you have a boyfriend now? Mitaka wasn't sure why he asked this question, but he regretted it, especially when he saw Fuka's smile. We're not dating, but I like him. Fuka took her phone and sent a text to someone. What are you doing? I am calling him here. Mitaka. However, Mitaka wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. What's wrong? Misaki asked since she saw him take out his phone. There is a text on my phone. From who? Your new girlfriend. Shishio didn't say anything and opened his phone before he was dumbfounded. Misaki, who peeked at his screen, was also dumbfounded. As for why they were dumbfounded, the reason was simple. Fuka, can you come here for a second? 734, farewell. As Fuka had asked them before, Shishio and Misaki didn't leave. Instead, they pretended to leave and protected Fuka from their hiding place. We're like ninjas. While Misaki was excited, Shishio was speechless. Say, have you learned a ninjutsu? After all, while it was subtle, Misaki could tell that Shishio was a bit similar to a ninja somehow. Yes. Wow. 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 Teach me, Shishio. It's impossible for you. Hey? Why? Misaki couldn't accept such a cruel judgment from Shishio. You're too noisy. Misaki. The two fought for a while before they stopped when Mitaka appeared, and they eavesdropped on their conversation. While he didn't say anything, he could tell that Fuka had gotten irritated at Mitaka. However, he didn't feel surprised since even if Mitaka seemed to apologize, he had this aura of superiority as if telling Fuka, look, I apologize to you. Please forgive me and don't chase after me again since I love someone else. If it was before, Fuka might not have seen this, but she had met Shishio, which made her blind devotee toward Mitaka vanish. Mitaka was no longer a special person. Instead, he had become worse and more creepy in the minds of Fuka. If Mitaka was a masochist and a pervert, he might be happy. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Or might he be able to become one in the future? However, one Shiro-san was enough. There was no need to add more of this unknown creature. What are they talking about? Misaki asked curiously as she stretched her head curiously. Be careful. They might discover you. He tried to hide her presence, but he also looked at her expression. He thought that he might be able to see something, but he was speechless when only excitement and curiosity were all he saw. There was nothing forlorn, missing, or whatever emotions were in her expression. Mitaka's presence had vanished from her heart. Shishio realized that he might be a cruel man since he had a lot of women, but he kept making a lot of them, causing many people to have heartbreak, yet it was okay, wasn't it? To be honest, he was sure that many girls and women that had been played by Mitaka at this moment would be happy to see Mitaka's current expression since it was too funny. By now, he knew that he had become the character who stole the woman in the NTR story. Yet, he had to say becoming this type of character was nice, and the feeling of conquering the women of others was simply irresistible. He just couldn't get enough of it, but at the same time, it made him wonder. Even Mitaka, who was known as Casanova of Swime, had his retributions. No, even the real Casanova also received karma. In his case, would he receive the same thing? However, he shook his head since there was a big difference between him, Mitaka, and Casanova. Power. This was the big difference between them. Mitaka and Casanova were the only commoners who were good at seducing women. On the other hand, Shishio might not be much different from an emperor or king in history. Their position was different, and wasn't it natural for him to have a lot of lovers? The sense of conquest that came from power in a woman weren't much different. They were so addicting, especially those women who were hard to conquer, such as cold women, a woman of someone, and many other things. Once someone has tasted it, they might not be able to stop. However, naturally, everything should have a limit, and he also shouldn't get ahead of himself or be arrogant as if everything he had received was something that should be expected. Instead, he knew that everything he received in this world was because of his women, so he knew he should love and care for them dearly. Still, if some of them wanted him to handle them roughly, he was okay too. In conclusion, he wanted to say that everything should have a balance. Even though doing it with various women felt good, he shouldn't act as if everything he got was something granted. Even if he had gotten them, he shouldn't forget that they were living individuals and they had emotions and feelings. Still, while he and Misaki peeked at Fuka and Mitaka, suddenly his phone vibrated, and he saw a text from Fuka, who told him to come to her. He didn't give an answer immediately but looked at Misaki, wanting to see her reaction. What do you think? Why do you ask me? Misaki asked with a smile. I am your boyfriend. Misaki stared at him for a moment before she hugged him tightly and sniffed deep into his scent. Do you want to do Shimei-dan? Shimei-dan, doing it with two sisters at the same time. Ah, it reacts. If you touch it, of course, it will react. He quickly pulled away her hand, fearing his penis might react even harder. By the way, go answer it. If you make her wait any longer, she will become nervous. To be honest, even Misaki was curious about what Fuka wanted to do. Shishio looked at Misaki for a moment before he gave a reply to Fuka. However, he didn't tell her that he was going to come. Instead, he told her to come to his location, which startled Misaki. You tell her to come here. Misaki was dumbfounded. Why not? So, hurry up and hide if you don't want to be seen. Misaki stared at Shishio for a moment before she nodded since she felt everything had become more interesting. She quickly hid, and Shishio also started to walk down the nearby stairs as if he was just walking down. On the other hand, Fuka, who received his reply, nodded and quickly gave him a reply. She didn't even look at Mitaka, who was on the side like she was ignoring him. Mitaka. Come on. Follow me. Mitaka was confused, but in the end, when he saw her leave, while he hesitated, he also started to follow. He didn't understand what Fuka wanted to do, but he realized that because of him, she had changed. However, it was impossible for him to lie about his feelings since he knew that he liked Misaki instead of Fuka. Even though he believed that Fuka was an amazing woman, he had to say sorry to her, so he hoped that she could forget about him, but when they walked, he suddenly saw Shishio walking from downstairs. Oga-kun. Senpai. Shishio and Mitaka looked at each other. While Mitaka thought it was a coincidence to meet Shishio, Fuka's action confused him. Shishio-kun. What's wrong, Fuka-ne? You suddenly told me to come here so suddenly. Shishio looked at Fuka with an inexplicable gaze. However, Mitaka suddenly realized something, and his heart started to feel uncomfortable. Come closer. Fuka didn't answer him but pulled him closer. Shishio didn't react, but his lips were kissed. Shishio, Mitaka, and Misaki. Fuka pulled Shishio and kissed his lips without hesitation, showing how big grudges she had for Mitaka for talking as if her world revolved around him. He talked like if he wasn't around, her world would be destroyed, so she was going to show him that even without him, she was okay and even happy. While Shishio was stunned, he could tell that this young woman was nervous, so he hugged her waist and took the lead role, causing her to blush and start to enjoy his lead. Suddenly, the two were in their own world, hugging and kissing each other as if no one was around them. However, the place which he told Fuka to come to was empty. There were no people except the four of them. It was a perfect place for one if they wanted to do something naughty at the cultural festival since there weren't any exhibitions in this place, which made this place deserted. Still, while Fuka and Shishio enjoyed their kiss, Mitaka and Misaki could only stare at this scene in silence. What the hell? Mitaka looked at this scene in shock before anger took over him, but he didn't move since he was scared of Shishio. He could only look at the two, showing how intimate they were, which made him confused, wondering when they met each other. Why? Why was it Shishio? Even though he was the one who told her that he didn't love her, watching this woman fall into the hand of another man so easily, forgetting about their previous love like nothing had happened between them, made him annoyed and angry. However, Shishio and Fuka didn't care about Mitaka's anger. Yet, Misaki's reaction was quite different. She was hiding, and she was watching how her sister kissed Shishio so happily. The voices of their lips and saliva were so lewd, which made her realize how dangerous this situation was. Is this NTR? Suddenly, Misaki realized, and she stared at this scene in a daze. Was her sister going to take away Shishio? What? She watched this scene in shock, and somehow, she also had the urge to stop the two of them, but strangely enough, she could only watch the two of them in silence, like she was petrified by the gaze of Medusa. When Fuka couldn't breathe anymore, their lips parted, and a string of saliva connected between their lips. Fuka seemed like she was drunk, staring at him with a feverish gaze, clearly showing her desire for him. They looked at each other, and somehow there was no need for words between them since they knew what they wanted to do now. Fuka took Shishio's arm intimately, then looked at Mitaka with a smile and said, "Farewell." She then pulled Shishio away from Mitaka. "Let's go. Is that okay?" "Why not?" As the two talked to each other, Mitaka looked at their backs in silence and shock before a regret welled up in his heart, realizing how stupid he was, but there was no medicine for regret, and he could only see them walking away, leaving him. By now, he realized Fuka was no longer in love with him. Instead, she was more than happy without him by her side. On the other hand, Misaki no longer cared about Mitaka and quickly chased after Shishio and Fuka since she was afraid something would happen between them. Mitaka saw Misaki, and it stunned him. Misaki. However, Misaki ignored him and also left him. Still, Mitaka shook his head and wiped his eyes before he saw that Misaki had disappeared. He sighed in relief and thought that it was a dream. "It's all right. The one that I like is Misaki." Mitaka kept saying those words before he walked away, but unlike before, his steps were weak, as if he received a blow on his solar plexus, but he might not realize he might receive another blow on his chin tomorrow. 735, Sleep. Fuka. Misaki quickly ran through Shishio and Fuka, looking at her sister in grief while hugging Shishio as if telling her he was hers. However, Fuka only looked at Misaki calmly and said, "Say, Misaki, do you still remember your words before?" "My words before? Let's date him together." Let's do it." Misaki looked at Fuka in doubt and asked, "Are you okay with that?" "Sure." Misaki then smiled and said, "Okay, let's skip the cultural festival." She was in the middle while holding Shishio and Fuka. Where are we going?" Fuka was confused. "An apartment." "Apartment? What are we going to do there? Isn't it obvious?" Fuka quickly realized what they were about to do, but it was her first time, and was she going to do it with her sister? Was her first time going to be done in a threesome? Still, Her mind was hardly sober, and Misaki's words were like a whisper of a devil. While the two sisters talked to each other, Shishio was in silence, wondering whether they didn't think about his opinion. Shishio, come on. They took his hands and walked away from the school. However, he didn't hate it and just walked with them since he had to say he was interested in their proposal. Fuka told her parents that she was going to stay with Misaki. While her parents were surprised, they also felt happy since it seemed the relationship between Fuka and Misaki had improved. Yet, it was something normal since Fuka and Misaki had done it together with him. Yes, she lost her first time in a threesome with her sister and Shishio. It might seem unacceptable at first, but she had to say it was enjoyable. No, it was so much fun. To be honest, they were like a bitch under his hand. As of now, she was in the bathroom, looking at her buttocks, which were marked with a marker by Shishio. The mark was a kanji word, which was shown a number of times. As for what kind of times they were, many could guess it already, right? The thought of the previous action caused her body to shiver and be excited. By now, she understood why Misaki was quite tolerant of her boyfriend since she was sure that Misaki was unable to satisfy him alone. Fuka, let's take a bath together. Fuka was stunned when Misaki suddenly entered. Wait. What are you getting nervous about? We have done it together before. Fuka was speechless, but she asked, where is Shishio? He should make dinner. Hey? Can he cook? Of course. Misaki raised her chest, showing how proud she was of Shishio's amazingness. But, you're his woman, how can you let him cook for you? Misaki. But, well, it might not be bad to enjoy his food, though. I am curious. Right? He is cooking samgyetang or something now. Samgyetang? I don't know, but it should be good. Oh, right. What's wrong? How about we give him a surprise? Surprise? It's like this. Misaki whispered something to Fuka's ear, causing her to blush, and she looked at her sister in disbelief for thinking something so perverted, but there was no intention of her rejecting the offer. Shishio had prepared a dinner for them, so why shouldn't they reward him too? While the two talked, he didn't know what they were talking about. Instead, he was cooking while looking at the rewards he got from Chihiro and Fuka. By now, he suddenly realized that the cultural festival was really like a festival for him since, in just a few days, he got many things from various girls. In the past, he might need many days, but now, even if it was just a moment, he could get many things, which made him realize that he was already deep inside the abyss, and while it was possible for him to climb out from the abyss, he enjoyed this darkness since even if everything was dark, he wasn't alone, and he could feel warm. Still, leaving that matter aside, he was going to check his rewards first. By now, he had faced the system several times, so he had quite gotten used to it. His first reward was a building in Singapore. As for the value of this building, he knew that at least it was worth at least hundreds of millions of dollars, which made him sigh. While Singapore was a small country, it was a major international transport hub in Asia and also the center of the global financial center. More importantly, the land area of this country was so minimal, so the value of the land was ridiculously high. It was a bit similar to Hong Kong somehow. However, he wondered why out of all the places, it had to be Singapore. Was Chihiro interested in Singapore? Still, it didn't matter since his second reward made him feel a bit speechless. Swim A group. In other words, he owns his high school now, which made him feel a bit conflicted. From an elementary school to a university, Swim A was a rather famous education group in this country, especially in the art area. Still, his third and fourth rewards were quite okay since he received an auction house and a museum. The auction house was a good thing since it gave him a lot of channels to various people with a lot of influence in this country or even internationally. On the other hand, the museum, while it was rather plain, was located at the center of the city, which meant the land price of the museum was high, and he also owned all the things which were placed in the museum. Only his fifth reward was quite surprising. Enhanced swordsmanship. It might seem strange, but this ability gave him the talent to learn any swordsmanship easily, and he could also improve his swordsmanship. His talent in swordsmanship might not be bad, but if he wanted to reach a fantasy level where he could cut down a building or two, it was impossible. Even he knew his limit might be only cutting down a tree or a giant stone. As for humans, it wasn't much different from cutting vegetables and fruits. They were too fragile to stop his blade. By now, he wondered whether he should be able to reach a fantasy level, but he knew that doing something like that would cause harm to his body. Even if his body was stronger than a normal person's, there was still a limit. If he was asked to work out with a helicopter, it might be possible, but he couldn't push up with 30 tons of weight on his body. If he dared to do so, he was afraid he might turn into mincemeat. His goal to throw a road roller at his enemy was still far away. However, as of now, he doesn't need to worry about all the injuries on his body since he received a medicine mastery. His last reward might be plain, but it was amazing since it gave him all the knowledge of medicine from a human born to the future. By now, he dared to say that he could maintain the beauty of his women even if they became older. Suddenly, he realized knowledge was indeed power. As long as he had knowledge, he could do anything. Wealth was nothing now since even if some people were richer than him currently, they would die soon. On the other hand, he might be able to live forever. Maybe, I can also go to the parallel world? However, he quickly shook his head since his thought had gone so far away, and this wasn't good. Having a dream was a good thing, but he was going to do it with a small step first. In other words, a baby step. He wanted to check the rewards that he got from Fuka, but suddenly the voice from behind awoken him. Shishio. 2x. He turned, and his brain froze when he saw Misaki and Fuka were there. They had taken a bath and changed their clothes into a maid uniform. Twin maids. It was his first time seeing this. Something, which should only exist in fantasy, appeared in front of his eyes. Suddenly, he had to thank Mitaka for doing something so stupid and ignoring such amazing girls. What's wrong with your clothes? Don't you like it? I love it. His answer was firm. Misaki and Fuka looked at each other and laughed. Have you finished cooking? It should be ready soon. Then, as thanks. Let us help you. Help? What kind of help? While he was confused, they moved closer to him before they sat on their knees and took off his belts. His expression was subtle before he patted their heads, thinking that they were such a good bitch he meant a woman. On the other hand, he didn't know Rita was so frustrated at this moment and thought that she had to take drastic measures since her time in this country was limited and she needed to tell him about his feelings. Naturally, Rita wasn't the only one who was frustrated during such an enjoyable moment as a cultural festival. Mitaka was in silence, staying in his room, thinking about the kiss that Fuka and Shishio shared. He had told her that he loved Misaki, so he couldn't be with Fuka, yet watching Fuka enjoying her moment with another man while ignoring him made his heart a mess. Mitaka had always thought that he was irreplaceable, yet he was replaceable, and it was easy to forget him. Knowing this, he was a mess, but he knew he still had one person. Yes, Misaki. As long as Misaki was in love with him, everything would be okay. Misaki is still in love with me. The inferiority in his voice had slowly disappeared, replaced with an arrogancy, but he didn't realize his voice was trembling since he was afraid that Misaki was also going to disappear too. By then. No, no. He believed in Misaki, and he believed that Misaki was still in love with him. As he tried to force himself to believe that Misaki was still in love with him, he closed his eyes and tried to sleep. Unfortunately, he couldn't. 736, Start. On the third day, it was the day that had been anticipated by every student on the Sakurasu. Whether Ryu Unosuke, Shina, Misaki, Ritsu, Nanami or Shishio decided to skip their classes and club's exhibition since they had to prepare their game. Yes, they were going to exhibit their game to everyone in the hall soon at noon. As of now, they were in the preparation room behind the exhibition room to prepare their game. As expected, that costume suits you well, Nanami. Nanami would be the charge of MC, so her clothes had to be attractive. Before, her costume was rather poorly done with cat-like headgear and shoes, shorts, red costume, which was quite lame somehow. However, the main attraction of this exhibition had always been a game, so it didn't really matter. Yet, he couldn't accept it, so he changed her costume to something better. More importantly, Nanami smiled and moved closer. Do you want me to wear this tonight? While he might not say anything, this might be his real reason for changing her costume. Still, to be honest, the one who should change into a costume was only Nanami, but why did Ryu Unosuke also have to change his costume? Why are you forcing me to wear this? Ryu Unosuke asked with shame, looking at everyone who forced him to wear a maid uniform. When he wore a maid uniform, it was impossible for one to distinguish his real gender. No matter who saw him, they would think of her as a cute girl. Forcing? You don't seem reluctant to wear that, dragon, Misaki said with a snicker. Ryu Unosuke was silent and glanced in Shishio's direction before he lowered his head shyly. Everyone. When they saw him like this, they really thought that Ryu Unosuke was a girl. Suddenly, in Shishio's mind, a certain word emerged. Trap. This was definitely a trap. Shishio didn't have an interest in this area, but certain people had an interest in this genre. To be honest, he had always thought of Ryu Unosuke as a friend, but why did he feel this guy was thinking of him more than a friend? No, no. He felt that it couldn't continue like this. He wasn't Hikigaya, who could accept Totsuka the way he was. He was a full-fledged man, and he was only interested in women. Still, he didn't intend to expose Ryu Unosuke's thoughts since he didn't want their relationship to become awkward. It was better to stay like this, yet he couldn't help but tease this guy. He took his camera and took a picture of Ryu Unosuke. The sound of the camera was clear to everyone's ears. Ryu Unosuk realized that his picture was taken by Shishio. He stared at him and asked, "Do you want me to report you to the police for taking a picture without permission? If you're a girl, it might sound normal, but you're a boy, Ryu Unosuk." Shishio smiled. "Anyway, give me." Ryu Unosuk tried to steal Shishio's camera, but Shishio reacted faster by raising his hand high. The difference in height between the two was huge. Ryu Unosuk's body was rather petite, so even if he tiptoed, he wouldn't be able to reach his camera. However, how could he give up? He stretched his hands high, trying to steal the camera, but soon, he realized how awkward their position was, which stunned him in a place. "What's wrong, Ryu Unosuk? Why is your face so red? Are you okay?" I am okay." Ryu Unosuk felt like his head was overloaded with intense heat. His head stopped working, and many errors appeared in his brain. He had always been confused by his current state, especially when he thought about how Kirya leaned his forehead against Shishio's shoulder. Ryu Unosuk didn't care about the girls, but when Kirya did it, he felt so uncomfortable, like he was being betrayed. However, with his personality, it was impossible for him to ask, and he just pretended nothing had happened even though he had run away before. He was also glad that Shishio didn't ask and just pretended to see nothing. Still, even so, his head was in a messy state. Ryu Unosuk just didn't know what to do until suddenly he felt strong hands on his shoulders. "You're so cute, Ryu Unosuk." His body was so weak at this moment when his deep voice was transmitted directly into his sensitive ear directly. "If you're a girl, I might go for you." What the hell are you saying, idiot? Ryu Unosuk couldn't control it anymore and looked at him warily, but he became even more annoyed when he saw him chuckling. What the hell? Ryu Unosuk wanted to get angry since he was treated like a joke by him, but when he thought about his words clearly, he shut his lips and said coldly, "I will check the game first." He sat on his seat and checked the game since he was in charge of programming. "Thanks. You don't need to thank me. It's my job." Ryu Unosuk answered while grumbling. Shishio didn't say anything and shook his head since whatever Ryu Unosuk felt, he felt it was impossible. Even if Ryu Unosuk could trigger his system, and even if he had done it with his aunt and housewife, it was impossible to do it with Ryu Unosuk even if he died since he really didn't swing that way. Even if Ryu Unosuk was cute and it was hard to distinguish his gender, Shishio was firm with his decision. Still, Ryu Unosuk aside, he was thinking of checking the rewards he got from Fuka since he hadn't checked them. The combination of twin sisters was just so dangerous that he almost didn't let them go. Even now, if Misaki didn't sit down on the chair, she might not be able to stand up since her legs were so weak. However, suddenly, Shishio thought about Mitaka, and he thought that he might have pushed him to the limit since he had taken 2 Kamiagasa sisters. Still, he felt that it should be okay since Mitaka should be able to make another girlfriend so easily, and he also wouldn't give the Kamiagasa sisters to him since someone who could only manipulate and hurt others didn't deserve the Kamiagasa sisters. While Shishio knew that he didn't have a right to say that he was much worse than Mitaka, one thing was for sure, he wouldn't hurt his women. That was the only thing he was confident with, even though he was a scumbag beyond a save. As expected, his first reward was a dairy farm. In other words, he didn't need to buy his milk anymore since he had a dairy farm. He could get milk from its source directly. Still, he didn't mean anything weird since what he meant was a normal cow instead of something else. When it is a holiday, let's visit it. As for his second reward, he got an island. Naturally, the island was in Japan, and it was a huge island. Suddenly, he thought he could do something interesting with this island, but he could think about that later since it was better to check his rewards as soon as possible. His third reward was just a building in Yokohama. It was nothing special, but it gave him a lot of money. Still, his fourth reward was quite interesting since he got Kyoto Purple Sanga F.C., which was a football club in Kyoto. It was quite a famous football club and quite powerful, but it definitely wasn't number 1. However, this club was owned by him now, so he was going to do his best to make it better. He also had a soccer mastery, so everything should be easier. On the other hand, his fifth reward was also amazing since he got a baseball club in Chiba. It was a good reward since the turf of his parents-in-law was in Chiba. When he got to this baseball club, he knew that it would be easy for him to help his parents-in-law, and it might also help him, so they could close their eyes in case he did something to the Yukinashita sisters. Suddenly, the thought of Harino, who was staring at him with an obsessed gaze, emerged in his mind, and it made him shudder for a moment. Still, he shook his head since he knew even if this young woman was cute, she was dangerous, yet this part of her was interesting, right? As for his sixth reward, he got the enhanced ears, which enhanced his hearing ability. It was a good ability, but the drawback was obvious since it was rather noisy. The only fortunate thing was he had a Seimekikan, which made him able to control his body perfectly, so he could lower the sound he heard like a remote television. Now, it's the last one. His last reward. Enhanced flesh. In other words, the flesh on his body was enhanced and became stronger. Suddenly, he wondered whether there was someone who could defeat him in this world. However, what he didn't know, his change triggered the interest of a certain someone since this certain someone felt threatened. It was like how two tigers met on the mountain. They couldn't allow each other to be present on the same mountain, and when that happened, they could only fight with each other. While Shishio didn't have such a metaphysical sense, the certain someone had it, and he was already on his way to this country. Still, before that, he was going to enjoy the cultural festival. Okay, it's about time. Let's do our best. Oh. By the way, do you want to put our hands together? Misaki asked. Well, why not? No one disagreed, and they put their hands together. Misaki was full of smiles and shouted, Sakurasu. Ooh. Yes. Fight. Sakurasu. They all made a different shout, which made everything awkward. Well, should we go out now? It was their time, so even though the start was quite awkward, no one hesitated or got nervous since they were confident in their work. As they walked to the stage, everyone in the audience had a different kind of emotion, especially those who knew the creators of this game. Some were happy, some were excited, but some were. Let's not mention them in this chapter since the curtain was opened, and their game was about to start. 737, Hallucination. Mitaka looked at the brochure in his hands, which announced the game exhibition made by the Sakurasu. Watching how crowded the entrance of the exhibition was, he could tell that everyone was looking forward to this exhibition, especially with all the famous members listed on the brochure. Mitaka knew how famous Shishio was, especially when his writing was so beautiful. Shishio's achievement in writing was something that Mitaka was jealous of. To be honest, Mitaka also didn't like Shishio since whenever he was with him, he felt inferior. It was also why he was close to Sorita since when he was with Sorita, he felt he was better. As for Shiro-san? Even if this guy was a pervert, Shiro-san's writing ability was something Mitaka could only look up to. Still, because of Shiro-san's pervertedness, Mitaka also felt that he was better. He was the best among Sakurasu until Shishio came. Shishio was like everything that Mitaka wanted in life. Shishio had talent in many things. He was rich, smart, and had a lot of women, and there was a lot more. Who didn't want all of that? Even Mitaka was jealous. Mitaka might love Misaki, but if he was asked if he could date all the women while dating Misaki, who didn't want to? Unfortunately, Mitaka didn't have what Shishio could have, and he could only run away, facing his inferiority toward Misaki. When he did this, he thought that Misaki would chase him like how she did most of the time. He thought she would beg him to return and use his script, but to his shock, she ignored him and made an anime with Shishio. The two achieved great success, leaving him staring in dazed disbelief. Misaki? By now, he realized even though she was in love with him, in the end, the most important thing for her was her work. He had never been number one, and she also quickly found his replacement. It was also why he cruelly told her not to publish the anime she made with Shishio. Mitaka knew how the woman's heart worked, and he also knew he was attractive, so he used this advantage to seduce many women. While he didn't say anything, watching Misaki was a mess also pleased him since he wanted her to feel the pain he felt, ignoring how she was hurt by his action, especially when she didn't have much experience with an emotional matter. Having superiority over her, he thought that he was the one who controlled everything, but Misaki ignored him. Was his existence that small in her heart? His head was a mess since he realized he couldn't control Misaki anymore. Everything, which he had done for the past few years, disappeared and turned into nothing. He was in a panic and didn't know what to do, but the only thing that put him at ease was that he knew Shishio didn't have an interest in Misaki. After all, if Shishio said that he had, even Mitaka didn't think he could do anything. Knowing all of this puts him at ease. Even if he knew that Misaki's existence became far and far away as he kept drowning in the mud, he would be okay since no matter how dark his surroundings were, knowing Misaki was still in love with him gave him a light. It was his salvation and best achievement since he could make such an amazing girl fall for him. Still, everything changed when the cultural festival was about to be held. Once again, he heard everyone in the Sakurasu was going to make a game. Even if he was blind, he knew that this game would become popular and achieve a lot of popularity. Knowing this, he felt regret since he couldn't participate. If he could participate, his resume would be amazing since he could make an amazing game with many amazing people. It was the same case as the anime that he made with Misaki. While Misaki felt that his writing was dull, Mitaka only thought it felt good to become so famous. Unfortunately, such a convenient thing was no longer there. Even all the people who had tried to get close to him because of Misaki had already left. By now, Mitaka knew that without Misaki, he was nothing. He wasn't much different from the rest. He wasn't special. Instead, he was just a normal guy. For someone else, it might not be bad, but for him, who also wanted to become special, he longed for the word special to be applied to him. To be honest, he wanted their game to fail, but he knew that it would be hard for them to fail. Filled with a dilemma, he saw Fuka. Fuka was, without a doubt, one of the women he couldn't forget since she was Misaki's sister and his ex-lover. When he saw her, a delighted feeling appeared in his heart. He thought she was going to talk with him, telling him she was in love with him and asking him to date again. While what he did was unforgivable, he knew Fuka couldn't forget him. She should be in love with him. This should be the case, but he frowned when he saw Fuka was with Shishio. Hey? How could they be together? Why were they so close? What was even more unacceptable was that he saw her hugging Shishio's arm intimately. Even though he didn't feel love toward Fuka, watching her, who he had thought was still in love with him, so intimately with another guy made him uncomfortable. Did she fall for him? In such a short moment? Or had they known each other before? He had left quite a while from Sakurasu, so he didn't know anything about what had happened there since his relationship with the others wasn't that good. Sakurasu also had a rule not to allow the people who had left the dorm to return. It was a strange rule, but no matter how many times he begged, it was impossible for him to return. Even if he might always rely on a woman to get everything, he still had self-esteem, which he needed to maintain. But he regretted it now since he realized that many things had developed into something that he didn't like. By then, Misaki had also joined, and the three of them happily enjoyed the cultural festival together while he could only watch them from afar like a stalker. What were they talking about? Why were Misaki and Shishio so close? What was their relationship? His thought was terrorized by many things, and he just stared at them from a distance with bloodshot eyes. There were many things that he wanted to ask, but it was possible for him to ask Shishio or Misaki, so he put his target on Fuka. He waited for them impatiently, and fortunately, Fuka parted away with them, which gave him a chance to talk with her. When they were alone, he directly apologized, showing how regretful and remorseful he was for hurting her. While he didn't bow his head, he felt he had bowed his head, especially when he put on a regretful expression. Still, what he didn't know, he felt happy at this moment, showing how happy he was since he was superior. Having been inferior to Misaki, he had always wanted to be seen as someone special, and he got it by dating someone. When those women fell for him and gave their everything to him, he felt special. It was something that made him addicted, and the feeling he got from Misaki was the best since Misaki was the best woman that he knew. Unfortunately, the scene that he had been waiting for didn't appear. Fuka didn't cry or look at him sadly for choosing Misaki. Instead, she called someone coyly while treating him like air. While he was furious, he was also a coward, so he didn't dare to do anything. However, he was also curious about what Fuka wanted to do, especially when she told him to follow her. Yet, he didn't expect to meet Shishio. He could also see Shishio was surprised and confused by Fuka's call. He wanted to say something, but his eyes widened when Fuka kissed Shishio. The two were kissing each other intimately like a pair of animals in a heart as they ignored his gaze and just made out in front of him. He couldn't comprehend anything for a moment, but when he woke up, a rush of anger clouded his head. What the hell was this? While he wanted to pull them away, he didn't move since he didn't dare, especially when Shishio's eyes were so scary, so he just stayed in a place, waiting for them to end their make-out. However, when they finished, Fuka said, "Farewell." Then, she held Shishio's hand and pulled him away, leaving him alone. Watching the two of them leave, Mitaka couldn't move. He couldn't say anything and just stared at them in a daze. By now, he regretted many things. He knew that he had hurt Fuka, and this was her revenge. Her revenge was simple, to be happy. It was so simple, but it was effective. Mitaka couldn't accept anything for a while, and he just stood there in disbelief, wondering how easy it was for a woman to leave him even though he had hurt her enough, so she couldn't forget about him. Fuka was happy, and Mitaka was swallowed by sadness. Still, Mitaka also felt angry with Shishio for doing such a thing. Shishio was rude and didn't treat him like a senior. As he grumbled in anger, soon, Mitaka quickly woke up since he realized that he still had Misaki. He knew that Misaki wouldn't betray her like Fuka, so now, even if he felt uncomfortable, he decided to visit the game exhibition made by the Sakurasu. As he entered the hall, he looked around to search for an empty chair. As expected, it was hard since there were many people, but as he kept observing, he saw a familiar person. Ah, Sorita. Sorita, whose face was as complicated as Mitaka's, also turned and was surprised. Mitaka-senpai. The two of them met each other for the first time in a while. 738, Game. When the two saw each other, they greeted each other, but inwardly, they looked down on each other. Mitaka thought that Sorita was just a coward and a strange kid since what Sorita could do was just stare at the girl that he liked. Even worse, Sorita had made the girl he liked feel disgusted at him. Mitaka felt sorry but was happy to stay with such a person since it made him feel better. It made him feel better to know that in this world, someone was lower than him. Sorita also felt the same since before he left Sakurasu, he learned a lot of things from the other tenants, and he knew how Mitaka was in love with Misaki, but Mitaka didn't dare to confess his feeling. In the end, Mitaka ran away and escaped. Knowing this, Sorita also felt better knowing Mitaka was such a person since this made him comfortable knowing that someone was lower than him. When the two met, they smiled and sat next to each other naturally, feeling happy to see each other. They talked briefly about how they had been since meeting each other as they showed superficial care before Mitaka asked, "You're also interested in their game?" "Yeah." However, Sorita's face was uncomfortable as he clenched his fists, waiting for the game to start. After hearing the talk show of Kyuzuki Fujisawa, he realized what he wanted to do. He was no longer like before, who didn't know to do anything and thought he, himself, was nothing but an ordinary guy who had just studied at the university before he graduated and worked like the others. His day was no longer monochrome, and it was so bright since he knew what he wanted to do. By now, he realized that as long as someone worked hard, they could do anything. He had this belief. No, at this moment, he was in a high state. If Shishio saw Sorita, he would only stare at him helplessly since Sorita's current state was like someone who had just finished a self-improvement seminar, MLM talk or insurance talk. When people joined such a thing and listened to the voice of their leaders, they would be full of excitement. They would think they could do anything, including becoming a millionaire. However, such a thing only happened for a moment. It was impossible for a human to stay high all the time. Naturally, some could maintain their high state but were only a few people. The majority of people? They could only let themselves be drowned by depravity. Still, if Sorita could change, then everything was good, whether it was for him or his family. As for Shishio, he wouldn't do anything since, from the beginning to the end, he had never thought much of Sorita, especially when, in the future, they would be two people who were living in two different worlds. While it was unfair, Shishio had a system, so he was just a living cheat in this world, so if Sorita could be happy, he would say it was good for him. By now, Sorita wondered what kind of game the Sakurasu was going to make, and at the same time, no matter what kind of game they were going to exhibit, he thought that he could do better. Yes, I can do better. His eyes were blazing with fire while thinking of a bright future where Ryu Unosuke, Shina and many others begged him to make a game. Ha ha ha. His mouth curled into a smile as he thought he was invincible. Mitaka saw all of this before he looked away while wondering why this kid was so weird. On the other hand, besides Mitaka and Sorita, there were many others who had come. His girlfriends were natural, and all of them came. Chihiro also came with Hirotsuka and Hina, waiting for the exhibition to start, but suddenly someone called her. Hirotsuka-san? Chihiro. Chihiro and Hirotsuka turned before they saw a familiar person. Fujisawa. 2x. Who? Hina was confused. Kyuzuki was a bit surprised that Chihiro called him by his family name, but they had parted ways for a while, so he felt it should be normal that their relationship becomes awkward. Yet, he couldn't help but think that she had become so cold. Still, he had to say the three of them were beautiful, and it had been a while since they had seen each other, so he was quite surprised and happy. It's Chihiro's ex. Oh. Hina also had an ex-boyfriend, so her reaction was rather normal, and she didn't think too much. Can I sit here? Kyuzuki still maintained his smile as he was about to sit naturally, but... No. 2x. Hirotsuka and Hina answered at the same time. Kyuzuki. Though, you should ask Chihiro. Hirotsuka looked at Chihiro, wondering what she was going to say. After all, before they had parted, their relationship was rather close. Kyuzuki also looked at Chihiro, waiting for her answer. Sorry. Chihiro apologized and said, you should search for a different seat. I don't want my boyfriend to misunderstand. Kyuzuki stared at Chihiro for a moment in a daze, shocked before he showed a bitter smile, but he knew that everything was his fault. He chose his career over hers, so he couldn't say anything. I see, that's a shame, then I will sit somewhere. Still, Kyuzuki thought for a moment and asked, by the way, do you want to have a drink after this? When something is unattainable, they become more attractive. Sorry. I am busy tonight until the future, Chihiro said with a sweet smile. In other words, don't bother me again. Oh. I see, then, it can't be helped. See you then. Kyuzuki walked away awkwardly and sighed in regret. Chihiro didn't say anything since she didn't feel anything. She felt like Kyuzuki was like any other guy on the street, and soon, she might forget his face. As of now, every memory she shared with Kyuzuki was erased by Shishio before she shook her head, blushing since she realized her panties were wet. Chihiro, did you get a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell us? Hirotsuka and Hina looked at Chihiro with dissatisfaction since she didn't say anything. Chihiro was quite awkward since how could she tell them since the man she mentioned was her nephew? If they knew their relationship, what kind of face would they show? Disgust? Her heart stopped for a moment before she said awkwardly, I am lying, you idiot. Where can I get a guy when I stay with all of you all the time? 2x. Hiratsuka and Hina looked at each other before they nodded. Well, that's true. Yet, you have been hanging with us all the time. It should be impossible for you to get a boyfriend. Chihiro dug her nails into the armrest, watching the two laughing at her annoyedly, thinking that they were bitch, but she let out a long sigh since it was impossible for her to tell her relationship with Shishio. I thought that you did it with Shishio, though. Hey? Why do you think so? Chihiro's heart almost stopped. Hiratsuka looked at Chihiro speechlessly and said, Chihiro, have you seen your face when I mentioned Shishio to you? You're like a high school girl in love. Shut up. He is my nephew. So, what if he is your nephew? Hey? Do you think it is okay? Chihiro looked at Hiratsuka in surprise. Hiratsuka thought for a moment and said, to be honest, when I thought about it now, I can't fully agree with it. I see. Chihiro sighed while looking into the distance. As expected, our relationship is. But, well, if it's him, he might do you, though. I can imagine that. The two talked about how wild Shishio was, and they knew that everything was possible. Chihiro looked at the two before she fell into silence, thinking that their relationship could only be done in secret. However, the hall became quiet since the game was about to start. The game made by everyone in Sakurasu was something that everyone was looking forward to, so when they heard the announcement, they anticipated it a lot. Then, as expected, they were blown away. Nanami walked out to the stage, leading everyone into a new world. From the beginning to the end, their emotions were a mess. They were on an emotional roller coaster from high to low, from sad to happy. They were full of excitement and kept screaming along the way as they cheered the characters on the game. His girlfriend was amazed, especially Yuigahama Hana, who watched his game with her daughter. She clapped her hands several times, showing how happy and proud she was. However, while many were happy, many also showed shocked expressions of disbelief. Sorita was in a daze and didn't say anything from the beginning to the end, but even so, his heart was beating so fast. He almost couldn't blink and kept watching this game from the beginning to the end before he came to a realization. It was a similar realization that he came to when he played soccer in the past. While he loved to play soccer, he realized that he wasn't a genius, and no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible for him to become better. By now, he also came to a similar realization, and he was at a loss since he knew the difference between a genius and hard work couldn't be shorted with hard work alone. Leaving this boy alone, the game ended, and all the crew teams of this game walked out one after another. Everyone clapped their hands excitedly, watching all of them. Whether Shina, Ritsu, Ryu Unosuke, Nanami, or Misaki, they were full of happiness and hugged him at the same time. Still, at this moment, Shishio, who was hugged, felt something that made him frown, but he didn't show it and just smiled, which caused all the people to squeal, making him helpless. On the other hand, watching the excited crowd and hearing the cheers of all the people in the hall, Mitaka also came to a realization that he wanted to enjoy the scenery, and to do that, he had to go get Misaki. Yes, I love Misaki. 739, Boundless. Good job. You are amazing. Rita clapped her hands excitedly as she watched their game. You also helped us, Rita. You should join us on the stage, you know. Misaki was still jumping around, unable to calm herself. Rita. Sheena looked at Rita while hugging her. Geez. I am not a student here, okay? If I am there, won't it be weird? Rita looked at them helplessly. No. Unexpectedly, all of them answered at the same time. Rita smiled and said, it's okay. I am happy that you can achieve all of this. The game is great. She then looked at Shishio for a moment and told her opinion. You know, you can do many things, from writing, music, games, manga, sports, and many others. Maybe next time, you should also set up an art project too. Art is boundless, and it won't be a simple painting alone. Rita thought that with his mind, it should be possible to make something like an art project. Art project? Shishio fell in silence. What? Did you really think of an idea? They were all looking at him in a daze, wondering whether his creativity had a limit. Well, let's talk about that later. How about we have a party after we go back? Yeah. Party. Party. Everyone was excited when they thought about the party. What kind of food should I make? Takoyaki. Let's have a takoyaki party. Okay, let's do that. While they were anticipating the party, which would be held tonight, Mitaka walked out from the hall with the rest of the people. As for Sorita, neither of them talked to the other after everything ended. Sorita was pale since he realized that he was just an ordinary person. However, Mitaka didn't care much about Sorita since he had something to do. This was their current relationship. They might appear close, but to be honest, they were far from close and only maintained a superficial relationship. Naturally, the one who thought so was only Mitaka since, for him, he and Sorita were two different people. When they graduated, they would part away, and they wouldn't meet each other. It was just a waste of time to talk with Sorita. Poor Sorita. The only fortunate thing was that Sorita didn't know all of this. On the other hand, Mitaka took his phone and ignored Sorita. He looked at the contact list on his phone for a moment, hesitating. No, he felt slightly nervous since it had been a while since he communicated with the person he wanted to talk to. To be honest, Mitaka didn't want to talk with Misaki this early. However, the scene he saw in the hall changed everything. The worship eyes and everyone's fascination. Mitaka wanted all of that. However, he knew with his ability, it was impossible for him to achieve all of that. The only thing that he could do was rely on Misaki. By using Misaki, he would get everything. However, it didn't mean he was using her. Instead, it was because he loved her, and he knew what was best for her, especially when he thought about her personality. He knew that she was kind of naive, and it wouldn't be weird if someone deceived her, so someone had to protect her, and he was that person. Making up his mind, thinking it was the best Misaki, he called her. He waited for a while, but he didn't hear a ring sound before he heard a voicemail. The number you have called isn't responding. Please leave a message. An artificial-like voice greeted him. Was she too busy to answer his call? He frowned and kept calling, but no one answered. Wait, she isn't blocking my number, right? Unfortunately, he kept receiving similar results and soon became annoyed. However, he quickly calmed himself and decided to send her a message. He knew how she felt about him, and he could tell that no matter how busy she was, she would definitely come to visit him as long as he sent a message, and it was impossible for her to block his number. He quickly sent her a text, telling her to meet him tonight. As soon as he finished the text, he put his phone in his pocket before he took a deep breath since this process drained his energy. However, it didn't matter since tonight, he would tell her what he felt toward her, and by then, they would be together. Still, what he didn't know, his number and email were blocked by Misaki, so no matter how hard he tried to call her, it wouldn't connect, and she definitely wouldn't come tonight. However, Mitaka didn't know all of that and only thought about his bright future with Misaki. Leaving Mitaka aside, the members of Sakurasu stopped at the market before they went home. Even Ryu Inosuke, who was a shut-in, also followed. However, it was normal since everyone was in a state of excitement, especially when they thought their game was amazing. Mashiro put back the sweets. Sheena didn't put the snacks back and looked at him pitifully. No, even if you look at me like that, you can't eat too much sweat. You can only eat one a day. Shishio. I will do my best tonight. Sheena clenched her two fists, telling him she was ready for the tough exercise tonight, so she could enjoy a lot of sweets. 2. No more. Sheena quickly nodded with a smile before she looked carefully at which sweets she should choose since she could only choose 2 snacks. As of now, her expression is extremely solemn. She was like a prisoner who was asked what she wanted to eat before her death penalty punishment. While he was speechless, this was what he could see from her. However, Rita was a bit nervous and also a bit troubled since she was ready to give him her first. She was about to leave, and she didn't want to return to her county in regret. Before she left, she wanted to convey her feelings to him. She might have planned to do it previously, but this guy had been away from Sakurasu for so many days, but this time, he couldn't escape any longer, and she was going to take him down like a hunter that was about to catch her prey. She was ready for it, yet she had to say she was a bit nervous. She looked at him for a moment, then asked, "Say, you really can't tell me about that art project that you have thought of before?" She thought that talking about art would ease her, so she decided to ask. Sheena, who was in a dilemma about which snacks she should choose, also looked at Shishio curiously. He looked at Rita, who seemed nervous before he sighed and tried to calm her down with his story. "It's nothing. I am just thinking of making art with a bigger canvas." "Bigger canvas? 2x. Sheena and Rita opened their eyes wide. "What do you mean?" After all, they knew that the meaning of his words wasn't meant literally. If it was just drawing on a bigger canvas, while it was quite hard, it wasn't that hard for him. However, they knew what he meant wasn't that. You know, in the beginning, the primitive people used a cross-hatched crayon on a rock shard. Then, with the development of technology, we start to use paint. Of course, there are a lot of other media except for painting, such as sculpting, glass, and many others. Maybe, in the future, there will be a lot more, but what I want to say is that art is boundless. There is no boundary on art, and we're free to do anything with it, so I thought that it might be good to combine art with technology and also make it as big as possible. While they were thinking of painting, he was already thinking of something far ahead of all of that. That's interesting. Sheena was the most excited. Let's do it, Shishio. Let's do it. It's going to take a lot of money. Let's do it after we graduate, and to be honest, with the current technology, it isn't enough to support the art. Then, how long are we going to wait? 4 years. 4 years. We're still young, so there is no need to be in a hurry. No need to be in a hurry, hey. However, Rita was in a hurry since she planned to do it with him before she returned to England. Still, she suddenly realized that it might be good to study in this country in the future. To be honest, what an artist needed to have was a name. As long as one had a name, even if their drawing was similar to a children's doodle, many people would think that their creation was deep and profound with a meaning, which was enough to make an adult cry. This was what was so amazing about art. Everything was so exaggerated. However, without a doubt, the good one was good, no matter how many people said it. With that said, Ryu Anosuk also joined their conversation since the art Shishio mentioned needed to have a programmer since this new art would need a lot of CG, computer graphics. This was something interesting since he realized that many things could be done with his programming ability. Somehow, Misaki also joined, which made Ritsuo and Nanamai look at each other helplessly. The two were only ordinary people, so they couldn't understand what they were talking about, but they also had an interesting conversation on their own. So, it is good. It's good. You should quickly ask him. If you're nervous, I can also accompany you, Nanamai said kindly. However, Ritsuo was speechless, wondering whether her first time would be a threesome. Still, after they finished buying all the ingredients they needed to make a takoyaki party along with various snacks and beverages, they didn't waste their time and returned to Sakurasu to the place where everything started. However, when they arrived, they saw a luxurious car parked in front of the Sakurasu. Hey! Is that your parents, Shishio? It wasn't the first time Shishio's parents came to visit, so they thought it was his parents when they saw a luxurious car, but the one who came out of the car wasn't his parents. However, Rita asked, will his parents drive a 2-door Porsche? Still, they didn't need to wait too long since the person inside the car came out. Yeah, hello, Shishio-kun. Harano Yukinashita greeted him with a smile. 740, bad luck. What's wrong? While many people might be intimidated by Harano's gaze, Shishio wasn't one of them. Still, Harano's aura was quite prickly, which made the people who looked at her feel uncomfortable, even if she was smiling gently at this moment. Shishio-kun, who is this? Nanamai asked curiously and cautiously. While they had seen Harano, they didn't know her at all. Still, they had to say this woman was bold to appear in front of Shishio. However, this was the truth. In the area around Sakurasu, it might appear like a normal neighborhood, but what they didn't know there were many of his bodyguards that were living in this place, protecting him and the people he cared about for 24 hours and 7 days. To be honest, this wasn't really necessary, but he had too much money, and not using them was such a waste, especially when that money was taken for tax, so even if it might seem outrageous, Roberta told him that it was necessary. It might seem ridiculous, but he was rather famous in this country, so he had a lot of fans. While it was good to have a lot of fans, especially when they could help him to vote for him to become a prime minister in the future, many of them weren't normal in their heads. It was also similar to the woman in front of him. Her head definitely wasn't right. If your mother knows that you have visited me. Even if his engagement with Yukinashita was annulled with his sophistry, without a doubt, the two families knew whether he and Yukinashita would marry each other. Their relationship was clear, so why should Harano appear here? He sighed inwardly and thought this woman was troublesome, especially when he just wanted to spend a relaxing day with his girlfriends during this time. She is Yukino's big sister. Her name is... Before he finished his words were cut. Ah, I haven't introduced myself. How rude of me. Harano approached them with a gentle smile and wanted to introduce her name, but she was cut by Shishio. My name is... Her name is Harano Yukinashita. Harano stared at Shishio, but he ignored her. She had cut her, so he also cut her words. After all, if this continued and he let it slide every time, he was afraid that this woman would think that he would forgive what she had done every time. Still, unexpectedly, Harano's smile became brighter instead of frowning. Yes, my name is Harano Yukinashita. Nice to meet all of you. However, Shishio felt that this smile was a bit eerie. Meanwhile, the others didn't realize, and they introduced themselves one by one since they weren't a bad girl, and their relationship with Yukinashita was quite good, so they also felt good about Harano, especially when Harano was a master at communication. Even if Harano only talked for a moment, their relationship quickly warmed up, and they became closer. I didn't know there was one more girl on the Sakurasu. Harano looked at Ryu Anosuk. I am a man, Ryu Anosuka said plainly before he left and entered Sakurasu. After all, a woman had always been his nemesis. Still, before he entered, he stopped for a moment, looking at Shishio in a complicated mood before he walked. Well, leaving this aside. As expected, even if Ryu Unosuk was so cold, it didn't really bother Harano since, for her, he was nothing but a stranger. Can I borrow him? She pointed her finger at Shishio with a gentle smile. Everyone. Sorry, no. However, Shishio refused without hesitation. We're about to have a party. You, outsider, have you stay still. Go back, woman. He didn't want to go out now and wanted to stay since he knew whatever she was going to do would be troublesome. He was also afraid that he might not be able to go back since if he stayed with her, he was afraid to seduce her too. More importantly, he could meet Harano anytime, but Rita's time was limited since Rita would return to England at the end of the cultural festival. What? How could you say that? You're so cruel. Harano acted like she was so sad and crying, causing all of them to feel sorry. Shishio. Woman's tears, oh, what a cheating weapon. Even if Shishio knew that Harano was acting, it didn't mean that the others knew. Harano's tears were so real, and anyone who saw her would feel sorry. Shishio-kun, you should go with her. Yeah, we can start the party later. Yes, I will only take him for 1 or 2 hours, Harano added while crying. Well, that isn't that long. To be honest, if this woman took Shishio for a night, even if they felt dissatisfied, they might not say anything since even Shishio had to admit that Harano's acting was so good that it was enough to deceive everyone. More importantly, he realized how gullible his women were. He had to say that they were cute, but he knew that they had to be careful since not everyone in this world was so gentle. Only 1 or 2 hours? He asked in doubt. What? Do you want to spend a night with me? Shishio-kun, you're eki. Harano looked at him shyly with a blush. Shishio had to say that their stares were painful, especially Rita, who looked at him with grief as if he had wronged her. You won, woman. While the girls didn't seem to notice it, Shishio could see that Harano showed a smug smile. I will go back quickly. You don't need to worry. Everyone in the Sakurasu nodded, but Rita somehow felt that those words were meant for her, which made her hum before she looked away shyly, trying to hide her blush. They told him that they were going to prepare the ingredients for the takoyaki before he returned, so they could start the takoyaki party immediately. How nice, a takoyaki party. Harano murmured as she glanced at him. What do you want to talk about? Shishio knew that talking too much would be a waste of time, so he wanted to know what she wanted to talk about and why she would appear so suddenly. Geez, impatient, aren't we? Harano sighed, then said, accompany me. Where? Driving. Driving. Shishio was in the passenger seat quietly while looking at the speedometer of Harano's car. 213 kilometers per hour. After he followed her, he didn't expect that she would bring him to the highway, and she also drove her car so fast. While it might not be related, he remembered that he also did this before with his car when Nana asked him. Was it dangerous? Of course. However, he had driving mastery, so everything was okay, but this woman didn't have it, which worried him. Still, even if they crashed, he knew that he could save all of them. Instead, it might be good if they crashed since that way, she could learn how dangerous her action was. As for the police? He only laughed since he knew as long as one's speed was above 180 kilometers per hour, the police would give up chasing after them. Why did the police give up? The reason was simple and it was because their machines didn't allow them to chase after them. Can you slow down a bit? I want to talk with you. Geez. If you're scared, just tell me, okay. Harano laughed before she slowed down the car above 100 kilometers per hour. You know, if I know you like a car, we might be able to drive a car together. Can you drive a car? You don't know. If I know, I will call you to accompany me. If she knew this guy could drive a car, she would bring him with her to drive together since she was sure it would be fun to race with him. There aren't many cars in this country, so many streets in this country could become race courses. This also made her wonder where they should race later. On the mountain? No, the highway is better. Do you like driving? Harano didn't look at him. Instead, she smiled as she looked at the street and said, yes, I like it. I see. It makes me feel free. I feel that I am not shackled with anything, and I can be anything when I drive my car as fast as I want. He glanced at her and realized she might not be as perfect as it seemed. However, in front of Yuki Nashida, she had to be perfect since, as a big sister, she wanted her little sister to look her up. Still, her way of love was kind of messed up. By now, he realized that no one in the Yuki Nashida family seemed able to confess their feelings honestly, which made him speechless. As the car sped up, he felt a bit thirsty, and at the same time, why did he feel a bit restless? He shook his head and thought that he might think too much. Even if Harano loved to drive, she wouldn't do it all the time. It had been half an hour since she had been driving, so they went out from the highway and stopped at the nearby convenience store. What do you want? I will treat you. The two walked out of the car at the same time before she asked that question. Well, I will get mineral water. Okay. There weren't many people in the convenience store or on the street. The two bought something before they returned to the car, but they didn't immediately enter. Instead, they stood next to each other while leaning on the side of the car, enjoying the quietness. Her mood had been quite prickly before, but after she spent time with him, she felt relieved and happy. They might not talk, and he might not tell her that she was the most beautiful woman, but at this moment, she didn't need an admirer and only wanted someone to accompany her. This someone should be someone who could see her the way she was. Say, Shishio. Harano, enter the car quickly. Hey. She saw his expression become solemn and also followed his gaze before her pupils shrunk since she didn't expect to meet this person. The sound of the whistle sounded so frivolous. Date? Can I join you too? Shishio didn't say anything, but his eyes clearly told everything. Kill. 741, Monster. Unlike Shishio, who was ready for the battle, Harano was dumbfounded since she knew this person well. Unlike those commoners, who lacked information and were ignorant of the presence of this man, Harano knew who this man was. While she had never seen this person in reality, he had been reminded by his parents about this dangerous man. Before, she might not have understood it, but now, she understood. She could see that the presence of this man was terrible, and this man was simply a monster. His body was tall, but his presence was even more so. Even if this person was walking normally, it was like she watched a T-Rex suddenly emerge on the street and walk around the city to look for delicious prey. Everyone in the area could feel all of this, and they were just stunned silly, unable to walk away before subconsciously pissing themselves since this man's presence was really that scary. His long hair was so wild, moving around by itself menacingly like he was a demon that had just crawled out from hell. His body seemed to be created for destruction. It was as if he was just a weapon in human form. There was only one person whose description fitted all of that. Yujiro Hanma. When someone met such an existence, their very nature would appear, and they would try to run away, but no one was running away since they were too scared to run. Yujiro also didn't hold back his lust for battle. As he walked, it was as if the world was painted with the color of blood. Yet, in front of such a presence, Shishio was rather calm. Unlike Yujiro Hanma, whose presence could only bring destruction, Shishio's presence brought peace. If Yujiro Hanma was a demon king, Shishio would be like a hero. Harano, who was stunned by Yujiro's aura, also quickly recovered when Shishio stood in front of her. As of now, she felt like she was a princess in the presence of her hero. He put her heart at ease since she knew he would protect her. How sweet! Now, I want to destroy the two of you more. Let's see how you will react when I foo. Before Yujiro finished his words, he leaned back and felt a bullet graze into his temple. Oh ho! However, he didn't have time to appreciate Shishio's shooting skill since bullet after bullet kept approaching him in various directions of his vitals. Asterisk bang! 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 Asterisk! Moreover, the bullets also hit all the lamps on the street, causing the glasses to scatter and darkness to swallow them. Kaie! Run! While no one knew what was happening, the sudden darkness made them panic, so they quickly ran away. Still, even if everything was dark, they could feel the presence of Yujiro. On the other hand, Yujiro kept dodging Shishio's bullets. Shishio's gun was modified. There was no sound, and when he shot, there was no fire, so nothing could be seen, especially when everything was shrouded by darkness like this. He also didn't seem to wield a gun in his hands, but as he let his hands in a relaxed position, he kept shooting the bullets in Yujiro's direction. Hidden guns. This was the technique that he developed from the firearm mastery and ninjutsu mastery, along with the gun he developed, he was simply a master of an assassin. However, as the strongest human in the world, how could Yujiro fall so easily? Still, even if Yujiro was the strongest, it didn't mean that the gun would mean nothing to him, especially when Shishio's gun was different, and Shishio's technique was something he saw for the first time. By now, several bullets had already stuck into Yujiro's body, but even so, this guy was still as lively as a monkey. Harano, hurry up and enter the car. Start it and drive away. What about you? Harano knew that their situation was far from favorable, but even so, how could she leave him? Honestly, she was so scared at this moment since she could feel Yujiro's eyes on her body. She was like prey in front of the carnivore, which made her body tense and scared. Yet when Shishio turned his eyes, she realized that Shishio's eyes were similar, which made her shudder, yet also excited at the same time. The eyes of Yujiro and Shishio might be the same, but naturally, there was a big difference between them. Handsome. Shishio was the most handsome guy in this world, after all, so his bloodthirsty expression would have a different effect on a woman. If Yujiro was simply scary, Shishio was seductive. Don't become a burden for me. Go. Harano gritted her teeth, but she followed his words before she quickly entered the car. However, Yujiro was smiling before he jumped like a leopard. His movement was unexpected and hard to predict, so he thought he could avoid the bullets, but Shishio's bullets were simply cheating. It was as if the bullet was following him as if it was a hunting dog. While Yujiro's position wasn't good, he licked his lips and felt so happy at this moment since it had been a while since he had so much fun. Even if they didn't fight barehanded, and Shishio was using a gun, this was a killing battle, and everything was possible. As of now, Yujiro was like a wild beast, using his instinct to the fullest, and Shishio was like a precise machine controlled by a quantum computer, aiming at the weakest point of Yujiro. However, Shishio was a human, so he could never be as perfect as a computer, but even so, it was good since this added an element of unpredictability, which was also the reason why Yujiro was hit. As Yujiro kept dodging the bullets, suddenly his ears twitched, and he knew that Shishio's bullet had been emptied, which made him leap in Shishio's direction, but who would have thought he was greeted by a shuriken? Are you a ninja? Several shurikens were thrown simultaneously, and all of them aimed at Yujiro's vitals. However, for him, it was easy to dodge all of them, yet he didn't expect the shuriken to hit each other and change their direction to the side, ready to massacre him. But who was he? Yujiro Hanma. As he stood there, those shurikens hit his body. Still, when he thought they would bounce off, all of them stuck into his body before they stopped when they hit his bones. He frowned, but it didn't stop him, yet suddenly, a smoke enveloped everything. Smoke screen. Yujiro thought that he was fighting a ninja, but suddenly he heard the scratch of the tires and the noise of a machine, which got further and further before he quickly chased after it. In the car, Harano didn't hesitate to push the pedal to the limit, especially when Shishio entered the car. Go! 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 Harano was quite panicked, but his presence made her calm. Shishio used his pheromone control to forcefully calm Harano down, but he knew that their position was far from calm. Neither of them talked at this moment. Harano also didn't question why Shishio had attacked Yujiro. While it might be strange if she made a metaphor, their meeting was like meeting a wild beast in the forest. It was like when you met a bear, tiger, or any carnivore beast. When you met them, your only thought was to kill each other. There was no friendship, and they could only fight, especially when they met such a radical, bloodthirsty, hungry, and dangerous individual as Yujiro Hanma. While Harano wasn't sure why Shishio was being targeted, she knew a reason might not be needed in their fight. Yujiro only wanted to fight Shishio, and that was why he came. It was ridiculous and stupid, but when one's power reached a certain threshold, everything was possible. However, suddenly, Shishio stole the steer and moved them to the right so suddenly. Whoosh! A shuriken suddenly cut down the side mirror of Haruo's car. The speed of the shuriken was also ridiculous since it had broken the speed of sound. Don't stop. I will handle the brake, steering, and the others. All you need to do is to push the pedal to the limit. No matter what, don't stop. Shishio knew that the enemy that he faced currently wasn't something that he could face half-heartedly. Harano trusted him, and she did what he was told. If you're scared, just close your eyes and leave everything to me. No, I am scared, but I won't do something like that. Shishio looked at Harano speechlessly, but he would be lying if he wasn't moved. However, before he said anything, they heard a loud sound on the top of the car. Bang! A human's body and face were clearly formed on top of them, which caused Shishio to shoot his guns without hesitation. Asterisk bang! 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 Asterisk! While driving, Shishio shot Yujiro, who had jumped onto the top of the car. The car was moving so fast that it had broken through 300 km per hour and more, which almost burnt the engine, but even so, Yujiro's laugh could be heard. While Harano was pale since Yujiro's laugh was the laugh of the devil, Shishio knew that this guy was really having fun. There were many holes in the rooftops of the car, but it didn't matter since Shishio knew they were about to reach their destination. Harano was almost passed out at that moment, but she kept gritting her teeth while wondering where Shishio was going to bring them. Soon, they saw an abandoned warehouse near the sea. Shishio crashed the car into the gate without hesitation, but even so, Yujiro was still stuck in the car, which made him speechless. What the hell is this guy? The strongest human, if he didn't meet him, he wouldn't believe it, but he understood how strong this guy was. This guy, even if he didn't want to believe it, he knew that Yujiro could kill him. No, this guy came to kill him. As for a reason, Shishio didn't know, but the reason didn't really matter since he knew that this guy just did whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, he happened to attract Yujiro's attention, and this guy wanted to kill him. That's all. So, don't blame me for killing you either. In front of them, there was a large crane to move the shipping container, but even so, the speed of the car didn't even slow down. While Harano was scared, her body was suddenly hugged before she slipped out of the car, leaving her car crashing into the crane. Boom! The car exploded, causing an intense flame that radiated through this gloomy abandoned warehouse. However, Shishio knew that this matter was far from over. 742, Beast. Harino was in a daze, but she quickly woke up since she had already conquered her fear because everything was just too abrupt. She had just brought him on the drive, yet now she saw her car burning in blazing fire. Sorry, I will change your car into something better later. No, it's okay. Harino didn't care about her car. Are we all right now? Has that guy been killed? Killing? If it was his other girlfriends, they would frown and be scared silly, but Harino wasn't one of them since she knew for Yujiro Hanma, the best way to solve him was to kill. There was no mercy since if they gave mercy, they would give a chance for him to give revenge. While many people could have a second chance, there was just no salvation for some people. Erasing the existence of such a person maybe was better for this world. No. Shishio sighed. If the strongest man can be killed so easily, do you think the United States will bow down? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, an eerie laugh echoed through this abandoned warehouse, and they could see a figure that walked out from the burning car and crane. Even if his appearance was slightly dirty, Shishio could tell that Yujiro was unscathed. Geez, aren't you cruel? I just want to see the genius of our country, but why do you want to kill me? I was just joking around. Can we be friends? I refuse. Shishio's expression was cold. From the moment you joke around about my women, you have already become my enemy. Harino blushed, but she didn't say anything, only moved closer. Also, I know you aren't joking, especially when your body radiates such intense killing intent. Ha ha ha. Yujiro showed a wild animal-like smile. You're right. I want to kill you now. I want to torture you, watching you in despair as your world crumbles. What a coincidence. Me too. I want to kill you so badly that I can't wait for it. While he said those words, he whispered to Harino. Go now. Fighting Yujiro while protecting Harino, he wasn't so arrogant that he could think he could do all of them with ease. Harino knew she was a burden for him since Yujiro had been aiming for her to weaken Shishio, so she didn't hesitate to run. Yujiro only smiled and didn't stop Harino and only watched Shishio with a smile before he looked at his surroundings. Still, why did you bring me to this place? He could tell how insidious Shishio was. From the moment their fight started, Shishio had never shown mercy. All of his attacks were aimed at killing him. From their previous fight, Yujiro knew that Shishio was proficient in ninjutsu and firearms, so he thought this place was a trap. Unlike you, a criminal, I have a reputation that I have to uphold. However, Yujiro snorted. Reputation? What a stupid thing. Who cares about those below when you're standing at the top of a food chain? If they annoy you, kill them. That's all. This is the truth of this world. The one with the strongest fist was the winner. Shishio didn't say anything, but he knew that Yujiro was right. Why could the United States become the most powerful nation in the world? Wasn't it because of the nuclear bomb? If one wanted to become the strongest country, one needed powerful military prowess. They needed the most powerful weapon, and they also needed the most powerful soldiers. The weapon aside, no matter how many soldiers there were in this world, they couldn't defeat Yujiro Hanma. The might of the strongest man in the world matched those of millions of people. As long as this person entered a certain country, no matter what your identity was, whether you were a conglomerate, politician, noble, king, prime minister, or whatever, in front of his fist, all of them were nothing. In the end, they would become dead meat. However, Shishio was different from Yujiro. Yujiro didn't have a connection. Even if he had many women and many children, in the end, in his eyes, they were nothing. Even if they were killed, he had never thought much since he could make them as much as he wanted to, so even if he became the enemy of the world, he was okay with it. As for the evidence, this guy could even kill his own woman like a bug. Such a man wasn't much different from an animal. No, this guy was worse than an animal since some animals could still protect their woman. This guy was simply the devil. On the other hand, Shishio was different. He had his own women, and he also didn't want them to live in the sewer hiding just because of this person. More importantly, who wanted to live in the dark and be unable to live in the light just because of Yujiro Hanma. In other words, it wasn't worth it. Still, are you sure you want to become my enemy? Shishio asked calmly. If he could get away without a fight, it would be better, but was he planning to let go of Yujiro? No, he was going to kill him when Yujiro let go of his guard. Shishio was too lazy to fight Yujiro by using his fists. He didn't want his hands, and he didn't like being forced. What? Are you getting scared now? Do you want to call your mama here? Still, all of your women are beautiful. Maybe, I will taste all of them when I defeat you. Was Yujiro a virgin? No. Yujiro was simply a beast. As long as Yujiro saw a woman he was interested in, he would fuck them. He was like that, and no one could stop him since he was that strong. Shishio could do the same, but if he did that, he was no longer a human but a beast. Still hearing Yujiro's provocation, Shishio only smiled. What are you smiling for? Yujiro felt something unsettled about this smile. From the moment you have become my enemy, you should prepare for the consequences. As of now, my people have gone to all of your women, children, parents, all the people you knew, pets and many others. Shishio looked at Yujiro and said lightly, do you know what their purpose is? Yujiro frowned, but he didn't say anything. Killing them. All of them. I am going to kill all of them. I won't let a single life go. I will erase your blood from this world. Unlike before, Yujiro could feel the change in Shishio, especially his eyes, which were quite crazed. He knew that he had angered this young man so much, but so what? So what? You can kill them. A woman, children, connection, and many others? I can make them as much as I want. As for parents, I don't care much about them. Oh? Even your son? Baki Hanma? You don't care about him. Hehe, even the famous ogre still cares about a family, hey. Shishio smiled and said, but it's okay, isn't it? After all of you will be reunited in hell. There was no mercy for Yujiro, for someone who threatened his women, there was only one result. Killing. Your plan is good. However, you have completely angered me. So. I will torture you first. Yujiro dashed, and his speed tore the sound barrier. Before Shishio and Yujiro fought, Harano had already run away since she didn't want to become a burden for Shishio, but even so, she was still inside the abandoned warehouse. The warehouse was large, and there were many shipping containers in almost every place, making it an excellent place for someone to play hide and seek. Unfortunately, no one wanted to play like that, especially when this place was kind of haunted. Harano didn't know why Shishio decided to bring Yujiro here, but she knew it was a good place for Yujiro's burial since no one was around. Shishio's future was bright, and it was too stupid to destroy his future for Yujiro. It was also why Shishio shot out all the lamps, cameras, and everything in the area, so no one could catch his figure. Harano understood all of this, but even so, she couldn't help but worry about him. After all, his opponent was the famous Yujiro Hanma. As the strongest man in the world, Harano knew that this guy wasn't easy. Yet, it also surprised her to know that Shishio was so strong. While it greatly relieved her, she wondered what to do. What should I do? What should I do? If it was only manipulating people, she was good at it. No matter how strong they were, as long as they had something that they cared about, everything was easy. However, Yujiro wasn't any of that. Suddenly, the thought of him lying on the top of a pool of blood, dying, caused her to pale in fear. Even worse, she thought Yujiro might also do something nasty to her and her family, making everything unbearable. However, if everything came to that, she might commit suicide since the thought of being touched by someone other than Shishio disgusted her a lot. I have to do something. Her body trembled, but she took something out of her pocket. As someone from a high-status family, it was easy for her to get many things that were hard for ordinary people to get. Including this small gun. The gun might be small, but even so, it was still a gun. It was the pinnacle of modern weapons in the world. As long as someone was hit by the bullet, one would die. Even the strongest human in the world wasn't immune to a bullet. After all, she had seen how Yujiro's body was hit by Shishio's bullets. So, she thought that she could do the same. Still, she would lie if she wasn't nervous, knowing this might be her first time killing people. Boom! Another booming sound sounded, and she saw several shipping containers being thrown into the sky, causing her heart to beat even faster, but it also erased her fear, and she was definitely going to kill this beast. 743, Brutal. Yujiro didn't hold back. He didn't play like he usually was. Holding back and playing with his enemy didn't even cross his mind currently since he knew Shishio was different from any opponents that he had ever crossed in his life. In his life, there were many types of people that he had fought, but there had always been two types of people. One was someone who was strong. Either they were talented fighters, they had powerful bodies or both. However, such an opponent was easy to deal with since they were usually a loner and weren't rich. As long as he crushed their spirits or killed them, no one thought too much about it. The second type was an influential person with a brain. They weren't that powerful, but they had a lot of powerful people under him, but this was the easiest to deal with since those people under him weren't exactly loyal, and they were moving based on their interests. As long as he killed the boss, everything was done. Then, based on his experience, who was the strongest? If he had to, it would be the United States. During his youth, he went to Vietnam to join the Vietnam War, and in that place, he didn't become an ally of anyone. Instead, he just wanted to taste the thrill of war, killing both sides without mercy. His existence was simply a problem, and he was targeted by the United States. Whether it was bombing, ganging, shooting, or many others, he received all of them. Even the honey trap. However, he wasn't killed. Instead, he won and forced the United States to sign unfair treatment, telling the country to bow down to him. The United States also agreed since the price of fighting this demon wasn't worth it, so they lowered their pride, and this man conquered them. After that, no matter who had fought, he won and everything became boring, so he thought to create children since if it was his children, they would be strong, right? When they were born, he knew that they would challenge him, and it would be fun. Still, everything changed when he heard the name Shishio Oga. In the beginning, he only scoffed at this young man, but when he did so, he suddenly felt that he couldn't get him out of his mind, and in the end, he decided to visit him. Before he visited Shishio, he planned to visit Tokugawa, but maybe fate helped him, so they quickly met each other. The moment they met, they knew instantly they would be an enemy. They would kill each other, and there was no mercy. The lost one would be dying and lying on the ground lifelessly. There was no gentlemanly fight where the winner would stop as long as the loser gave up or passed out. The conclusion of their fight was only one, either killed or to be killed. This was also why he kept provoking Shishio, telling him that he was going to do his women. Yet, to be honest, he felt a bit regretful to do that since he realized that this young man was crueler than he had thought. If it was modern people, they would think that killing was a cruel thing. It was the cruelest thing one had ever done since killing someone, you would take away people's right to life. Yet similar to him, Shishio thought the rest of humanity, except for his women, family and the people he cared about, was nothing but a bug. It was the same as Yujiro, who cared about his treasured son, Baki Hanma. Baki Hanma was an amazing boy, especially at how talented he was at fighting. As the champion of the underground fighting, Baki Hanma was famous, and he also made a lot of connections with many people. Similar to how he cared about them, they also cared about him. If he was in trouble, they would come to help, including Tokugawa. More importantly, he was so pure that in his head, all he thought was how to defeat his father. The relationship between a father and a son is complex, especially when the father killed the mother, causing the son to hate, yet also expected him to be gentle. Even in the past, there was also a fight between a father and a son, which was rather famous. While the fight wasn't recorded, the people who watched it, especially those fighters, were quickly moved by this pair of a father and a son. Some people even kneeled to worship Yujiro. However, what did that have to do with Shishio? Shishio only wanted to have a peaceful life with his women, yet this guy interrupted him, so he would destroy everything Yujiro loved. Even if Yujiro might seem heartless and didn't care about them, who could see what was inside his heart? Even if Yujiro might not care about those people, Shishio didn't care since, as he had said before, he was going to erase all the Hanma's blood and the people who were related to him in this world. To be honest, Shishio didn't understand Yujiro. From his understanding of Yujiro, Shishio knew that this guy was just bored. As the strongest person in the world, no one could become his enemy. Whether it was a master martial, fighters, criminals, wild beasts, organizations, or even a country, they were nothing in front of Yujiro's fists. As someone who stood on the top of the food chain, it wouldn't be weird to call him a god in this world. But even so, so what? Similar to the stupid karateka, whose name he had forgotten, even if Yujiro was a god, devil, demon, ogre, or whatever, Shishio was going to kill him since he didn't want to be killed. Yet, he had to say Yujiro was strong. His body was several times stronger than an average adult's, yet for him to tear the sound barrier definitely wasn't something easy. He needed some preparation, but Yujiro could do all of that casually. With Yujiro's speed alone, everyone who faced him would die already. There was no mercy on Yujiro's fist. As he slammed his fist, he had the intention to kill Shishio, smashing Shishio's head like a crushed watermelon, but he didn't expect that Shishio would meet his fist. While this action stupefied him for a moment, Yujiro quickly grinned since this was probably the fight that he was looking for. Haha! Are you going to meet my fist? Good. Let's see who is stronger. Their fists met, but as expected, Shishio was thrown. Boom! Shishio's body was blown away as he crashed into the shipping container, causing the dust to fly everywhere. However, Yujiro didn't chase after Shishio. Instead, he stood in a place, frowning, looking at his bleeding fist. When he thought they would trade their fists, he didn't expect Shishio to be so sneaky as to put a blade between his fingers. If it was a normal blade, it would bend or crash the moment it touched his fist, but this blade was special since it was tempered by Shishio's blacksmith mastery, causing a deep wound on his fist. Normal people would have their fists disabled at this moment, but Yujiro merely frowned, took the blade, threw it casually, and clenched his fist tighter, causing the blood to stop. He could feel the pain, but it was nothing, especially when many parts of his body were stuck with bullets. Yet, suddenly, a kunai was about to strike his neck, but he quickly caught it with his hand. What a sneaky little bitch! Yujiro was full of a bloodthirsty aura, showing how angry he was. He might have expected a strong opponent that could wake him up from a boring-like life, but it didn't mean he couldn't get angry. Shishio's way of fighting was so cunning. He placed many traps, using weapons, and many others. While there were few fighters whose fighting style was similar to Shishio, Yujiro had never fought someone as strong as Shishio. After all, those who used ninjutsu usually had weak bodies, one punch from him was enough to massacre them. Still, even if Yujiro caught the kunao, Shishio didn't stop. Instead, his hands kept moving, throwing kunao, shuriken, and various other hidden weapons, including stones like a machine gun. What's the use of those toys? Yujiro had a wild beast-like instinct, so he knew that not all those hidden weapons thrown by Shishio didn't pose a threat to him. Instead, they were all useless, especially when they couldn't cause harm to his body. Furthermore, he knew that Shishio didn't have unlimited possession of a dangerous hidden weapon and only had some, so Shishio mixed his weapons with something he found around him. Yet even if it did nothing, Yujiro had to admit it annoyed him. Shishio's throwing technique was just otherworldly. He had always aimed for vitals from eyes, crotch, various holes on Yujiro's body, and many other things. However, no matter how many times Shishio threw something, they were useless. After all, could a diamond be broken by a stone? Yet, Yujiro regretted this action since he suddenly felt something warm and smelled an unpleasant stench on his face. What is this? As Shishio's attack stopped, Yujiro rubbed his face with a frown. Dog shit. Do you like it? Shishio didn't like Yujiro, especially when this guy was so arrogant, so he threw a dog shit, and as expected, this guy didn't dodge, which was funny. You little shit. Yujiro's anger was like a volcanic eruption, and he dashed in Shishio's direction madly. Do you think you are invincible under that dust? You're wrong. This time, Yujiro wanted Shishio to pay and directly entered Shishio's playground. Even if the area was hard to see, especially with a lot of dust that surrounded the area, he could still pinpoint where Shishio was. His instincts and senses were similar to a beast. It was impossible for Shishio to hide, but even so, he had to say it was so troublesome to catch Shishio since he was so slippery, like an eel. Don't run, bastard! However, Shishio kept dodging, and his figure was like a matador dodging a raging bull. Still, unlike the matador with red clothes, he held a knife and caused several cut wounds on Yujiro's body. Yujiro's speed might be fast, but he had a lot of trouble under this dust. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. But even so, Yujiro quickly adapted and found Shishio's pattern. He kept waving his fists around, causing all the shipping containers in the area to fly around and make a mess everywhere. More importantly, it seemed that those shipping containers contained flour, which caused dust and flour to mix everywhere, covering this place and making his figure even harder to see. Moreover, it was hard to breathe since, with how thick the dust and the flour were, the oxygen was minimal. Even worse, they were fighting intensely, causing the oxygen in their lungs to deplete quickly. However, whether Shishio or Yujiro, they weren't ordinary people, so they could hold on, but in the end, Yujiro caught Shishio. Crack! Yujiro's fist hit Shishio's shoulder, causing Shishio to fly into the distance. He knew that this punch should have caused a lot of damage to Shishio, so he wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. This was the problem of all the strongest people. Arrogant. As long as they were powerful, they would think that no one in this world could defeat them. How is it? Do you have any other tricks? Or is that all? Even if Shishio had angered him, it had been so long since Yujiro had so much fun fighting. Usually, his body would be unscathed, but under Shishio's attacks, he had a lot of wounds. Nevertheless, he had so much fun that he felt it was a waste to finish this fight. You're strong, Shishio answered. Oh? You're still alive. Yujiro thought that after that punch, Shishio would crumble in fear and might even bow desperately at him, yet he didn't expect that Shishio would still have the courage to fight him. But it seems you are not that smart. Shishio's tone seemed at ease, and everything seemed under his control. What do you mean? Yujiro's body was tense since his instinct told him this place was dangerous, but everything was too late. Have you heard about a dust explosion? A little spark ignited in the middle area, covered by dust and flour, and suddenly an explosion happened. 744, Demon. Unlike the explosion of the car before, this explosion was brutal. It destroyed everything. The fire blazed and razed everything. The impact sent everything flying. The noise ruined the ears of everyone in the vicinity. The flame of the explosion rose into the sky like a massive mushroom, erasing all the darkness in this place, yet instead of bringing warmth and hope, it brought despair. Harino was quite lucky since even if she planned to attack Yujiro, she didn't intend to approach him carelessly and stayed in her position, hiding behind several shipping containers until she saw a chance, but when the explosion happened, she was stunned silly. Still, while she was lucky since she was quite far from the explosion and the shipping containers also reduced the impact, she squatted down, trying to hide since many shipping containers flew everywhere and smashed everything. She closed her ears, trying to ease the pain in her ears since the explosion was so loud. Her world was ringing, and she almost lost consciousness because of the dizziness, but she gritted her teeth, trying to hold her subconscious. She didn't know what was happening, but she knew she needed to help Shishio now, or else she might lose him. As of now, no one could help him except for her. While Shishio and Yujiro were fighting, Shishio sent a signal to his subordinates to hunt down all the people who were related to Yujiro. Whether it was Baki Hanma, Jack Hanma, Yujiro's mother, or many others. As long as they were related to Yujiro, Shishio was going to erase all of them. Naturally, they also went to the abandoned warehouse to help Shishio since how could they let their boss fight such a dangerous existence? Roberta also came, and she was the leader of this operation. Still, unlike her usual cold expression, her current expression was brutal, like a beast. As of now, in her heart, if something really happened to Shishio, she was going to use all of her life hunting down all the people who were related to Yujiro before he followed Shishio to the afterlife. On the other hand, while it was quite unrealistic, Baki Hanma also felt something. It was as if he felt something important in his heart was about to disappear, which made him wake up from his slumber. Father. His dog also looked at Baki cautiously, wondering what was happening. Baki couldn't control his calm and didn't know what was happening, but he knew he felt something about his father. No. 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 However, Baki quickly shook his head. While he hated his father, he knew that man was invincible. As the strongest man in the world, nothing could kill Yujiro. Even the United States had to bow down to this man. Yes, he is going to be all right. Baki was about to sleep again, but he opened his eyes again since he couldn't sleep and felt restless. He didn't know why he felt this way and worried about that man since he had always wanted to kill him, especially after Yujiro had killed his mother. He should hate Yujiro and would be happy if Yujiro died, but somehow he couldn't. While Baki hated his father, he also loved his father. As he rested on his bed, he felt conflicted. Who? Who could get his father into such trouble? Still, suddenly a picture of a young man emerged in his mind. This young man, similar to others, he also dismissed him since he thought that all the people this young man had fought were weak. But, if it was a matter of artistic talent, while he didn't have an interest, all his classmates talked about him, so he knew how good he was, which made his mood worse. Even the girl he had a crush on also talked about this young man, which annoyed him even more. However, he knew that he couldn't look down on this young man, especially when he had defeated Kaiuretsu, a master of Chinese martial arts. As for defeating his father? Baki snorted since the only one that could defeat his father was him, his son. Still, he couldn't fall asleep, so he stood up from his bed and decided to take a night walk, but when he walked out of the door, he felt danger but couldn't react and was shot. His head smashed like a crushed watermelon, and he died. Baki might be the son of Yujiro, the strongest man in the world, but he wasn't the strongest man. He might also be the protagonist of his story, but Shishio had defeated many protagonists, and they were nothing in his eyes. If Shishio wanted them to disappear, then they would disappear. The sudden commotion also startled Baki's dog, and it realized his master had died, but as it came to his master's dying body, it was shot. Then, in the distance, someone put down the sniper and talked with his boss from the walkie-talkie. The target has been cleared up. Roger. Continue with the rest. Roger. A similar scene happened in many places on this earth. Naturally, those who lived in the corner, and a place which was hard to arrive, would take a while, but for those who lived in the city, all of them were massacred. From the beginning to the end, Shishio knew that Yujiro was a threat to him, so he had prepared many things to handle him. Naturally, it also included all the information about his family, women, descendants, friends, and all the people who were related to him. To be honest, he had never used it and only kept it since he was just curious, but since Yujiro had become his enemy, he didn't show mercy. He was going to erase everything related to Yujiro. No matter who they were going to be sent to the afterlife as long as they were related to Yujiro. Now, while everything related to Yujiro was killed by his people, Shishio stood on the top of the crane, watching the dust explosion he had set up from the beginning. He held his right shoulder and fixed his dislocated bones before he sighed in relief since he had to say Yujiro's punch was painful. Still, he had to say everything was so smooth, making him realize that Yujiro wasn't that smart. Or was this guy too arrogant? Or was his action too good? Either way, he wondered whether this demon could stay alive within this explosion or not. He had prepared everything, whether this abandoned warehouse or the flower, to create the dust explosion, he had prepared everything. It was also why he brought Harino and Yujiro to this place since he had bought this place for Yujiro's burial. Whether it was the shipping containers, flowers, or many others, from the beginning to the end, Yujiro had fallen into his trap. He even hacked the satellite since he knew that the United States had always observed Yujiro with the satellite. In this fight, no one knew it except for him, Harano, Roberta, and the rest of his people. When the explosion subsided, Shishio landed on the ground since he was going to search for Yujiro's corpse. Maybe, he should build a robot with this guy's body since, as a thug, this guy was so convenient, especially when even the United States bowed down to this guy. Yujiro's body was also good for research purposes since, as the strongest human, there should be many mysteries about it. However, before that, Shishio was going to check whether Yujiro was dead or not since he had a feeling that if this was over, then it would be too easy, and as the strongest man in the world, he would be disappointed if this guy fell so quickly. As expected, even if he had expected it, he was surprised to see a figure standing in the middle of the flame. The explosion was rather intense, so the fire hadn't cleared out entirely, but even so, he could see a silhouette standing in the middle of the fire. He could hear a low groan from this person before the voice completely disappeared. His eyes were good, so he could see Yujiro's figure. Unlike before, Yujiro was burnt. His skin, hair, and many parts of his body were burnt, leaving only the muscles and bones under. Still, they were charred entirely since they were scorched by the fire. Watching this, Shishio snorted. Strongest human? In the end, Yujiro was a human, and he wasn't so invincible. Many might say that only a nuclear bomb could defeat Yujiro, but here he died from a dust explosion. However, Shishio widened his eyes and quickly softened his body, raised his hands, and let himself follow the force of this attack. Boom! Once again, he was blown away and crashed into several shipping containers before he coughed up blood. His arms were mangled in a different direction before he bit his tongue, trying to maintain his consciousness. He had tried to avert most of the force of Yujiro's punch, but he was still seriously injured. He could feel that many of his bones were broken, which made him moan in pain, yet even if he was in so much pain, he felt speechless. At this moment, he had to say everything he saw was unrealistic. He felt that he had traveled to a fantasy world instead of a modern world with the logic behind it since, at this moment, the scorched skin on Yujiro's body started to peel off automatically, showing the body below. Yujiro might have lost his skin, but even so, his muscles were still maintaining his life. Their color was as red as blood as if they weren't affected by the explosion. He also raised his hands high like a fighting cock, which was ready to fight to the death. He also tensed his entire muscles, causing them to deform into the shape of a demon. Yes, a demon. This demon crawled back to the earth from hell, and he planned to drag Shishio down with him. Shishio, who was just hit and seriously injured, saw another supersonic punch, which was about to punch him, and widened his eyes. 745, noisy. His eyes widened, but his body quickly reacted to dodge Yujiro's fist. Yujiro's speed might be fast, but his ability within his body and his instinct to stay alive was stronger, so even if his entire body was hurt, he quickly dodged. The concrete ground was gouged by Yujiro's fist. Watching this fist, Shishio wondered whether Yujiro was a human excavator. Shishio had an autopilot, which made his body react before his brain, so he could dodge most of anything. He also had an enhanced mirror neuron, which made his body respond instantaneously, but even with all of that, if his opponent was much faster than him, he could do nothing. Yujiro's speed became faster and faster. As Shishio rolled on the ground to dodge, Yujiro kept stomping his feet on the ground, causing a giant hole. If this stomp hit him now, without a doubt, it would kill him. Shishio's body might be several times stronger than humans, and many parts of his body were enhanced, but even so, Yujiro's body, experience, and also fighting ability weren't something that could be described with mere logic. This guy had already reached the superhuman level. By now, it wouldn't be weird for Yujiro to die, yet this guy was still alive, lively, and wanting to kill him without mercy. As of now, their appearance wasn't much better than each other. While Yujiro was without skin and only muscles, bones, and others, Shishio's appearance was quite miserable. Shishio didn't have time to fix his arms, and they were still mangled. His entire body was also dirty from the dirt, dust, and blood. However, this wasn't the time for one to think about their appearance since their fight was about to end. To be honest, Shishio felt it might be better to do a battle of attraction as he only needed to wait for a while, considering Yujiro's condition was far from good. It was only a time before this guy died. This should be the case, yet he was afraid that it wouldn't be that simple. This guy could even stay alive under such an intense explosion, so Shishio wouldn't be surprised if this guy would be as lively as before as long as he came out alive. Because of this, Shishio knew that he had to kill Yujiro. They had become enemies, and there was no turning back for the two of them. If he was defeated here and died, he was afraid the future of his women and family wouldn't be good. The worst thing was that this guy could be doing it in front of his grave, giving him the cruelest revenge, and because of this, he couldn't die. When Yujiro was about to punch Shishio's neck, Shishio suddenly snapped his bones, causing all of them to restore them before he slipped on Yujiro's back and did a rear naked choke. He had a lot of martial arts mastery, including Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Judo. With those two martial arts, he can do a lot of submission techniques effortlessly. As for why the submission technique, it was because he knew that his striking power was weaker than Yujiro's and it would do nothing to this beast, but the submission technique was different. Shishio locked Yujiro's body with his feet and strangled his neck while digging his sharp nails. This method might be ugly and dirty, but so what? As long as he could win, he would do whatever. Being choked, Yujiro felt that his neck was crushed, many of the nerves on his neck were snapped, and the oxygen supply in his body was instantly cut. However, he wasn't going to pass out. Instead, he knew that he would die, but at this moment, he grinned and said with a hoarse voice. I catch you. Shishio felt that his leg was grasped before suddenly it was pulled with a force that was almost enough to tear his leg. Fuck. Shishio felt regret for using a submission technique since he underestimated Yujiro's power. By now, he was under two choices, whether he should let his leg be torn apart by Yujiro, but he could kill him, or he didn't die and might die under his technique. No matter what the decision was, he knew that he would be seriously injured. Shishio didn't want to become disabled, but in this hesitation, Yujiro used this chance to grasp his hand and escape from his grasp before he used the trademark skill of the Hanma family. When Shishio felt that his world was moving, he realized what kind of technique Yujiro had used. Dress. It was a technique developed by Yujiro's father to defeat the soldiers of the United States. By holding the body of someone, one would swing it like a weapon so fast as if they were wearing a dress. Shishio felt like he was inside a twister. He was being slammed into various things from the ground, shipping containers, bolts, and many other dangerous things. All the blood also rushed into his head, causing his world to turn into a red blood color. Fortunately, he could dodge anything which would cause serious damage. He also had an enhanced balance, which reduced the effect of this technique on him. Focus. Focus. Shishio knew he couldn't let go of his guard again, and he had to decisively kill this guy. He knew that the chance would come soon, and he had to wait for a while. As Yujiro waved Shishio's body like a rag, intending to crash him to death, suddenly his movement staggered, and at that moment, he suddenly felt that his right hand felt lighter before he saw his hand slide down from his arm and blood poured down from the cut. It seems it has worked now. Yujiro looked at his hand, which had been cut smoothly before he looked at Shishio, who was in a miserable state while holding a katana. The katana was so smooth, and the blade was so sharp that it cut Yujiro's hand like butter under a hot knife. However, if Shishio's swordsmanship wasn't good, it would be impossible to do everything so easily, especially when he was being waved around like a flail. His enhanced balance also made him able to perform any technique, no matter what his situation was. Still, it didn't change the fact that his condition was miserable. His body was full of blood, and his body was also full of injuries. Many of his bones were also broken since it was impossible to divert all the force of Yujiro's attacks. Honestly, it was his first time having such a brutal and dangerous fight. After all, almost all of his fights ended with an easy victory for him, but when he faced this beast, he almost died several times. As of now, they knew that their battle was about to end. Whether they lose or win, everything will be decided in this last blow. Yujiro clenched his muscles and caused the bleeding on his right arm to stop. He might have lost his right hand, but it didn't mean he had weakened. Instead, he was as strong as ever. On the other hand, Shishio was holding the dojajiri, the katana, that he got from the system. The two were in silence before the sound of the gun was heard. Boom! Shishio widened his eyes and looked at Harino, who suddenly appeared while holding a gun. You, what are you doing here? Instead of being grateful, he wanted to get angry at Harino since this woman didn't understand how serious this situation was. A gun? If it was an average human, it didn't matter, but they were facing Yujiro Hanma. Even worse, unlike Shishio's gun, Harino's was a miniature gun with weaker power than a normal gun. The bullet hit Yujiro's head accurately, but it bounced off instead of penetrating the skull and smashing his brain. Watching this, Harino was stunned and couldn't comprehend what was happening. Run! His voice quickly awakened her, but everything was too late. Yujiro was known as the strongest, but it didn't mean he had the pride of being the strongest, who would fight fairly without hurting the innocent. Instead, he was really like a wild beast, and he would attack anyone as long as it would bring him to victory. Similar to Shishio, Yujiro was also dirty, so instantly, he knew what he needed to do to become the winner. Yujiro showed a perverted smile before he turned and leaped into Harino. Harino suddenly saw death. Everything was so dark, and she could only tremble in fear. Shishio was furious, and all the blood on his body quickly rushed to his body, enhancing his physical abilities even further. He sheathed his sword and took a deep breath before he leaped. He could feel the air trying to pull him, and he knew that he had broken the sound barrier, but it didn't matter. What he wanted to do was to kill Yujiro. Shishio could smell a burning smell, but he ignored all of them, moving even faster and faster. Yujiro's instinct also told him something dangerous was behind him, and he needed to dodge, but everything was too late. Before, he might not understand this feeling, and he could only think that all the opponents that he had killed were pathetic. They were begging, crying, hoping that he could let them go. He was the strongest, so he disdained them and even cruelly killed them since seeing someone's despair before they died was so much fun. Yet now, Yujiro understood their feelings. He felt regretful and wanted to beg, but he knew everything was too late. Shishio unsheathed his blade and cut down Yujiro. His blade was like a flash of light. Shishio cut down Yujiro several times before he stopped, watching Yujiro's mutilated body. His eyes were still sharp before he looked at Harino. Strangely enough, there was no fear in her eyes and only worry. "You okay?" he asked. Harino felt that she had lost her voice before she quickly answered. Yes, I am okay. How about you? Are you okay? Hey, answer me." She panicked since she could see how bad his situation was. Shishio didn't answer and fell on the ground, passing out since he knew that everything was all right now, especially when he saw the car of his people that moved in the distance was about to arrive. Still, he had to say Harino was quite noisy. 746, his. On the next day, the cultural festival continued as usual. Whether it was Shishio's movie, the cafe of his class, the anthology of the literature club, or the game created by everyone in the Sakurasu, everything related to Shishio became so famous that everyone talked about it. Without a doubt, all of them became the main attraction of this year's cultural festival. Shishio's name was famous, and everyone knew him, so the traffic at this year's cultural festival was rather heavy. If the committee didn't limit the number of visitors, this cultural festival would be so crowded that all the visitors might become a can of sardines. As of now, Hikigai wanted to cry without tears since his job was so busy, and he also couldn't let his subordinates do the work all the time since he wasn't that heartless. Still, it was a good thing that Shishio was around, especially the school, which was happy about its popularity. Sume was a private school, after all, so it needed to maintain its reputation and popularity so that in the future, it wouldn't have trouble searching for students. However, watching the situation at the cultural festival, they knew that they didn't need to have that trouble since, without a doubt, the name of their school would echo the country. Still, while the school was happy, Shina, Misaki, Nanami, Ritsu, Rita, and many others from Sakurasu were far from happy since Shishio didn't return home yesterday. He had told them he would return in 2 hours, but until now, he didn't return. They thought that he was with Harino and spent a night with her, which made them sigh and get a bit annoyed. Yet, somehow, they also felt quite worried since they had heard that Roberta had left so suddenly when she was resting in the apartment. She also didn't say anything and just left, leaving everyone flabbergasted. Even worse, they also couldn't contact Roberta and Shishio. They also didn't see his figure on the 4th day of the cultural festival, which made them even more worried, so they couldn't help but approach Yukinashita, who was the little sister of Harino. She came to him last night. Yukinashita was surprised. Yes, can you call your sister? Where is Shishio? Okay, let me call her. Yukinashita also started to get worried, especially when either Roberta or Shishio couldn't be contacted. To be honest, she also felt weird since Harino didn't come to the school, considering Harino was also part of the committee. Harino might be an alumnus, but she had volunteered to help, so she was part of the committee. However, she was missing and didn't come to the school without even notification or news, which made Yukinashita unable to calm down. How is it? Mai asked worriedly. Yukinashita looked at her phone before she sighed and shook her head. No, she didn't answer my phone. What's happening? They felt confused since this was the first time something like this had happened. Anyway, if she calls me, I will tell all of you, but for now, how about you return to your exhibition since, unlike my club, your clubs and class need someone to attend, right? Yukinashita felt worried, but at the same time, she felt weird, wondering whether Shishio and Harino had stepped into the next relationship. While she couldn't imagine such a thing would happen, she felt it was possible if the man was Shishio. Frankly, she felt conflicted, but she didn't think too much since it was impossible for her to stop him since she knew what kind of bastard he was. Still, she knew that she needed to talk with Shishio and Harino since she wanted to know what would happen with their future relationship. Unlike her, who would be married off to Shishio's family, Harino would be the future matriarch of the Yukinashita family. If Shishio and Harino decided to be together, it would become quite complicated, especially with the name of their children. Okay, it can't be helped. While everyone was disappointed since they couldn't contact Shishio or Harino, they knew they couldn't stay in this place all the time. The cultural festival still continued, and they needed to do their best until the last moment. While Yukinashita returned to the committee room, the rest also returned to the literature club, but the members of the Sakurasu were together and decided to buy ice cream from the vending machine where he usually stopped. Even if this matter had been talked about, they couldn't help but feel a bit restless since they knew that Shishio wasn't someone that would break his promise. As long as he had made a promise, he wouldn't break it. This was why even if he was a scumbag, everyone believed in him. As they bought ice cream, they sat on the bench absent-mindedly before Ritsuo asked, "Do you think there was an accident?" Ritsuo. They looked at Ritsuo with a frown since this girl suddenly said something inappropriate. "Do you want him to be in the accident?" Nanami asked with a frown. "No, of course not, but you know he has never broken his promise, right? Roberta-san can't be contacted either. They also rode in the car, and you had heard from Yukinashita-san that her sister loved to race, right? So. Ritsuo couldn't continue since her eyes were in tears at that moment. Stop. Let's stop this talk. Misaki's eyes were red, and she quickly stopped Ritsuo from talking since she didn't want to talk about this kind of matter either. Is Shishio alright? Sheena asked with her plain voice, but one could tell how worried she was from her expression and voice. No one could answer this question, and they fell into silence, hoping that Shishio would contact them soon. As they ate their ice cream quietly, they decided to part since, in this cultural festival, they still had many things to do. However, from their expression alone, it was easy to tell that they couldn't erase the worry in their hearts. While they were worried, the cultural festival continued before long. It was almost over. The cultural festival started at 9 in the morning and closed at 4 in the evening. Misaki was helping the literature club to take out the trash, but suddenly someone called her. Misaki. Misaki was startled since she was familiar with this voice. She turned, and as expected, it was Mitaka. She felt a bit nervous at this moment since there were no people around them, and there was only her and Mitaka. If Shishio was in the school, she wouldn't be nervous, but he wasn't there. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, before she looked at Mitaka. Even though they often saw each other at school, it was their first time talking like this after his outburst when he watched her anime with Shishio. Mitaka also looked at Misaki, and he was stunned since he had to say she was more beautiful. When she started to date Shishio, she wanted to appear beautiful all the time in front of him, so she also started to do makeup. She also started to dress up and did a facial care routine. More importantly, she was no longer a girl but a woman. The beautiful flower had already bloomed, showing its most beautiful appearance. However, it was unfortunate for Mitaka since this beautiful flower was already owned by someone. What's wrong? When she asked this question, her voice was normal. It was like how she usually was, as if nothing had happened. Yes, she didn't care about him anymore. She thought that Mitaka was like that. He was his only acquaintance now, nothing more or less. However, Mitaka thought differently. He thought she had forgiven her since she didn't treat her indifferently. Misaki, Mitaka wasn't sure whether he should say this, but he felt that he should say this, or else he might not have this chance anymore. I have been thinking of many things after I have parted from you, and I have realized what kind of feelings I have felt toward you. Misaki. Misaki looked at Mitaka lazily since she wasn't in the mood to listen to Mitaka. Still, she felt it was good to clear up their relationship since she didn't want Shishio to misunderstand her, but suddenly, her phone vibrated. She took her phone and saw that it was from Nanami. She didn't look at Mitaka and answered the phone. Mitaka was still nervous, and he didn't even have time to look at Misaki. To be honest, he felt strange at that moment since he could seduce any women he wanted to, and he also had many experiences in life, but he was so nervous in front of Misaki, which made him realize how deep his feeling toward her was. Misaki, Hey. Misaki's loud voice startled Mitaka, and he looked at her, who showed a panicked expression. Misaki, who had heard the news from Nanami, didn't care about Mitaka and quickly left, but how could Mitaka let her go? Wait, Misaki. I am not done yet. Mitaka was about to grasp her wrist, but Misaki dodged. I am in a hurry. If you confess to me, then my answer is no. I am rejecting you. She didn't have time to humor Mitaka and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Mitaka was in a daze before he quickly asked, why? Don't you love me? I love you. We love each other, right? His voice was quite high, showing his frustration at her answer. He had tried his best to confess, but was this the result? He was quite furious and wanted to grab Misaki, but her gaze caused him to flinch. Misaki stopped and then looked at Mitaka with a frown. Sorry, that's the past. I love someone else now, so please don't bother me anymore. You should also forget about me since I am sure it will be easy for you to get a new girlfriend, right? She didn't want to entangle Mitaka anymore since she heard Shishio was in the hospital because of an accident. However, Mitaka could only stand stupidly in a place, staring at Misaki, who had gone. By this point, he realized that Misaki was no longer there. She had left him, and she was owned by someone else now. Yet, unexpectedly, his gaze wasn't those of despair. Instead, it was filled with rage. Bitch! Misaki could only be his, and he wouldn't give her to anyone. 747, Little Red Riding Hood and the Wolf. Shishio opened his eyes slowly. Unfamiliar ceiling. He had always wanted to say this line, and finally, he had a chance. Ugh. However, his entire body was hurt. Shishio. Shishio-sama. He saw Roberta and Harino looking at him with red eyes full of tears. Harino aside, it was his first time seeing Roberta with such an expression. Usually, Roberta had always been cold, but at this moment, she was somewhat fragile. It was as if she was about to lose the pillar which supported her. Geez, don't cry. I am all right. He was about to wipe their tears, but he flinched. Don't move your body around. Shishio-sama, you have a lot of broken bones. He looked down and saw that his clothes had changed into a patient uniform, but many parts of his body were wrapped with bandages like a mummy. Still, it might be because he was in the death fight before and had just woken up, so his penis also woke up with him. Roberta and Harino looked at the prominent big bulge on his pants. Shishio-sama, it seems you are all right. Roberta sighed in relief. Was his penis an indication of whether he was healthy or not? Let me take care of it. Roberta was like a virtuous woman who was about to help her beloved, who was in need of help, but how could Harino let this happen? What are you doing, maid-san? Harino asked with a calm expression, but no matter how calm she was, she couldn't calm down in this type of situation. Last night, she was just about to die, but suddenly she saw the person that had saved her was about to be attacked by this plain woman. How could she accept it? Yes, a plain woman. This was what Harino could see from Roberta since Roberta wore her round glasses and tied her hair in braids, which made it hard for someone to see her beauty. I am helping Shishio-sama. Roberta answered calmly. Harino smiled at Shishio and asked, does being your maid require someone to help you with that? No, but if they wished, he didn't mind. She is my woman. Harino stared at Shishio for a moment, and the smile on her face became prominent before she let out a sigh. Honestly, she shouldn't be surprised since something like this was normal, especially among influential people. In this world, there were many types of men. Shishio was the rarest, and without a doubt, many women would get close to him, especially when Harino knew how wonderful he was. Still, being perfect he had a weakness, and this weakness was that he was a womanizer. Harino wondered whether Yuki Nashida knew this. No, she had a feeling that Yuki Nashida should have known this, but did she have a right to stop this? Especially when Harino knew what she felt about him and what she planned to do when she decided to take him away from Sakuraso last night. However, when she woke up from her thought, she saw that Roberta had taken out his penis from his pants. She blushed, and she felt that her body was hot, but more importantly, she could see that Roberta was watching his penis with an obsessed and obscene gaze. Yet Harino also understood with such a penis, it was easy to tell why women could be so obsessed with him. More importantly, with how powerful he was, she was also obsessed with him, especially when he told the dead meat last night that she was his. What are you going to do with it? I am going to milk it. How? Do you want me to teach you? Is that okay? Sure. Shishio looked up at the ceiling and felt that everything was unfamiliar since it was his first time feeling good while his entire body was hurt. However, when he looked at his women who wanted to help him, he just let them go and enjoyed the process since he needed someone to calm the fire in his body now. While he enjoyed the service of two women, he couldn't help but think about what had happened previously after he won the fight. After the fight, Roberta brought Shishio to the hospital without hesitation. Harino also followed, but... Let's go to this hospital. Harino didn't want anything to happen to Shishio, so she quickly showed the trusted hospital that her family usually used. No, Shishio-sama has a hospital. Harino wasn't sure what to say at that moment, but it didn't matter as long as Shishio could be saved. After he was brought, everything was used to help him, except for the unnatural activity on his body. He was fine. No, he wasn't that fine since many parts of his skin were torn, and his bones were broken. However, except for that, everything was all right. His body might not be as strong as Yujiro, but his performance, recovery and many others were better, especially after that last fight, which evolved his body even more. As of now, it wouldn't be weird to call himself the strongest man. However, he was so glad that it was Harino, who was by his side since if it was his other women, they might not be as decisive as her. After all, their nature was weak, and it wouldn't be weird if they passed out during the race, but she was different since she dared to fight and even shot Yujiro's head. Still, he could think about Yujiro later since, as of now, he decided to rest by eating food. To be honest, he realized how amazing Sime-kikan was now since as long as he had food, he could use the energy which came from the food to recover his body faster. As of now, he was in the room dedicated to him inside his private hospital. Harino and Roberta talked about what happened after the incident while helping him eat food after washing their hands. I can move my hands. While you can recover the broken bones on your arms, you can't recover the broken ribs. Just stay in bed honestly and let yourselves be spoiled, Harino sighed as she caressed his head. It was 9 in the morning. A night had passed since his fight, so everything was rather peaceful. Roberta didn't say much. As for why she was quite talkative before, it was because she thought to help Harino to break the last barrier in her heart, so Harino could be honest with what she felt. Shishio also didn't have many struggles when Harino helped him with her hand and mouth, especially when he confessed she was his woman. While there was no romantic confession, his action last night, which was to protect her, was more straightforward than any words of love. What are you thinking? Do you want me to help you again? Harino asked since she had to say Shishio's taste was unique. She didn't want to drink it, but when she saw how delicious Roberta enjoyed his juice, she also tried it, which she didn't regret since its taste was quite addicting. Shishio was speechless and shook his head helplessly. I am just not sure how Yukino will react. Well, you don't need to tell her. It wasn't the first time that he had a relationship where a woman proposed to keep their relationship a secret. You think I am the same as the other girls who want you to take responsibility for me? Harino asked while caressing his cheek. I am not those naive girls, so don't treat me like them. Being with someone she loved before marrying and having children, if Shishio was just a normal guy, Harino would kidnap him and turn him into the son-in-law of the Yukinashita family, but his status was more than that. He was special, and with this hospital alone, he held many secrets she didn't know. More importantly, those people in black suits oozed a cold aura like seasoned soldiers. With all of that, she knew that Shishio was even more special. It was impossible for her to let him become the son-in-law of the Yukinashita family, and it was also impossible for her to marry him since she had a responsibility to become the matriarch of the Yukino Tashita family. As for what their relationship would be like in the future, she felt that it was okay to stay the way they were. If there was something that would change in the future, then she might want to have his children in the future. Shishio looked at Harino for a moment and caressed her hair gently. He had mended the bones on his ribs by using the Asime Kikken, and he had almost recovered, so he could do this. Harino also stayed by his side, letting him spoil her. Still, Harino was quite surprised that Roberta had secretly left the two of them, which made her blush. Was it too fast? Suddenly, Harino felt that the development was kind of fast, especially when they had just confirmed what they felt last night, but wasting her time wasn't something that she wanted to do. It was a rare time that they could be together, especially when she knew Roberta definitely wasn't the only one. She should use the best of her time to do what she wanted to do with him. Hey, do you want to do it? I am hurt. He felt that this woman was quite outrageous. What? You don't want to? Is my Superman so weak that he can't even hold the beautiful woman in his arms now? She poked his cheek while looking at him with a teasing smile. You call yourselves a beautiful woman? He was speechless, but he was furious. Woman, don't provoke me. His voice was hoarse and heavy. If I am provoking you, what will you do? She moved closer and whispered with a sultry voice. Instead, I want you to do something. Shishio looked at Harino, staring into her eyes. She also did the same. Neither of them looked away before the ambiguous atmosphere pervaded the room. From her scent, he could tell that she was a virgin, so he felt so weird for her to lose her virginity in this type, but since she had decided to do so, he wasn't going to back down but… forget it, you're hurt now, and I… She stopped talking since her lips were kissed. His kiss was so gentle that it eased her and calmed her. As the two of them kissed, they still maintained this gentle-like exchange between them before she learned that this guy had deceived her since, with how wild he was on the bed, he realized what kind of beast this guy was. She, who had let her guard down, couldn't do anything, and besides, became a weak little Red Riding Hood who was eaten by a big bad wolf. 748, Hospital. After spending their time until the afternoon, the two rested before they decided to contact the rest of his girlfriends in the evening since they knew they were still busy with the cultural festival. More importantly, Harino wanted to monopolize him while it was possible. However, in the afternoon, he passed out because he was forcing himself to take Harino's virginity. There were many parts of his body that were bleeding, so a tough exercise wasn't something that was recommended. Shishio! Shishio! Harino panicked and quickly called the doctor, who was also speechless since their boss was bleeding all over. Fortunately, he was okay after being taken care of. While lying on the bed, he realized that the only position he could stay in was the bottom while the girls were on top of him. His fate became a living dildo, but it didn't matter since now, he needed to focus on resting, especially in the evening when all of his women came to visit him. Shishio. The moment Roberta answered their class, they quickly learned what had happened and quickly went to the hospital before they saw him lying in the hospital with a bandage all over his body. Yo! Shishio greeted them with a smile. You okay? Fortunately, I am okay. Thank God. Everyone plopped on the ground since all the energy in their bodies was drained when they learned that Shishio had entered the hospital. While they didn't learn what was happening, they knew that it must be something dangerous, especially when all of them knew how strong he was. So, what happened? And, are you really okay? Mai asked with a heavy voice and anxiously. The thought of losing him scared her since only he could find her. If he lost, who could she lean on when she needed someone the most? But more importantly, the horror of this feeling was more than that, she felt that every step she took to the hospital was so heavy. It was as if her body was so heavy, and her vision was so cloudy. Fortunately, he was okay. However, she wanted to know what was happening since she was worried about him. It's an accident. Accident. They were all confused. Harino looked at Shishio with a thoughtful gaze, but she didn't say anything and just lowered her head. She could notice Yukinashida's gaze on her, but she wouldn't tell anyone about what happened last night. Everything had to be kept deep in her heart, and no one should know since she knew that they weren't ready to see this side of him. However, she also felt that she was special since she was the only one who had seen this side of him, so she didn't stop him when he told them a white lie. Shishio told them that when Harino took him for a drive, her car had an accident, and he had to save her, so he entered the hospital. He also apologized to them since he had only recovered. I am sorry, okay. He looked at Sheena, who was hugging his waist in silence from the beginning before he looked at everyone and apologized. Still, to be honest, it might be his first time bringing all of his women to the same place and time. However, even if this was an amazing thing, he couldn't tell them the truth since how could he tell them that he had killed a person? Yet, did he regret it? No. He knew that killing someone was a cruel thing, but it was better to kill Yujiro since he shouldn't give this type of person mercy. If he let go of Yujiro, he knew that guy would do something to the people that he cared about, and this was something that he couldn't let happen no matter what. Even if he had to dirty his hands, he had to do it. It also wasn't his first time doing it, so strangely enough, he had no burden on his mind. Instead, all he felt was a relief that his enemy was gone, and everything would be smooth. From now a joker-like existence like Yujiro was gone. As for Yujiro's family, as he had said before, he had erased all of them. So what if people noticed that it was he who did all of this? He didn't think so since no one would believe Yujiro would be defeated. The title of the strongest human on earth wasn't for nothing. To be honest, Yujiro's body was already collected by his people, and it was used as an experiment since there were many things that could be learned from his body. Maybe, he could even create an army of Yujiro. Yujiro might be a demon, but his might was comparable to the nuclear bomb. As long as he stayed in any country, all the people in the high position in that country could only cower in fear since no one could stop this guy. Shishio might be able to create a nuclear bomb, but it was troublesome to use it. Moreover, if he used it, other countries would do the same. On the other hand, an army with superhuman strength was a different thing since, unlike the nuclear bomb, which was hard to use, the superhuman army could infiltrate the country without anyone noticing. The country also wouldn't be able to detect it since their weapons were nothing but their fists and their bodies. In other words, it could be said that it was the ultimate weapon. However, humans aside, their loyalty was quite hard to guess. Unless he had the ability to bind someone and make them unable to betray him, he didn't want to create a superhuman army. Instead, it was better to create an android, which was easier for him to create. So, what about the car? When they knew he was hurt because of the car accident and sighed in relief that he was okay, their tension was also eased, and they couldn't help but ask about the car. It exploded. Exploded. Yeah, it exploded. This answer, they didn't know how to react, so they looked at Harino, who also gave the nod. If he didn't save me, then I might die. By now, they knew even if he seemed at ease and calm, they knew how dangerous his situation was last night. This made them unable to calm down, so they wanted to stay with him for a night. He also didn't stop them since his room was huge. However, their number was too much, so he hoped they could do it in the shift, so it wouldn't be too cramped. In the end, the members of Sakurasu stayed first while the rest would take care of him tomorrow. As for why they did this, it was because yesterday, it was time for them to have a party, but he didn't go back. While the rest were reluctant, this was something that they had decided, so they stayed until quite late. The only problem was that some people were looking at Yui thoughtfully. Especially Yukinashida when she learned the one Yui talked to was her mother. Yui's mother didn't come, but from her voice on the phone, she seemed to be on the verge of crying, which made some people feel weird. However, except for Yukinashida, no one thought much. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Shishio seemed so awkward. Yukinashida sighed before looking at Harino, who maintained her usual smile. Even if Harino was stared at by Yukinashida, her face was perfect, and there was no fluctuation in her smile. She still maintained her perfect smile. Yuki Nashida didn't say anything since she didn't want to discuss this problem when so many people were present. However, she thought it was better for Shishio not to meet her mother since she was afraid that something that shouldn't happen might happen. When the night came, after they had dinner, they returned home, leaving only the members of Sakurasu to stay, including Rita. Ryu Unosuke wants to come too, you know. Nanami said with a smile. Why are you smiling? He wanted to ask that question, but he held it. Then, tell him to come. Geez, you know he hates a woman, right? With your women here, he doesn't dare to come. Nanami sighed while glancing at him from time to time. If Ebona was here, her blood would become a river now. He rolled his eyes and tapped her forehead. Don't tease me. Nanami blushed and nodded obediently. After they talked for a while, they decided to rest, but when most of them slept, he looked at Misaki and asked, do you have something to talk about with me? He noticed that Misaki wanted to talk about something. Ah, did you notice it? Misaki looked at him awkwardly. You have been weird after you knew that I am okay. Well. It's okay. Just tell me. Misaki hesitated before she nodded. Mitaka confessed to me. I see. That's all. What do you want me to do? I mean, shouldn't you be jealous? Shouldn't you ask me how I answer? Also, I am your woman, right? She thought his reaction would be huge when he learned that Mitaka had confessed to her. While she was scared, she decided to tell him. Unexpectedly, his response was so flat that she couldn't believe it. Misaki felt relief since he didn't get angry, but she also felt a bit disappointed since she wanted to see him jealous. Shishio smiled and pinched her chin. As you have said, you are my woman. All of you, whether it is your body, heart, or everything, are already mine. Mitaka? While I know you liked him before, that was the past. Currently, you're mine, and I believe in you. To be honest, he wondered what she would say if he said that he only cared about her body alone. However, he wanted to ask how Mitaka reacted after he confessed since if Misaki noticed something strange, he might need to deal with Mitaka. Misaki's eyes were red. Can I hug you? If he wasn't hurt, she might leap into him now. Be careful. I am hurt. Shishio decided to ask the question tomorrow. Misaki nodded and slipped into his bed but stopped for a moment since she found Shina inside doing something inexplicable. Do you want to join, Misaki? Shina asked kindly. Okay. Nanami somehow also slipped and joined. Only Ritsuo and Rita, at this moment, were staying on their bed with reddened faces, thinking that all of them were perverts. However, they were also perverts since they wanted to join them. Still, Shishio was quite troubled at this moment, and he was afraid that he might stay in the hospital for a little longer. 749, the last day of the cultural festival. Staying in the hospital was a good thing. If his body wasn't good or sick, it wouldn't be good. Fortunately, his body was so good. When everyone went to the school for the cultural festival, Uegahama Hana became his private nurse, helping him with many things. Watching Hana in the nurse uniform, he was afraid that he might not be able to leave the hospital shortly since it was just too exciting. However, while their plan was good, they forgot that someone would be there to interrupt them, and it was impossible for them to stay together all the time, especially when this girl was present. Geez, you let the mother of your girlfriend take care of you. Rita was quite helpless at Shishio. However, she didn't think anything weird and thought he was good at making people affectionate toward him. As for Hana wearing a nurse uniform, she thought that Hana was a real nurse, especially when she could see how careful Hana was when she took care of him. As for whether there was a relationship between Hana and Shishio, Rita didn't think so since even if this guy was a scumbag, he definitely wouldn't touch a married woman or the mother of his girlfriend. If Shishio knew what Rita was thinking, he could only smile. Still, the only fortunate thing was that Rita didn't stay with him all the time, so he could spend his time with Hana for quite a while. Unlike the others, Rita wasn't a student in Swime, and her stay in this country was nothing but a holiday. Still, when he thought her real intention was to bring Sheena to England, he felt a bit weird since this girl was so obedient to him now. Before, she was quite troublesome, provocative and also playful. To be honest, that side of her was quite interesting, and he enjoyed his fight with Rita. However, he hoped to stay with Hana more, though. Leaving this matter aside, he felt he had rested enough, and his body also recovered well. A few days had passed after his fight with Yujiro, and he had almost fully recovered. The only problem was only some of his bones and organs since the damage caused by Yujiro was quite severe. More importantly, he didn't rest honestly and spent his night with his women, so he needed quite a while to heal his body. If he was fully rested while eating as much as possible, it wouldn't be weird to say he could recover in a night. Yet, this was good since if he recovered too fast, he wouldn't be able to enjoy Hana in nurse uniform. As for the worry that people might seem weird by his body, he didn't have to worry too much since all the people in this hospital were his, and except for the obsessed scientists, no one had an interest in his body. Lastly, he was the person that had defeated the strongest man in the world. If his body was like any of them, how could he defeat Yujiro? After all, one punch from Yujiro was enough to smash someone to death. Then, will you take care of me? Shishio asked. Humph. Rita twirled her hair as she looked away in blush. You're my teacher, so I can't let you be hurt. Don't misunderstand my intention, okay? It's not like I care about you or anything, but, until you're okay, I will stay with you. Her face was so red at that moment, but inwardly, she was in tears since she couldn't be honest with her feelings. She wanted to convey her real feelings, but why did everything become like this? Ugh. She was so frustrated at this moment, so she did her best to take care of him. Was this tsundere? To be honest, this was troublesome. If someone wasn't patient and also lacked confidence, they would be hit greatly by Rita's words. To be honest, if his observation skill wasn't good and he didn't have a heightened sense, it might be impossible for one to tell whether this girl was a tsundere or not. It was truly impossible, yet if one was able to notice it, he had to say this girl was cute, so cute that he wanted to push her on the bed now. However, he couldn't do that since Hannah was around. It's your time to change your clothes, Hannah said gently while holding his change of clothes. I am not a child. I can change clothes on my own. Also, I am okay now. You're a patient. I am a nurse. I know your body best, so just listen to me. Unlike before, her tone was so strict, and if he didn't follow her words, she might punish him. Yet, what she said wasn't wrong since she knew his body the best, and all she had said was just a fact. Watching how charming this woman was, he wondered how stupid her husband was, yet it also gave him a chance to enter the gap in her heart. Rita, who was on the side, wondered why they felt so intimate, but it might be normal, and it was good for a son-in-law to be close to a mother-in-law. She also decided to help, and the two of them helped to take off his clothes. Still, it was like how a man saw boobs for the first time. They felt boobs were the treasure of humankind. It was the source of life for every human being in this world. It was how they felt at this moment when they saw his body, thinking that this body was able to create a life, and they were also excited to think of creating a life with him. However, no matter how long they wanted to touch his body, the time for changing clothes was rather limited, so they could only enjoy his body for a limited amount of time. Now that you mention it. He looked at Rita and asked, is it alright for you to stay? You're going to return to England at the end of the cultural festival, right? He had been in the hospital for a while, and even if he didn't want to since he still wanted to enjoy the cultural festival, this most famous event in his school would end tomorrow. It was also time for Rita to go back. He was reluctant, so he wondered whether she could stay a little longer. What? Do you want me to go back? Rita felt a bit sad, but she asked this question in a teasing tone. When she thought to show her heart, she tried to make him hate her, but when she was sad, she tried to flirt with him. Many guys would be troubled by him, but as a man, his answer was clear. I don't want you to go back. Rita was in a daze when she heard his answer. If I say that, what will you do? He couldn't be indecisive, and he couldn't be flimsy. He knew what he wanted, and he wasn't going to let her go. Then, what do you want to do? Rita asked in a low voice. Stay. At least a few more days. I will book the flight for you. Rita looked at him, who also looked straight at her. Oh okay. I will stay. She was embarrassed and wanted to try to show her toughness, but it seemed it was impossible since she was smiling brightly at this moment. Hannah looked at all of this and could only roll her eyes, but when her buttocks were kneaded by Shishio's hand secretly, she quickly looked at him with reprimanded eyes, but in the end, she was helpless. AHN. Hannah suddenly let out a sweet moan. WH what? Rita was startled. No nothing. I am a bit tired. Hannah answered flusteredly while pinching Shishio's hand. Still, she felt relief since it seemed her charm wasn't even lost to the young one. Rita only nodded, but she knew on those days, it was a good time for her to settle the relationship between the two of them. On the other hand, Shishio had to stay. Even though he was already on the peak of the path of the harem, the path still continued, and there was no end to it, which made this path became even more interesting. When it was in the evening, like usual, his girls visited his room. So, you are okay? Of course. Shishio nodded. I will go to school tomorrow. Really? Is it really okay? While they felt happy that he could go to school tomorrow since it was the day when the cultural festival ended, they wanted to make sure that he was really alright. Yes, the doctor has said okay, but I might come late. That's okay, right? Why not? Sure. Hearing the confirmation from the doctor, they felt happy and knew that he was alright now. At the end of the cultural festival, there was this special event where the school would create a bonfire where the students would dance around it. Usually, it was done by a lover, and they also wanted to do it. To be honest, he wasn't sure whether the bonfire could last until his last dance with his women since the number of his women was quite a lot. The only fortunate thing was that not all of his women were students at Swim A, so the bonfire should last long until he danced with all of his women. Still, if someone heard his problem, they would curse him since many were still having trouble finding a partner to dance with, yet he wondered whether the bonfire was enough to dance with all of his women. With that said, it had been decided he would return to the school tomorrow at the end of the cultural festival, yet, no one knew that something would happen on the last day of the cultural festival. Inside his room, he had made sure that Shishio wasn't present at school for several days, so he thought tomorrow, he wouldn't be present as well. Looking at the picture in his wallet, he kept staring at it before he murmured, "You can only be mine, Misaki." 750, Obsession. While it might seem like an exaggeration, the cultural festival without Shishio was like a day without a sun. Everything was so dark, and they felt like the end of the world was near. They felt like they couldn't live any longer, and they spent a lot of money on the shrine and temple, praying to many gods in this country and hoping they could see him the next day. Unfortunately, the next day, they couldn't see him, but they learned that he was sick, which made them even more worried since they wondered whether he had caught an incurable disease where he had only a few days to live. If Shishio knew what kind of commotion he had caused, he would be at a loss for words and stay silent since he didn't expect that his existence would have such an effect. Fortunately, his girlfriends were still around, and they told everyone he was away because of a family matter. Hearing that, the crowd sighed in relief. Still, his girlfriends had to sigh at their exaggeration. Somehow, they could imagine how they might run outside and shout to the sky for the injustice received by Shishio. They would shout, thinking the world had always been cruel toward the genius. Yet, somehow his girlfriends felt that Shishio really had it tough since he got into an accident. Still, if they knew the real reason why he was hurt, they would really think that the world had always been unfair to those who would stand on top of others. They had to fight their fate and those who wouldn't let them stand on the top, which showed the hard work he had passed through in his life. Still, leaving the matter of Shishio aside, even if it was hard, life had to continue. Even though they weren't in the mood to eat or were unable to sleep, the cultural festival needed to continue, and they needed to do their best until the end. Yet, when he was gone, the guys also thought it was their chance to confess to the girls they liked. On the last day of the cultural festival, there was this bonfire dance where many would dance around the bonfire. Naturally, there was a legend in this event that had been around from the beginning of the founding of the school. It was said that the couple who danced during that time would be together forever. For those teenagers who still dreamed of love, it was a wonderful thing, and they wanted to dance with the girls they loved. However, the girls didn't share the same thoughts as the guys since they wanted to dance with Shishio instead of them. Yet, it didn't extinguish the blazing fire in their hearts. They were prepared, and they were going to give their best to confess to the girls they loved. The opportunity was in front of them, so they couldn't let go of this chance, so many brave warriors came forward to fight their battle. This battle, while it might not shed blood, could also kill them. So, during those few days, many warriors fell, and they died without being able to enter the graveyard or being tended to since the numbers were too many. However, there were also many who had succeeded, yet even if they had succeeded, they were still under restriction. If Shishio is here, then let's break up. While I can accept your feelings, I still love Shishio more. If Shishio comes and asks me to sleep with him, you can't stop me. Those girls were crazy, and even if they confessed, they dared to say such words to the guys, yet the guys were also crazy since they accepted such a condition. Right now, even if their girls were sleeping with Shishio, they were alright as long as they were still dating. As long as they were still dating, everything was alright since even if their bodies might belong to Shishio, their hearts belonged to them. This was what they believed, and they also believed that soon, they would be able to move their hearts, so their current girlfriends would only love them. Yet, for the minority people, the words from the girls seemed to awaken something which shouldn't be awoken in guys. Achoo! What's wrong? Rita asked. I am not sure, but I feel like my nose is itchy. He rubbed his nose. Did someone talk about me? Isn't it normal for people to talk about you? Well, you're not wrong. You're going to the cultural festival later, right? Let me prepare your uniform. How about you? I am not a student, dummy. Do you think that I can enter there? Rita looked at him, speechless, while ironing his uniform carefully. Watching her figures, he felt quite weird, but at the same time, he could see Rita's charm. While many thought of her as a spoiled and hard-to-satisfied lady, he could see how much care she put into household chores. He could tell that in the future, she would be a good mother. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Rita was embarrassed. Nothing. Shishio shook his head. I am sure that many people have said this, but I will say this, You'll become a great mother, Rita. Rita was stunned before she blushed and looked away. Geez, what are you talking about? Don't tease me, okay? Of course, I will become a great mother, and my husband will be happy to have me as his wife. She tried to appear calm and collected. Unfortunately, she was far from so, and she was so happy at that moment. Shishio could only smile and thought that this girl was cute. Yet, why did he feel a bit restless? He frowned and decided to trust his intuition since this had saved his life several times. While he was preparing to go to school, his girlfriends also prepared to end their exhibitions in the cultural festival soon. The unforgettable week of the cultural festival was about to end, and they would be lying if they didn't feel anything. To be honest, they prepared that they wouldn't meet him until the end of the cultural festival, but he told them that he was going to come, so they were excited. Especially Misaki. Unlike the rest, Misaki was in her third year, which meant she would graduate the next year. While the rest could enjoy the cultural festival with him, she couldn't since she would become a university student. She thought that she couldn't do a bonfire dance with him. Fortunately, he could come, which made her feel happy. As her work finished, she walked around the school, watching all of the people curiously since she could see many things at the end of this event. Some people confessed. Some were successful, and some failed, but the more serious thing. Hachiman, do you want to dance with me later? What? Misaki looked at Hikigaya and Totsuka, who stayed in the quiet area alone. Is that no? Totsuka asked with teary eyes. No. Of course. Let me have a dance with you. Hikigaya answered without hesitation since he couldn't bear to see Totsuka cry. Really? Yes. As Totsuka became happy, Hikigaya didn't care about Totsuka's gender anymore, and the legend of the bonfire dance suddenly emerged in his mind. The couple who danced on the bonfire dance would be together forever, which meant, was he going to be together with Totsuka forever? It isn't bad at all. Hikigaya thought. Misaki looked at this scene thoughtfully, thinking that if Ebina Hina was around, she would have a nosebleed. However, there was still a bonfire dance, so she couldn't let Ebina pass out, which was why she wouldn't tell her this matter to Ebina. As she walked away, Hikigaya happened to see her before he frowned when he saw someone was following her. He frowned, causing Totsuka to feel confused. Hachiman, what's wrong? Totsuka, can you help me to call Shishio? Misaki didn't have many friends, and as an alien, it was normal for her not to be understood by the people around her. However, she was alright about it since she had her anime. As long as she had an anime, everything would be alright. As for Mitaka, she could only smile, thinking that everything was in the past. She had someone who could be by her side now, and she didn't regret breaking her relationship with Mitaka. Instead of staying together, it was better for them to part and forgot each other since it was nothing but trouble when they were together. She was annoyed by Mitaka and didn't really want to see him again, but he wanted to be with her. Misaki. She turned and saw Mitaka. Mitaka. She frowned before she looked around. Misaki. I love you. Mitaka confessed again. Misaki blinked her eyes and wondered whether she had heard the right things. I like you, and you like me, right? So, let's be together. Misaki felt something weird from Mitaka and decided to run away. After all, this felt like a plot of bad hentai manga she happened to read by chance. To be honest, she was so scared of this moment and also wondered why she walked to a place where no people were present. She felt she was stupid, yet unlike her cheerful exterior, she could also feel lonely. In her first year, she couldn't find any friends, and everyone was looking at her as a weirdo, so instead of staying in the class, she spent her time here alone. It was the same with the previous cultural festival since she always spent her time here alone while Mitaka spent his time with a woman. She thought of saying goodbye to this place, yet why did this guy appear here? She didn't hesitate to run, but Mitaka moved faster and quickly pinned her to the ground. You, what are you doing? I will scream. Misaki was scared at that moment, and her body was trembling. You don't need to worry. You will be happy soon. You can only be mine, Misaki. No one else can have you. Mitaka kept muttering while looking at Misaki with an obsessed expression. Help! Hey, someone! Misaki screamed. It's okay. You don't need to worry. No one will come to this place. This school is also big. It will be over soon, okay? So be quiet for a moment. Mitaka wanted to shut Misaki's mouth by kissing her, but Misaki kept moving around, trying to escape. Misaki was in tears, trying to push him away, but as a man, his body was stronger. No. No. Mitaka didn't care much since he was still thinking that Misaki loved him, but suddenly a voice interrupted them. Oi! Mitaka didn't have a chance to talk, and his head was kicked from the side, causing his head to slam into the ground and some soil to enter his mouth. You okay, senpai? Misaki blinked her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. Shishio. Sorry for being late. As he was about to pick her up, she jumped into him and hugged him like a koala while crying. Oh I almost. She didn't continue her words and kept crying. Shishio could only calm her down, but his eyes were cold, staring at Mitaka, who was struggling to get up. Then, while holding Misaki in his arms, he kicked Mitaka's balls and caused him to pass out with white foam in his mouth. Now, what should I do?